If I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Turn that background music down. Hey, what up, everybody? Good morning. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App. Super Chat's available. You know what I'm saying? Hit the notification bell if you haven't done that already. Let me go on ahead, like somebody already said. I gotta drop the shield. Hold on. There we go. Man, shout out to everybody, man. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Valentine's Day weekend. Again, I want to remind everybody, like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat, Super Thanks if you're catching the replay. We are back here live, exclusive at A&T's The Boiler Room. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves this morning. Yeah, definitely. And I hope everybody, got the fuck outside. Got outside over the course of the weekend, did something, enjoy some fresh air, spend some time with somebody you like, or just take a fucking walk. Just take a walk and go on ahead and breathe oxygen. You know what I'm saying? That's not a bad thing either. That's definitely not a bad thing either. Definitely a few things that we want to talk about. Not really too much shit that we want to break down because there's really no reason to give too much of other shit going on in the space really too much shine. Yeah, because that's kind of what a lot of folks want. They want you to kind of stay stagnant and stay with the same old bullshit. And we going into the spring that fast, man. It's like 2026 just got here, but this whole winter season, that shit is pretty much over. And we're going into a new season, springtime. So, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun as it always is. Oh, also, make sure you guys get the membership. Membership link is available. All you got to do is hit that join button. You can click that link that Stacy just put right there in the chat. Shout out to Stacy. Let me give a roll call to everybody in the chat. I see Room Shaker was in the building earlier, definitely earlier, but we appreciate you, Room Shaker. Shout out to Room Shaker. All right. What else we got there? Shout out to Adrian Nicole. You know what I'm saying? Adrian Nicole, our top mod, one of our top mods. Stacy was also in the building. Shout out to Stacy. Kojak 313 was in the building as well. Bismillah. Shout out to Bismillah. Ms. Leticia McGee. Also here, Bronze, most hated flat power god up in here. And Tannish Gems. Shout out to Tannish Gems. Yeah. Let me see what y'all talking about. A lot of these people need to touch some grass. Yeah, they need to touch some grass and touch some ass. Touch some grass and touch some ass. And life will be a whole lot better for a whole lot of them. What up, Truth? Shout out to Truth. For real. Now, I do want to talk about a few things because as y'all see in the title, it's like All-Star Weekend is trash. Now, I'm not going to get too into the sports thing. I think I've probably been talking about this the last like 3 years in a row with All-Star Weekend. But the reason why I'm putting All-Star Weekend in this title is because I think it's a real big microcosm for what the fuck is going on or what's not going on in these spaces. Okay. Now, for example, All-Star Weekend used to be the NBA's baby. It used to be the crown jewel of not just the NBA, but really like professional sports in general. Every league wanted to kind of knock it off because there was no experience like All-Star Weekend. It was interactive. It was with the fans. The NFL couldn't knock it off because there's a field and it's full contact and shit like that. And it was a mid-season classic. Major League Baseball tried, but it really couldn't do it because, hell, it's on a field. Can't really get the fans on the field, but when you get everybody packed in the arena and all the stars come out, like All-Star Weekend was a special thing. Like I can remember being a teenager in the 90s. I would look forward to All-Star Weekend over the Super Bowl, over the NBA Finals, over the World Series, over all of that shit because it was no experience like it. You never know who's going to win the dunk contest, the shootout. All the stars are coming out. You know what I'm saying? People are rocking their new clothes. You know what I'm saying? New fashion, all of that shit. I could just remember all of that. Now it's like, yeah. And a lot of people think it's because, a lot of the stars don't want to compete. A lot of people believe like, hey, it's just the same old bullshit. Maybe these people are making too much money and they're just a little lazy now. I really don't know exactly what it is, but the fact of the matter is, it's and that's another thing, Tannis. It was an excuse to be able to get together with the fam and check out a lot of stuff. Like just it was just an excuse to get. It was kind of like, because I know when I was younger, we used to have like family board game nights and shit like that. But we didn't have to bring out the board games for All-Star Weekend because we would just watch everything going on All-Star Weekend. Saturday night, you would have the dunk contest and the shootout and all of that other shit. And then, on a night like tonight, you would have the actual game and shit like that. Now, nobody even gives a shit. That shit just comes and it goes and nobody really gives a fuck, right? And it's like, yeah, you watch the dunk contest, and I know the difference between like the dunk contest now and what it used to be. The fact of the matter is, you watch that shit now, and you see a bunch of motherfuckers you don't know who the fuck they are. You see a bunch of goddamn bench riders. It's like, bro, y'all ain't all stars. Like, we grew up in a time where you were saying the all stars are actually in the fucking dunk contest. Like, you had your Jordan and your Kobe's and your Vince Carters and shit, like in the damn dunk contest, and you had Larry Bird and Steve Kerr and all of them, like the best 3-point shooters were in the 3-point shootout. They had Damian Lillard in the 3-point shootout last night. This man has not even played a fucking NBA game this season. Just like I said, the last 3 years in the dunk contest, they literally got a dude off the street. Man, shout out to Stacy. You know what I'm saying? She gave me the happy belated birthday. Yeah, my birthday was a few weeks ago. You know, appreciate that though. Shout out to Stacy. But yeah, they got a dude out of the goddamn G League. Like, they went and got a professional dunker out of the mother that ain't even in the NBA. I think they ended up signing the guy to an NBA contract just to see, just to get his ass in the dunk contest. That's how fucked up it is. And that's what I mean. Like, this is a microcosm for the space. So I want to give a shout out to Big Brenda Clark and Tony Montana, as well as Buddy Lee and everybody over there that supported that Valentine's Day shout out stream. I was glad to be part of it and help out with the visuals when it came to that. But for the most part, creativity is fucking dead in these spaces. That was the most creative thing that I've seen in these spaces. If you guys didn't see it, please make sure that you go and you check the replay. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and put the link to that stream. I'm not going to review it. I know Just My Five did review it. Just My 5 cents did review it on her Twitch channel. But I'm going to put the link to that. You guys make sure you go ahead and check out the replay for that. All right. This was a really, really cool stream. All right. Matter of fact, Stacy just dropped it. Appreciate that. All right. For about 2 weeks, people were able to click a link and anonymously send Valentine's Day like shout outs, kind of like some Secret Santa, little secret messages, and they could be anonymous, and you can send them to specific people in the space and they would be read aloud over the course of this stream, right? And yeah, this shit was, yeah, some of them did get extremely nasty, and some of them were kind of cute, and of course just some people were on there trolling shit, but for the most part, it was cool. It was cool. It was something new. It was a new idea. And I know we like to say there's nothing new under the sun, but I thought that was our job as like content creators. You know, man, shout out to MOT. What up, man? It's tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? With the 5 gifted memberships, man. We appreciate that, big dog. What up? 5 gifted memberships in the building.
Witness the C-Walk of the incredible. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta.
Shout out to MOT, man. I appreciate that, man. 5 gifted memberships, man. We are definitely trying to get the memberships up, on this channel, man. So that does help a great deal, man. Appreciate you. And shout out to Just My 5 cents, who did a great review. He said, no problem, back to the clouds. No problem. I'm gonna blew you up too. But that's just something I want to talk about in these spaces, because this is a conversation that I kind of had. Like, people are like, damn, you know what I'm saying? We gotta talk about this big content creator. We gotta talk about this current event. We gotta talk about this. We gotta do this. And it's like, people don't even want to put like a new spin on it, a new twist to it. And you talking about a space that's kind of predicated on like relationship dynamics and shit. And I'm like, y'all let other people come up with the idea for things like Valentine's Day shout outs. I even see the dating shows going on like other say, like, you let this chick come up with a pop the balloon show and shit, and y'all motherfuckers talk about relationships every fucking day. Every fucking day, and you let somebody else do the damn pop the balloon shit. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. People, real shit. And sometimes it just be the simplest shit. Now, this one, I don't think this was necessarily simple, but it was a great idea and it was cool and it was an event that comes and it goes. And that's one of the reasons why I like being part, of these events. Number one, because they come and they go, and you know what I'm saying, it's over one night, and it's kind of like, you had to be there. Kind of reminds me of those high school days when it's like you throw one of those epic parties, or you go to one of them damn parties and the shit ends up epic, and it's like, fuck it, no, we ain't doing this shit again tomorrow, motherfucker. Like, you just had to be there, type shit. So I like that. I like that, and that's something that's definitely going to be bigger and bigger, as it comes, as like time goes on. But I just want to know, like, are people scared to be creative and do something new? Like, is it like are people so desperate for clicks and views that like doing something new or being creative or taking a risk of maybe the people not liking it does that really scare people? Because we're supposed to be content creators, so there's supposed to be a certain level of creativity, right? That's what I thought. What up, Hassan? And shout out to Just My Five. Everybody doing a pop the balloon show now. Yeah, because they saw this shit work. Some basic ass shit. But it's just funny because you'll see people talk about relationships like every fucking day, but you never see something like, maybe, I don't know, a Valentine's Day shout out stream from them. You never see something so small as, I don't know, a fucking dating show. I don't know. I get it. The division and the divisiveness is a lot better than bringing people together, especially nowadays. Like, that's just kind of what it is. You know what I'm saying? So if you can get people up there with the topic that people argue about, I guess it's better than, doing something that's kind of fun loving. People will laugh and then you move on, and then there's kind of like a burden on you for the next, you know what I'm saying, for a new show tomorrow. I think people just, I don't know if they're scared of it, but I think maybe they just don't want to do it. Because, it can get kind of tough. I know we were having that conversation where people try to say that they're about solutions, but at the end of the day, most people aren't about solutions. And I understand why they're not about solutions, because if you solve the problem or you come up with a solution to the problem, you're not gonna have a topic tomorrow. I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's the old soapbox hustle. You gotta keep talking the same bullshit about the same problem every fucking day. You gotta find problems to get into. If everything is cool and the problem solved, or even if you end up above that bullshit, what the hell is there gonna be tomorrow? To talk about. I understand, it's content strategy. That's why I really don't want to, knock anybody's hustle. I just be like, damn, the least you can do is come up with creative ways to deliver that shit. Especially if we're gonna hang on being content creators. Like, let's be creative. Because for the most part, I see a lot of the same topics. Sometimes the titles are reworded. A lot of times the titles are reworded. If I don't see the same topics, I see the same show formats. I see the same visuals. I see just a lot of shit over and over and over again. Not even repackaged, man. And it's cool. As I've always said though, and stated, I just said it's pretty insulting to you guys. You deserve better when you give us your clicks and your views and your support. I thought that was a pretty good idea though. Hold up. Matter of fact, I think I will play a little clip from this. these Valentine's Day shout outs. Hold up. I think I will play just a small clip. Just a small clip it, right? Because this gets wild. Just a small clip it, because I think this was epic. And I had to say to these ladies that I don't think they know what the fuck it is that they did. I really don't think they know what the hell they did with this. You know? Because it really, like, that kind of just changed up a lot of stuff that even I was going to talk about. Give me a second, Truth. I'm going to drop it in a little bit. What in the hell? Here we go.
If somebody that you love gets flirted with, if they get some romantic, honey, let that make you level up your engagement with your one. Because baby, me and Tony don't got nothing to do with any of these love messages.
None of these
teens.
We
love none of these things. You hear me? We don't got nothing to do with Sugar Plum, baby. We don't got any big cheese.
Your previous messages. If you weren't, you could take the music break and go back and listen to your previous messages, because you definitely had some. Who else is in here that might not have been here before? I think that's it.
Yeah, please.
I'll talk about that in a second, Monica Mo. I'm just gonna let them read one quick shout out, and then I want everybody to go check out the replay on that. You know what I'm saying, on that the Valentine's Day shout out show. All right. So this would be a combination of, I believe, the O3 sector, the beef sector, and the black sector. Don't quote me on that, but there's a combination. There was a lot of people, but it was open to anybody that wanted to do it.
I think that's it, because I haven't seen Ness come in or King Roman. So, all right.
No, and me and Tony had it in the bag. We wasn't telling nothing. I was sending these to her, interrupting her entire work day. Because, baby, if I got to see it, you got to see it. Because what is they in here doing? Okay. And I just want to let you know, for the purposes of me and Tony not being dragged through the tri-sectoral streets, there's some messages that we are not at liberty to read tonight. We can't even do an honorable mention, but you're welcome. Because y'all went.
Y'all went there and beyond.
Y'all was gonna have me and Tony drug by our edges.
So you thought
street.
So you thought have your own show, read that shit on your own show. I don't got time.
Yeah. y'all thought they were gonna have me and Tony hung up by the gallows. Baby, we ain't going. But thank you for putting your submission in. You can't do it. All right, play us something, Buddy Lee. Well,
right, so they got it.
I don't know what we doing right now.
Not gonna play the music. We wanna.
Okay.
Hold on, mouth full than the motherfucker. I've been looking down and shit. Look up, mouth full. Ain't nobody bring me no snack.
You are extremely sexy. Y'all got to. Not a man.
Let's just keep going. Just power on through the King Roman.
So here's one. So if you guys by happenstance, happen to be over there at the lip sync challenge, you will know that there is a CC over in the B sector that got over there and he lip synced. And baby, something happened. Something peculiar happened. The people were going crazy. Rick Reed, step to the front of the room, sir. You up in here. Rick Reed, you did something to the people, okay? And you know what happened? Not a man, but the girls. Girls, we have a meeting Sunday morning, a meeting with the ladies. Y'all got to be purged. Something is something. Buddy, don't go off camera, buddy. Buddy, don't go off camera, because there's something is happening with the ladies, because this is from a lady.
And shout out to Buddy Lee too, because they didn't just do it. It wasn't just a cool idea. They made sure they had a DJ for it. They made sure they had a DJ for it. Of course, I was reached out to help with just the videos. It's not even, I'm sorry, just the visuals. Just a little back. You know what I'm saying? Just the background. But that was really just a cool idea. And I was glad to be part of it. You know,
lady, Rick Reed, this lady said,
but they had a very, very good idea. But listen to this.
you are extremely sexy and need a woman to satisfy that craving. I'm just saying.
What craving is that?
I don't know. I want to meet with all the girls Sunday
How
morning.
what craving y'all think he has for a woman? Never mind. I'm not gonna judge.
Yep. The way y'all in here, and when I'm telling you, we have not even. It's so much.
Don't judge, they freaky.
I'm not judging. I have.
Now, over the course of this show, I'm not gonna play too much more, right? I'm about to drop the link in a second. But over the course of this show, right? I heard some shit where, I mean, I'm assuming this was women that were sending dudes Valentine's Day shout out saying, hey, they want to kind of like sit on a motherfucker's beard and shit. And yeah, it got kind of nasty. Now, I know a lot of you motherfuckers in this space that lack creativity, and I don't want to drag nobody or nothing like that. A lot of y'all will hear that idea and be like, cool, I could do that. Nah, man, y'all can just participate in that shit when they do it next year. Don't try to knock people's shit off. Use that as some inspiration to still come up with your own shit. I repeat, use that as inspiration to come up with your own shit. I know a lot of y'all hear about that and we give them a shout out and then y'all be like, cool, that's something else that I can steal. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all don't even just need Jesus. Y'all need your ass kicked and maybe even a little bit of fucking virtual jail. For real. There's no, you're supposed to hang your hat on creativity. Come up with a cool idea, but in the meantime, if you think this was a good one, make sure y'all participate or get into the next one. You know? Because it bugs me out how people can talk about relationship dynamics and all of this shit every day. I think a lot of y'all motherfuckers that be doing that shit, you probably didn't even know that shit was going on. I'm not even gonna say probably. A lot of y'all definitely didn't even know some shit like that was going on. But y'all know damn well y'all got some crushes in the space, and this would have been a good thing that y'all could have got out. It could have been read out loud to your crush anonymously, and you could have just said what the fuck was on your mind. You could have just said what was on your mind. Just got it out your system. Because let's keep it real. A lot of y'all been letting that shit build up too motherfucking long any goddamn way, and y'all about to explode. Like literally and figuratively, and especially literally. Like a lot of y'all is about to motherfucking explode. Good luck, get help. And this is some of the shit that I don't like. Believe it or not, whatever sector it is that you're in, soul, they need something too to keep their shit going. So if that's what the fuck they need to keep their shit going, then why shouldn't they do something to keep it going? Because that's why them other sectors, or even the ones where these motherfuckers do the same shit every day, are dying. Because there's nothing fucking new. Niggas done ran out of shit to talk about so bad that the only thing that they can talk about is each other. And then they can't even talk about each other anymore. So they got to talk about creators and shit that don't even know who the fuck they are or that they even fucking exist, and just tag and hashtag their asses all in the fucking description in hopes that they pull up and bring them some fucking views. It is pathetic. And you know what? I'm gonna take that back because I understand that word right there, that P word can be pretty triggering to people and they'll take it as an insult. And I don't even want to do that because this is supposed to be inspiring to people. Like it's supposed to be inspiring. It's not supposed to be discouraging. So my bad, please. X that. Hey, redact that what I just said. Not pathetic. It's just getting a little old and it's getting a little bland. And I understand. That's how things go. You know, trust me, I've been in marketing for years. I've been in these boardroom meetings and shit like that. And when folks be moving like battleships, it's kind of tough to make, turns. It's kind of tough to make turns and pivots, and people don't want to try things that haven't quite been proven to work because there's a chance that it can fail. So it's easier to just do the same shit that you did yesterday because it worked. But people forget the fact, like the human element that's involved and the fact that shit can get old after a while. And I think the worst thing that can happen when you're talking about this content creation or just the creativity aspect of it is that people start to approach it as if it's a job, as if it's just like a regular job. And you just start to show up and go through the motions. You just show up on time, clock in, you know what I'm saying? Clock in, get through the schedule, go to lunch, come back, drag yourself through the day, and go home. Collect your paycheck. Keep moving. Just enough to not get fired. And for real, that's actually the best comparison that I could use for it. It's just like a fucking job. You know how it is. When you first get that damn job, you see people first get that job and, hey, they want to learn everything. They want to do things in new ways. They want to get better at it. They start implementing all of these new ideas and strategies, and you see the effort from a brand new employee. But then as time progresses, just go through the motions. When do I get paid? When is my break coming? Blah, 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 right? And then it's like, okay, why not? I'm getting a paycheck, cool. But I think people don't understand, and that's why I kind of tied this in to the first part of the title with the All-Star Weekend thing. And I know a lot of people, just like with the basketball players, talking about All-Star Weekend. I heard a Kevin Durant excerpt when they asked him about, like, what's up with the effort in All-Star Weekend? He said, well, why don't you ask the Europeans that question? They don't be putting no effort into the game either. Like, that's all he did was just pass the buck on to somebody else. And it's like, bro, come on, bro. This is all of y'all as a collective. All of y'all NBA players. You don't try to blame that shit on anybody else. And then they really get mad when you bring up the old players. They're like, yo, in the 90s, this shit wasn't the case. Like, these guys used to come up, try to compete. Somebody wanted to win the MVP. You know what I'm saying? The stars come out and everybody wants to be the star of stars. They want to show their creativity. They want to show exactly why they're here. They want to show what separates them from the regulars. And even when the stars come out, like when I'm talking about the stars come out and they sitting on the sidelines and they want to be at the games, they coming through with their fashion and shit. Y'all remember Shaq used to come with the shoe phone and all of that other shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? They want to show the new fashion and shit. Everybody just wants to kind of stand out. And now it's like, yo, let's just kind of get through it. And people get mad when you bring up the old heads. It's like, yo, they even came up with some shit saying, yo, we done with the 90s. We don't even want to talk about that anymore. Whatever. They wasn't special. And it's like, look, when we bring up the history understand, like, one of the reasons why you're able to make all this money. I'm talking about the NBA players now. You're able to make all of this money and pretty much just sit on your ass and have all this money guaranteed because those guys that came before you made it like that for you. You know what I'm saying? They came and they made that shit one of the greatest competitive products on the planet that people wanted to watch because of the effort that they brought into it every single day. You know, every single All-Star weekend. And we get it. Nobody wants to get hurt out there. You know, nobody wants to get hurt out there. Just like with YouTube, y'all don't want to be risking your channels every single day. That's what I mean. Like, even when I do the purge and shit like that, I get it. It's something that's cool. Everybody likes it. I can't do that shit every day. I can't do that shit every week. I be risking the damn channels and the platforms every fucking day. I can't do that. You know, I can't do that. That would be too stressful, and also the shit would get old. It would get bland. Cool. Can't do that. So we can't come with that energy every single day. But when it's time to do it, and we know that it's something that people like, let's just bring some kind of level of effort to it. And what I think that a lot of the new cats, and I'm getting back to All-Star Weekend now, what a lot of the younger players, the newer cats don't understand, and what the old cats are saying is, this is something that they did take from the people that came before them. They said, look, just leave the game in a better place than what you found it. I know that's all I'm saying. And I think a lot of people confuse that shit for, well, damn, you know, appreciate that membership, Tootsie Web. Thank you so much. And shout out to the new members. You know, people think that it's like, yo, why we gotta kiss them dudes' asses, or these old cats, fuck it, they gone. I even heard somebody say the other day, like, look, if they not still doing content, they must be failures and this and that. We don't even know who they are and whatever. I'm just like, nah, man, it's not really about that. Like, you don't have to give nobody no extra props, especially if you don't, you know, if you don't know them and you don't like them. Yeah, you should kind of be focused on you. Understandable. You should be focused on you and being the best that you can be and doing what's best for your audience and everything. But when you're coming in and trying to get into an algorithm, then you're trying to steer an algorithm, then you're trying to become an algorithm, why don't more people come with that mentality of, can we leave the space in a better position than what we found it in? And that's what I mean by the lack of creativity. Maybe the internet dulls creativity, Bismillah said. No, I don't think the internet is just here. That shit is a tool. You know, that's like saying, does a hammer and nails dull carpentry? No. It's all about what a carpenter is able to do with a hammer and nails. You know, the internet is just another tool. It's all up to the carpenter what they're gonna do with the tools. So I'm not gonna blame the tools for what the carpenter does with them. The same way I'm not gonna blame the internet for what content creators are doing with the internet or not doing. You know? And I didn't give a state of the space address, you know, after this year in person. It's the first time I didn't do it, and I still want to do it because I was really having a tough time kind of gauging the state of the space. But I don't want to discourage anybody. I really just want people to notice this. I'm not sure like how much thought and effort was put into it, but it was obviously a decent amount, you know, to come up with something like Valentine's Day shout outs. Just something that's quick. It's over, you know, in a few hours. It's not something that spills in, you know what I'm saying, spills into the next week and the next month. It's something that's anonymous, and it's something that's funny. It's something that's interactive. Everybody can participate in. And I'm like, if you can come up with those types of things, then you can come up with all types of things. Like, if you can come up with shit like a pop the balloon fucking show, like shit like that, like, come on. There are still at least new ways to do old things. But my question is, like, why don't people at least even want to do that? Like, for real. New ways to present old things. Just food for thought. You know, I'm not gonna go too deep into that. I'll drop the link. I know a few people wanted to come up. You know, feel free to come up if you want to. If you want to, we can talk about that. I did want to break down another video because it was wild. We did some body camera reviews. Shout out to Just My Five. And one of the things that bugged me out, we had a 94-year-old dude. We had a 94-year-old dude. And this isn't funny. This isn't funny. But the guy was 94 years old. And him and his wife were in the process of getting a divorce. And I guess he was driving the car, and this motherfucker just lost it on the side of the road, you know, and he said she was yelling at him, and he just fucking cut her goddamn throat. Like, it was really fucked up, man. It was fucked up. And people are like, damn, man, 94 years old, why would he do that? I'm like, yo, man, I don't be knowing. And this is a Caucasian dude. You know? So I know a lot of people like to push that shit about black men and the most violent and all that. Nah, man, hey, anybody can lose it. Anybody could lose it. And I'm going to bring that video up in a little bit. But shout out to Truth. I'm going to let him get his shit off. What you got to say, Truth? Salute, bro.
Hey, good morning, brother. How you feeling?
Good morning. Almost good afternoon. My bad for being late, but you got the whole floor, fam.
Oh, no, I'm just following your lead. Where you at?
Oh, nah, bro. I haven't even talked about any new topics. I'm still talking about All-Star Weekend, of course, and how, you know, where's the creativity in these spaces?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I went back and checked it out after everything happened, man. And bro, I don't know if how much do you like? Are you into sports like that? Like, are you heavy into sports?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I do have a sports channel that I'm doing my best to grow. I have not shared it with anybody in these spaces because I'm trying to open up to a new algorithm and stuff. But I will. It's something I do plan on growing extremely huge once I can put some more time and effort into it.
So it
is primarily centered around basketball, but I do talk about football and baseball too, and other sports. But basketball is the one that I'm the most knowledgeable on. So go ahead.
Yeah. So since you said all that, I know you are just as hurt as I am watching that garbage last night. I know you are disappointed because I was like, they might as well, because you remember back in the day they had scrapped the dunk contest for like a couple years. Remember?
Say that again.
Remember they scrapped the dunk contest for a couple of years. Remember?
I don't think they didn't scrap it. You might think they scrapped it. No, the dunk contest is not. They have not missed a year of the dunk contest.
Look it up. Because I know you know how to do that computer shit. Look it up fast. Look it up. Have the NBA ever missed a dunk contest?
But go ahead, keep going. I don't think so.
So that garbage last night, they should have just not even. They could have found another event, festivity, anything other than that garbage. They was doing the weakest dunks, and then oh boy, Keyshawn Johnson. But yo, I'm convinced that these kids are all on medication and drugs and everything, because I don't understand where the excitement, the dance. All he wanted to do was just dance. And if that's what the sport has gotten into, with this showmanship or trying to do a brand or a dance or anything, it's always this social media bullcrap that's spilling into actual real life, and it's drying everything up. That was garbage. 3-point contest was actually cool because they actually had some decent shooters in there.
I don't think it was cool. They let a motherfucker that didn't play a single goddamn game, not just in it, but they let that motherfucker win the shit. And I'm looking at it, bro. It was a dunk contest winner every single year. Going back to, of course, there wasn't a dunk contest in in 99. Now I think you're right. They
Yeah.
did scrap it. Hold up, they did scrap it in 98. I know in 99 it was a lockout year, so there was no All-Star weekend that year.
Right.
Okay, so there
So
was
that's
no
why I
All-Star
said it was two. It was two
but that was the
back-to-back.
only year that they didn't have a dunk contest since the merger, or since 1984, really. Because remember,
Right.
the dunk contest was like an ABA thing originally.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like all these things I remember because I'm like, well, I'm telling.
But that
my
was it.
age right
It was
now.
just 1 year they didn't have it in 1998.
Yeah. So no dunk contest.
But there was an All-Star weekend in 98. And I
Yeah,
remember it was,
All-Star weekend. Yeah, All-Star weekend's been consistent. I'm saying the dunk contest was gone.
it was
That's
only
what I'm
one
saying.
year though they didn't have it.
Yeah, they could have did it this year because that was bullcrap. We could have filled that with something. There's other stuff out there other than that garbage that we seen last night, and that's why the ratings of the NBA is going down, down worse and worse and worse. That stuff is a turnoff. So now we gotta look forward to the game today, and we already know the game is going to be bull jive. It's either they're going to either not play
Again,
defense.
it's actually supposed to be like 4 games. I think 3 or
Yeah.
4 games.
Three
It's
of
like it's a tournament. It's a tournament, and I mean, I don't like the way Kevin Durant tried to do some divisive shit when they asked him. And look, I understand they want to kind of put this on LeBron James. You could put it on him for like the last few years. Now, when they're like, oh, he skipped media day. I think Steph Curry skipped media day. Fuck that. I can remember back in the 90s when Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan did the same shit. All-Star weekend. They skipped all that shit. All that media shit. You know what I'm saying? Just and went and play golf. And veterans been known to do that. They show up for the game. They show up on Sunday, but they don't be giving a fuck about all that Saturday shit. And I get it. You know, they kind of earned the right to do that. But that's when the All-Star game itself used to be the crown jewel. You know, they knew that they would come there and, you know, try to compete and do all of that stuff. So I don't really care about that. I just don't think there's any one person to blame for it. Not only do I blame the league, you know, I gotta put it on the players because, you know, Larry Brown said this shit best, bro. He can't coach effort. And he said this when he was coaching that Olympic team back in 2004. And remember, I think that's the only American team since NBA players been able to play that didn't win a fucking gold medal. That won the bronze. Okay? He was like, I can't coach effort.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I can coach X's and O's and shit like that, but I can't coach effort. like I can't make you guys play harder.
Yeah. And then speaking about the you know, the so-called, like it seemed like every time something happens, it's like
And I just think, yeah, my bad, Truth. I just think that's a microcosm for the space. And shout out to Mella. You brought something up. The WNBA All-Star game was more competitive than than NBA All-Star games as of late. The women came out there and played harder than dudes.
Yep, that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Yeah,
These chicks play below the motherfucking rim.
Yep,
and that's a shame from the best players in the world. Like, you're the best players in the world of any gender, period. In the world. Because the game is truly global. The 24 or 25 best players on the planet can't put on a better show than 24 women. Ain't that some shit?
And then the recreation of the you know, it seemed like every time something happened and they want to keep saying, and it's dealing with Detroit, they want to try to make it a recreation of the Malice in the Palace. That was not the Malice in the Palace. That wasn't what's the name? That was a whole bunch of dumb idiots out there doing dumb stuff. Like every time Detroit get into a situation, then they keep trying to recreate the bad boys. They keep trying to recreate this media storm of what happened with Indiana and Detroit. It's like, yo, like, bro, that happened. That's never going to happen because the type of players that's in the league now is not those people. I don't care what they go out here and try to do.
Well, I'll also tell you why that's never going to happen again. Now, if y'all don't know what truth is, he's going to the Malice of the Palace back in 2004. And I remember watching that shit in real time when it happened because the game was aired on ESPN.
Yep.
That was the craziest shit. Like, so I remember watching that shit in real time when it happened. Okay. There's already like rules. They put rules in place. The arenas don't serve alcohol. Like, after 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, you can't purchase any more alcohol. Because if you remember, that was the catalyst for that shit going down. The game was pretty much over. It was only like a minute left in the game, minute and a half left in the game. Indiana was going to win that damn game. It was done. The game was pretty much over. And Ron Artest went late on the scores table and somebody threw a beer from the stands, from the crowd, and that shit hit him. And that motherfucker ran in the crowd and started fighting with the damn crowd. That was the Malice in the Palace. Players been fighting on basketball courts since the beginning of fucking time. That's not new. The Malice in the Palace had to do with fans. Like, they went into the stands. That's some shit, and I'm with you. That shit will never happen again because them dudes got fined. You know what I'm saying? To this day, like the longest suspension that you've ever seen or heard of. David Stern didn't play. Y'all remember that commissioner, he didn't play. People forget who runs the NBA. That's the difference between the NBA and the NFL. The NBA is run by lawyers. Like all of them executives, commissioners and shit, David Stern is a lawyer. And he always said, like the NBA was a client that he inherited. He was a lawyer in a law firm. And the NBA was just a client that he inherited. That's why even the championship trophy, that's named after Larry O'Brien, who was also a lawyer in that firm. That's it. That shit is governed by lawyers. So David Stern understand the law. He was like, fuck it, I'm going to just fine you motherfuckers. I'm going to just fine you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck if the shit's legal, lawful, or just or whatever. You just hire your lawyers and we'll take it to court. That's why you'll never see little stupid shit like you saw with the NFL, with like the guys not wanting to stand for the national anthem and all of that other shit. Nah, that shit's in their contracts that they have to do it in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
That's in their everything's embedded in their contracts. That's why you wonder why you didn't have that issue with motherfuckers taking a knee and all that other shit. When Colin Kaepernick did not, because it's in their contracts that they each got to stand at the free throw line. You know, when the national anthem is being sang. You know, being sung, and that's it. They signed it. So David Stern's like, cool, you take a knee if you want to, but in his words, his exact words back in the day was just, hey, I'll whack you. You do whatever fuck you want. I'll just whack you. You know, in other words, I'm gonna just fine you. I don't give a fuck. Just like when Nike wanted Michael to wear Jordans, it's like, hey, that shit's against league policy, but you can wear them. You give a fuck. We gonna whack you. We gonna whack you. And Nike was like, fuck it, I'll pay the fine. Oh shit, I'll pay the fine. You know, but if you remember, and I'll let you get back into it in a moment, because that Malice in the Palace, Jermaine O'Neal, a fan had run on the court, right? A fan had run on the court, and Jermaine O'Neal snuffed that motherfucker, bro. Knocked him the fuck out, bro. A fan. And they tried to suspend Jermaine O'Neal for the whole season for that shit. David Stern did. And Jermaine O'Neal's lawyer was like, nah, man, that fan wasn't supposed to be on the court. He was just defending himself, whatever. And Jermaine O'Neal was back for the All-Star game. Got suit up in the All-Star game and all. Got a bunch of that suspension lifted. Yeah. So that's the way David Stern was. He was like, fuck it, man. I'll fine you. I'll suspend you first. Ask questions later. You don't like it? Hey, call your lawyers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Call your lawyers.
Straight up.
For real. That's the way he moved, bro. And he done lost in court. He don't care. He didn't care. God rest his soul, but he didn't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah.
But
for
the
those of y'all
NFL
that
is going to
wasn't,
continue to have like them problems with conduct and shit like that because they're not run by lawyers; they run by the owners.
yeah, those of y'all that wasn't old enough to to remember the Malice in the Palace, it's on Netflix for y'all. Y'all can check it out to find the whole
Shout out to
story.
Big Brenda, and you can feel free to come up too if you want to, Big Brenda. I know this is a lovely weekend for you. You know what I'm saying? She probably got all types of Valentine's Day shouts and shit like that. We were talking about your creativity and using that as an example of what other people in a lot of these spaces are lacking. And we ain't gonna talk about the high heels challenge, which was another clinic in creativity. But this right here, this was awesome right here. Like this was awesome right here. You know, right here. So we didn't really talk too much about it, but great job with this. And a lot of these motherfuckers need to get their shit out. I got somebody backstage. I'm gonna bring him up in a second, but I ain't in the mood for no trolling today. What up, Vigoda?
Okay. Good evening, my friend.
What's up, bro?
Not much. I just finished shaving.
You got anything to say on the topic today?
What is the topic?
All right, man. Here, you can listen from the clouds, and feel free to come back up later, bro, when you know. Shout out to Big Brenda.
Hey, Ian.
Shout out to Big Brenda.
Can you
Big
hear
Brenda
me?
in the building. You know what I'm saying? The star of our show. Yeah, Adrian, you know I don't play that shit. People just see links and just click them motherfuckers. I ain't in the mood. But yeah, this was great right here, what you did. It was a clinic in creativity. And if you want to tell us what made you come up with these ideas, you know, either the high heels challenge or the Valentine's Day shout outs, which I think was a great idea, you know. Oh, we just lost her. She'll be back up. But yeah, I mean, even if you want to talk about that, truth, because I don't know if you saw it. This is something I'm gonna do a little bit more to, you know, when they do it again, to try to promote it amongst the other, you know, the other sectors. Because I move around a lot, and I think that's something that kind of that's another event that just transcends sectors. You know, it just transcends sectors. You know, it's something that comes and goes. Just being able to give Valentine's Day shout outs, anonymous, you know, to people, whether it be creators or people in the chat or whatever. It's just cool, and it's something that comes and it goes, and it's harmless, and it's something that's funny. It's an excuse to get everybody together, you know. Have a couple drinks. Go ahead, Brenda, and then I'll let Truth comment.
I'm sorry, Ian. I literally just walked in. I didn't even know you were talking about Friday's event. But yeah, thank you for shedding some light on it. Myself and Tony came up with this creative idea to bring a little love and like fun into the spaces, because everything is either people who aren't fit to be in relationships talking about relationships, or people arguing and dragging each other, but it's very little good fun, and that's what me and Tony were trying to bring to the space, and hopefully we can make it an annual thing. So we had a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun.
And you said an annual thing. I'm like, man, you might even want a little spin on that or a twist on it, and
you're right.
Maybe do it more often, man, because these people be frustrated. And even if you know, it's one of those times where it's like, and I'm gonna go to Truth in a second, or you can even you know, say something on this. It's like when you got to kind of get your shit out, and you write a letter, and then you burn the letter. You know, like I don't know, maybe I'm old, so I remember that was like a I don't know if you want to call it a coping mechanism that we was taught when I was younger. You know, just write if you're pissed off about something, just write a letter to whoever you pissed off at, or even if you just pissed off to yourself, just write that shit to whoever and then burn it.
Hey, cynical one. Salute to the chat. Yeah.
Nowadays, it's like you write a text message and then you delete the motherfucker. Or if you're really that mad, fuck it, hit send. But still, you know. So I consider it like that. But that was cool. And even if you just choose to do it annually, whatever, that's perfect. I mean, it's just a perfect. I think it's just a clinic in creativity, and that's yours. That doesn't mean y'all knock off the fucking idea and try to do it yourselves, because chances are you'll just fuck it up. The copy is never better than the original, so don't even fucking try. But a new idea is nice.
Right.
Anybody
And I didn't know that we didn't know that we were going to get quite so many responses in such a short time. Like literally within the first couple days, I had like 20 responses, and then the second week, about another 30 people responded. But
Mhm.
people really enjoyed it, and it was a good time, especially with the music and the ambiance, the background. Shout out to NT, y'all. If y'all saw the backgrounds and you saw the overlays and everything like that, he was responsible for that. Yeah, look at that. It was amazing. Overall, we had a good time, y'all. We had a good time.
No, it was perfect. All right. Now, I mean, I don't know if they want to just ask you some questions about that. Like, I mean, if you want to tell them like how much time people had to give the to put their shout outs in, how they were sure that they were going to be anonymous, because you didn't even know who sent things,
I did
right?
not. For those of you who don't know, like I work in corporate America and I've been doing like logistical work. Like, so sometimes if we have like a day where something happened, we had a big meeting or committee and we want information back from the employees, but we don't want them to feel kind of uh sheltered about what they can say. I send a survey out to them, which is anonymous, and any of the information that comes back to me, and then I tabulate. Nobody knows who does it. So I sent the same survey out to those people, but I just themed it for Valentine's Day. I had no idea because some of y'all put some very not so nice stuff in there. So don't think that it was all love and hearts and fun. Just my five took up the she did her due diligence and she read those last night on Twitch, but we were not going to read those. So we gave them approximately 2 weeks, and they could submit their love notes to whoever their ideas about their crushes.
Great job with that.
Yeah.
Y'all got any questions y'all want to ask her, or even just comments or whatever, based on it?
Yeah, I got. So, how did you? So, what exactly was the whole entire? Because I saw bits and pieces of what you shared, but what was the whole entire concept, and where did you come up with the idea from?
So Tony Montana was the one who actually came up with the concept. And I put the logistical work together, which is the survey and getting everything set up in terms of just logistically, like making it happen. We got a DJ because I mean, what's love notes without a little music, without a vibe behind it? And
Yes.
we thought that we wanted to do something for Valentine's Day. We were kind of throwing it around in our minds. There's a lot of lonely people out here trying to get the angry people to come in and have some fun for a day. So that's the concept that Tony came up with. And I said, all right, we need a survey. We need it to be anonymous. We need a background. And so Auntie jumped in on that and the overlay, which is amazing. Shout out to Auntie. And we got a DJ and we started sharing it out. And within moments, we knew that it was a good idea. People were loving it. Okay.
Okay.
And that's
So,
something else that I noticed for all of her events. She has a DJ, and it's always Buddy Lee, the one and only Buddy Lee.
yeah,
Well,
that's
I've
what's
had
up.
him. I've had him before for a pre-purge pop-off. I like to have him a little bit more often. He does not work for free,
Yes,
but
Bridget.
that's also another cool twist, or what I'm saying, just addition to those events too. The live DJ. Go ahead.
It created it
Right.
created a really good vibe.
Okay. So, hey, put your IG in the back chat because
What?
I think because I had something similar, but it's not what you did. But I since you know the logistics of that, because I've been asking a lot of people to help me out with this. I would see whether you guys can help me out with something that's coming up for men.
I love
And
that. Good. Let's bring more
Yeah.
love to these
Okay. So
because the
yeah, put your
idea was to make people smile, you know.
put your IG in the back, and then I'm run my ideas through you and see if you can help me out with that.
Yeah. What's up, Smitty? You on mute? Yeah, we cannot hear you, bro.
You eating on something. Is it good?
Yeah, you got microphone issues, dog. Unless y'all hold on. Don't
We
jump.
can't hear him.
He was all the
We
way
can't hear
down.
him.
Somebody had muzzled him. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
You was all the way down. I don't know, bro. I don't know whose panel you was on before, but then fuck with your StreamYard settings. I fixed it though.
Okay. So I just wanted to make a comment to what the sister was talking. She was saying something. I just want to make sure that if I heard it right, she was saying something about, and don't get it twisted, the comments and everything wasn't all love and good, right? Did I hear that right?
You heard that correctly. Yes.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. So one thing that I definitely know about the internet space is that the very new that we believe in any form
You
of fashion.
breaking up a little bit, bro.
Yeah.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir.
yeah. It sounds like you might have your phone near some metal or something like that. I don't know.
No, I'm at the dining room table.
Yeah.
What's that?
But you gotta keep going, bro.
All right, my bad. So when it comes to the people, how they look, you definitely have to always remember that the internet, you're never gonna,
I can't hear him.
you can't hear me.
Yeah, you're going in and out just a
Yeah,
little
you're
bit.
going in and out. Like it's like once you get, it seems like once you get to you get to the meat
As
of
soon
it, it keep like
as soon as you say like a few words to get like you try to put sentences together, we
yeah.
can't hear. He just dropped down. He'll come back up.
And so, like, I don't think that we were crazy enough to believe, right, Ian and True, that I'm from a sector, right, the Mosley sector, and it's adjacent to beef because there were a lot of beef sector people. That there aren't going to be people who are going to trickle in with some foolery.
Right.
We just weed that out, right? But it was
Mhm.
amazing to see how many people really wanted to share positive things about other people. And during this time of the year, I think people need that. And I think that it was good for people's egos and
Yes.
for people's emotional balance. Like to hear somebody might think you're amazing or they recognize the work that you're doing or just that, you got it going on. Keep doing what you're doing. So it was more positive than negative. But we weren't crazy enough to believe that it wasn't going to be some foolishness. Definitely was. It was some real foolishness. But we
Well,
just
I
didn't.
appreciate
Mhm.
the fact that you guys did it, regardless of whatever the outcome of the results, because you did it because you guys wanted to spread some love. You guys wanted to
Yeah.
encourage people. That's what it's a.
Yeah.
That I think if we operate like how you guys did it, we'd be better off.
Mhm.
In all aspects of life. Stop doing it to try to get a return or something. Stop doing
Right.
things to try to get adoration for something. Actually do something because you actually love people. You actually love
Mhm.
and love to be loved and love to give it. So why not
Right.
give what you already naturally do?
Yeah, I agree. And it was a really good time. And it wasn't on the 14th, so if anybody wants to pop in and get a good vibe, the music was flowing, the graphics were great, and the people in the chat were cutting up real good. So if you're looking to do, they was cutting up really bad. And they were trying to guess, true, they were trying to guess like who wrote who. So it was kind of like, the mystery around like, I wonder who wrote that. So it was that kind of fun. And so if you're looking to do something like that for men, I say get to it. Like do it. Absolutely.
Yes.
Because I think it would
Yes.
be amazing to see more of these type of things circulating in the sectors.
No, don't
Yes.
give them permission to just do your shit and
Oh,
fuck it up.
okay.
If anything, they should participate in yours when you do it again, and
Okay.
then
Okay.
and also come up with their own shit.
Right. You're
So
right, Ian.
I think something like that transcends sectors. Anybody could have clicked that link and sent those shout outs. And you just mentioned like you
That's
could say
true.
who it's to, but you don't say who it's from.
And Stacy, my aunt wants to let you know that she had so much fun with you in that chat. She texted me after. Y'all was cutting up. Y'all was cutting up real bad.
I'm gonna check
Her-
it out. I'm
her
definitely trying to check it out right now.
Her aunt and Tannis, Stacy and Tannis, my aunt messaged me and was like, "Those fools." I was like, "Oh Lord."
I thought it was cool. It was fun loving, and I get it. All of the shout outs probably wasn't very innocent because people be using those as opportunities to kind of drag and roast people and shit like that.
Yeah.
But y'all didn't read any of that.
None of
So
it.
shout out to y'all for using your discretion when it came to that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't let the trolls take over. So that was cool. But everything else, I thought it was pretty cool. You had, well, I guess, yeah. Dudes were giving Valentine's Day shout outs to women. Women were giving Valentine's Day shout outs to dudes. Women were giving Valentine's Day shout outs
Wait,
to
Ed.
women. And
And so
dudes
you
were
got
giving
to check.
Valentine's Day shout outs to dudes.
Right.
Who was the
So
name of the show?
So it was like,
Pretty, it's in true. It's in the chat. Stacey dropping it. So listen, I want you guys to know this. There were women who were dipping their toe into the other pool. So they were throwing their shots at everybody. I
women
mean,
were
it was
giving
so crazy.
Valentine's Day shout outs to dudes that like dudes. Yeah, there was a lot of that stuff going on.
Thank you, show provider. I mean, they were going into the other pool and saying, if you ever change your mind and want to go back the other way, I'm here. It was a good time. People were ready to get IVF on Valentine's Day. Okay.
Yeah. I heard one shout out where a chick just said, she was like, what did she say? That she was just like,
I don't have a crush on you. I just want to have your baby.
There you go. I was, yeah, that was like, what? She said, she said she just wanted the baby gravy. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Right, Stacey. Buddy Lee was going off camera, completely off camera, out of the circle.
Man, what is the love? Hey,
Hey, Ella.
everybody. Hey.
Good morning.
Yeah, same to you. I'm finding appreciation more and more for Auntie's channel. He exposes me to things I had no idea was existing. It sounds like it was a great show. I'm looking forward to reviewing it in my spare time. I wanted to come up here before I drifted off into something else. Shout out to you, Auntie, and everybody on the panel, as well as the chat, as well as the Sky Watchers. You all stay tuned and stay up. Auntie, if you got any questions about what I can contribute to a topic, I'm happy to answer them. But for the most part, all this is new information. It really is. I don't know what to impart or give as an opinion or thought. I'm just amazed that I'm finding out that people are just straight up telling guys, I just want your baby. Right?
Wait, look at Bridget. Look at Bridget's comment. Yeah, look at Bridget's comment. Look at Bridget's comment.
Oh yeah, I want to rub my pooch on your beard. Like I heard that. Yeah.
She said drag. Yeah. Bridget, the actual word was she wanted to drag her peach across his beard.
And shout out to everybody that came through and supported, because a lot of y'all just saw it because I shared it on my tab.
Women are getting more emboldened.
Well, Mela, it was anonymous, right? So if no other time, this is an opportunity for women to be bold behind the scene, right? So you don't, because really doing that as a woman is kind of like, it's not, women don't really do that. But now that it's
Well,
anonymous,
quite honestly, I'm not going to deny that there are imaginings and ideations that women have entertained for themselves. Now, apparently, it's coming to the point. It's like, why should I keep these thoughts to myself? I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna
right.
say it, and it's really bold, to say the least. It's very
Hey,
bold.
Candy Cane.
Hey, Candy Cane. I heard her yesterday. She's fantastic as always. You know that there was a time. Okay, maybe I sound kind of hysterical right now. There was a time that you kept thoughts like that to yourself. It's not a foreign concept that a woman's gonna look at a man and think to herself, we can make some really beautiful looking babies together. Like,
My God.
I'm serious. That hey, we're not gonna pretend like El DeBarge ideations didn't exist, okay? It's like I wanna, I've heard men who are, let's just say, mixed race accuse women of just wanting them for their genetic appearance. It's like, she ain't love me, she just love my hair. That type of thing, right? Dark-skinned women getting with light-skinned men, dark-skinned men getting with light-skinned women. This is not a foreign concept. What is tripping me out?
Not at all. Yeah.
What's tripping me out is that people are blatantly announcing, this is the gig, are you with it? This is really interesting to me, because people are blatantly announcing that their intention is not to be in love with you. Their intention is to utilize what's aesthetically pleasing as DNA transference. Period. Like, if I could care less about you, bro. You got the looks that I want to impregnate myself with, because I want the baby, not you. That is a whole new horizon of bold talking. It is.
Yeah. It is agreed, and that's probably why they're doing it under anonymity, right? They want to be anonymous when you say bold things like that, because that could happen, and you could have a baby by a useful idiot, right? Right?
You got your finances together. Everything is set. All you want is the baby, and it is your mission to seek the most optimal specimen to make that happen. That's called strategy.
But it wasn't even just that. Look, she read a lot of shout outs because a lot of people did participate with those. I mean, I'm assuming this was a woman. Don't get me wrong, we heard some things from women to women too, and from dudes to dudes. But I think it was a woman to a dude that just said, hey, she was ready to walk 1,000 miles.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one, Ian. And there's one. They knew locations, and she said that she was 2 hours away.
Yeah.
2 hours away, honey.
Yeah, there's a song that has that type of sentiment in their lyrics. A lot of brothers are sleeping on the fact that some of these sisters are using these white girl lyric songs to make you fall in love with them.
What? No, what?
I'm serious. Like, they'll say, you like, take Taylor Swift, corny shit from back in the day, Romeo and Juliet. And so you got some hood chick, no prejudice. I'm just saying those are common designations. So I'm just painting a picture. You got this woman who is in a hood, quote unquote, environment, and you got a hood, quote unquote, black man. And so, he's spitting poetry to her, and she's loving it. And to compete with his effort, she's referring to corny ass white women's songs.
Where's this happening?
To amp it up. No, I mean, Say what?
Where's this happening? Like, where are you
I
seeing
know a
this?
specific relationship where a
Oh.
guy was pursuing a woman in a particular metropolitan area, right? And the deal is, what stood out to me was that he said, yeah, you know, she said I could be Romeo and she could be Juliet, and, you know, start quoting, you know, some lines that sounded familiar. And I was like, nigga, that's Taylor Swift. She using Taylor Swift lyrics to keep your attention. I thought y'all was hood. What's up?
What?
It was hilarious. You had to be there. It was hilarious because we called him out on it. It's like you falling in love with this stripper, you know, claiming she's got a sensitive side to her, and she's actually just swooning you with lyrics from Carly Simon and Dolly Parton and Taylor Swift. Like, brother, how
It has to be a pretty shallow guy if he's being.
Oh yeah,
wooed.
he's a sociopath.
Like,
He's
like
a veteran
how is-
brother. He's a veteran brother.
Oh.
He's a sociopath. Yeah.
My God.
I'm not one to say that veterans are sociopaths, but this particular individual guy, he has tunnel vision. I'll give him credit. He has tunnel vision. I'm not a clinician to diagnose anybody, so I'll just say it appears he has tunnel vision. And she was just saying some soft, sensitive things that he had always longed for. You know, it's like, bro, she's a stripper, man. She gonna get your wallet. That's what she doing. She gonna get your wallet.
I think it's lust. He was
He
fell
was
into lust.
lusting after her, and he
Yeah.
started, you know, sending her poetry text messages and to accommodate his interest. You know, she just like, okay, what's some corny ass shit I could send back to him, and she was trying to get that. She was trying to get paper, and he didn't see it for that. He wanted to believe that she was this one and only special stripper that's with a golden heart.
Hey, strippers get
He
married
wanted
too.
to believe it.
One second, Mel. I want to go to Smitty because he had dropped down earlier with some bad audio. Smitty, sound check, and you can ask your question or you make your statement. Got it?
My check on 2 times.
It seems better, but we'll see. Go.
Yeah. I need to find.
Yeah,
Can
we
you hear
thought
him?
in there.
I can't hear him.
Where's your microphone? Place it closer.
I think the microphone is the device. It's bad.
What's he pointing to?
We don't know what he's saying, what he's pointing to. Any of that.
He just had a meal with his hood on by himself, so you know he got something to say. That's all you.
All I can say, Candy, because that's what I said. I'm like, people gonna try to piece that shit together. Hey, just remember, it's always the quiet ones to be the freakiest.
Yep.
The quiet ones are the freakiest. To all you cloud watchers out there,
you would be
if you were
amazed.
clouds, you a freak.
I don't think anybody will be able to figure them shits out or get it right for the most part. A few of them you might be able to figure out, but
So as we getting bold today, if you in the clouds, you a freak. Hit the like.
My check.
You got it.
yeah. Smitty,
So
go ahead. Try to get it out. We'll see what's going on.
I don't really have anything to get out. It's just basically going what's going on. Right? Just go ahead and keep listening. Everybody else.
Oh damn, man. We gonna get you all the way together soon, man. Because we want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, we gonna do a fundraiser for
We
the
gonna get
Smitty.
you all the way together. Somebody instruct this man on his mic presentation. We gonna get you together because you look too damn good for us not to hear you. Okay.
See, hey, that would have been a Valentine's Day shout out from Mella to Smitty, but
No,
y'all
I
missed it.
mean, I
Just had to be
acknowledge.
there.
I acknowledge. I acknowledge that he's eye catching. That's what I'm saying. He's eye catching,
All
and
right.
you know, I'm
Before
not
you
gonna
go,
deny that.
get into it, Mella, I'm cutting you off for a reason because we got Love Wisdom on the panel too, so we're gonna let her just get it out. What up, Love? Shout out to Love Wisdom.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
We doing good. We doing good.
Happy Sunday. So,
Happy.
Miss Brenda, I wish I was on that live stream because as soon as Aunt said it, Valentine's Day, and it was the freaky stuff came on, my antennas perked up because I could have said an erotic poem on the interlude. So
you absolutely could have. We will keep you in mind for the next time, honey. Make sure you sub.
I'm
Yes,
gonna subscribe to your channel.
please do.
I like things like this.
Oh, that would be
So
amazing. Now you got
shout out to you. Shout out to Aunt for putting it out there. Appreciate it.
Yes.
For creativity, I don't think the space lacks creativity. I think the space is lazy because we have gamers, we have poets, we have authors, we have great orators in the space. And the problem is they don't want to fan out. They're comfortable with how things are. So they rely on old reliable. So the relationship hustle, the gender hustle, talking about stuff 10, 15 years ago that's irrelevant. And when someone comes in the space that pushes the envelope that's more charismatic, now it's a problem. People don't want to fan out. It's like, oh, if I say this, if I do it this way, I'm not going to get the likes, I'm not going to get the views. But the key to content creation is taking a risk. It may work, it may not work, but it will work if you just keep honing on to it. You know what I mean? Instead of going on old reliable, like there's a lot of intelligent, creative people in this space, and I've been in this space for a long time. There's some great people in this space, but they're just so damn comfortable with the way things are. And I think that's also rooted in parasocial relationships, which I think is crazy because you're expecting loyalty from people you don't even know. And it takes the fun out of content creation. Content creation is supposed to be fun, not you demanding loyalty from people you don't know. Let the space be what it is: fun, interacting. As David Johnson would say, edutainment. We learn something while being entertained. It's nothing wrong with that. But when you start talking about stuff like, oh, what you bring to the table, it's like, come on, man. If you don't get it by now, you just never gonna get it at this point. Like, you just not. You just not. And it's like stuff that's been going on for 8-9 years. Nobody gives a damn about that on the grand scheme of things.
They really
We're in 2026.
I know.
Like, let's be creative with the content and bring the fun back.
Yeah, they are lazy. And
that's just my 2 cents. Go ahead, Miss Mella.
Hey, Love Wisdom. Shout out to you. I'm reminded of
Mella. Can you hear her?
I'm reminded of evolution in its natural state. If it wasn't, the fact that people are too lazy to evolve is a valid point. And to illustrate the equivalent, we wouldn't have color television. Remember when it was black and white television? You know, remember when it was albums? You know, like things evolved, and people who are too lazy to evolve, you know, there's a fear to, you know, peek behind the curtain about it. It's like, why are you too scared to be creative? You know, why are you too scared to take a risk? Why are you too scared to give your audience what they deserve, which is the best of you? You asking for money, goddammit. You asking for money, but you want the audience to soak up that same old sourpuss bullshit. Like, anyway, that's what I gotta say about it.
I would love to respond to that. I mean, yeah, clearly. I would love to. What it is that people are definitely having a phobia of what the crowd thinks. The thing is that the reason why nobody wants to stand out because they see not and ridicule it if when they try to stand.
Man, we gotta get your microphone together, man.
Yeah, bro. 'Cause I know you're cooking, but I can barely get it. We can barely hear you.
Try to step up and let somebody else talk. You know,
That's like, well, no. Once you start putting sentences together, it sounds like your mic is clipping.
But it is, you know, but it is. I guarantee it should be.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Why it's clipping like that?
It sounds like
1 2. I check 1 2.
I was, yeah. It's in and out.
No, like when you say that, like we can hear you, but as soon as you start to put like the whole sentence together, it starts clipping. But hold on, let me go to Stay Sleep, and then I'm gonna rotate it around. Let Truth get back in, and maybe Big Brenda want to respond. Hold up, shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep in the building, the one and only. What's up, Sheep?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
DS1
The
in the
man
building.
with the magical voice. Happy Sunday to you.
Happy Sunday, everyone. Happy
Sheep
Valentine's Day, ladies. Happy Valentine's Day.
Love Wisdom that came up here to cook. She cooks heavy.
Yeah. As far as the title is concerned, I think that once the space became about doing it for the
I can't hear anything.
Somebody thing popping.
I got it. I had to mute Smitty. Go ahead, Sheep.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
No, I was saying that I think once the brothers decided that this was gonna be their career hustle or their career path, I think that's where the creativity left. Because at the end of the day, once you begin to depend on something as if it's a job, then you expect to get a certain return on your investment. And when you're dealing with something like creating a platform, or you in the media space, in the media world, this is, you can treat it as a hustle, but not in the form of being what people like to say, being a leader. You know, you can't mix being a leader and a content creator. You can't be both, because, and the reason why I say this is because it takes a level of integrity to be a leader that it doesn't take to be a content creator. This is why when you start talking about morals, when you start talking about integrity, when you start speaking about certain things that actually goes with leadership, these guys start saying, well, you being a moral police, it ain't about that, it ain't that deep, because you cannot mix being a content creator and being a leader at the same time. A content creator is a profession. A leader is an archetype. It's two different things. And I think a lot of these guys, once they start mixing it up and start thinking that they can be these upwardly mobile men on the internet and on the internet only, that's when it became what it is today, where it's just a shit show. Because to be upwardly mobile on the internet is to have views, is to have likes, is to have 500,000 subscribers, is to have those things. That is what it is to be upwardly mobile in the internet world. But in real life, it's totally different. And I think that a lot of the men that are here now, a lot of them aren't looking to do anything in real life outside of just have this conversation. At this point, all of this shit is just a conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just a conversation for people to have to pass time and to hurl shit at each other.
It's
That's all.
always been that way, Chief. Unfortunately, It insults our intelligence, to be honest. However, there's something disturbing about our culture that craves this dysfunction. And this is why we give it views.
Hmm. I agree.
So what's to happen with that? Are we supposed to discuss seriously collective unity and the mechanisms that afford that to happen? Or are we going to get back to the F stuff that makes us laugh because of the shockingness, how shocking and hilarious somebody's outburst is? Yeah, that captivates us. It does, because our community has yet to unify. Do we intend to unify? No, we don't, because otherwise we would be discussing something significant as opposed to the shenanigans. So I agree with you. I just have yet to hear what you would suggest is
Well,
a solution.
I would suggest, for one, for men to, if you serious about what you're saying, and this is to any man that says that he has something to add or to help as far as being a leader, it's time to get off the internet, fellas. I'm gonna be real.
And there it is. That's fact.
And I'm not just saying this to shit on nobody or to rain on nobody parade. Get your money, do whatever you got to do if you're gonna be on the internet. But I'm saying this because that's what I found out I had to do. In order to really make an impact on young men, fatherless young men, you got to be around them. They ain't on the internet. They out here in these facilities. Right. They out here in these jails. They out here in these group homes. They out here in the streets. So if you really about what you saying you about, it's time to get off the internet, bro. We've been on the internet 10, 15 years talking. It's time to get to work now. It's time to put boots on the ground. It's time to start using our platforms, right, as platforms, because that's why they call platforms. We should be using our platforms to stand on something, right? And that's not being on the internet. See that type of shit? That's the type of nigga that's not gonna get off the internet because he feels comfortable talking the shit that he say on the internet. Because in real life, he not gonna say that to no young men. You see what I'm saying? So that's the solution. It's time for brothers to get off the internet. Y'all done did enough with y'all platforms, and this is just my opinion. And it's time to leverage your audience, the men that watch you. Mm-hmm. It's time to leverage that against something that you're doing in real life, and do something and put boots on the ground. This is one thing I respect about the Black Manosphere Conclave. Their boots on the ground. That's what I respect about them. Now the intricacies of it, that's null and void, because that's left up to opinion and speculation. But as far as what them brothers is doing, as far as teaching young men, helping brothers get into industries, helping brothers get jobs and take them to the next level in their life, that's real man shit. That's leadership shit. That is what brothers need to be doing. Real shit.
Yeah.
Let me jump in for a second, because I want to pass it to Brenda, Truth, and back to Love Wisdom in a second. I even had that conversation. That's why I'm not really going to address that comment, because people said, oh, well, if you know so much about the algorithm, or why aren't you doing it? It's like, look, you see the idiots that go viral. These people can light themselves on fire, take shits on live streams, do dumb shit on a camera and get clicks and views and subs, or just copy what the fuck. Look, if I really wanted to get numbers, I could just put y'all motherfuckers, somebody's name in the fucking title or some shit. Or you can see just a bunch of blue in my fucking description. I just tag a bunch of motherfuckers that got a bunch of subs, and boom, it'll be a bunch of people over here. Or I'll just stream on vertical every fucking day and talk about Trump. Whatever. Yep. No, I do what the fuck it is that I want to do. I do what I think it is that's best because I got a job. I make a living. I don't need to, like, I'm not chasing the algorithm because once you go in a certain direction, it's going to be tough to pivot. You know, trust me. Initial branding is a lot easier than rebranding is. You know, so I mean that's what somebody said to me, you know, the other day, and I thought it was just pretty insulting. A lot of people assume that they all have the same goals, and that's why I do want to give a shout out, you know, to Big Brenda, you know, because the ideas that I've seen her come up with, she could really branch them shits out. And those shits could really go like really, really far. Those shits do a lot more than just transcend sectors, whether that's a high heels challenge, Valentine's Day shout outs. That shit doesn't need to be limited to one sector. You're talking about high heel, that shit can get all types of sponsorship. That's something that she does for the people in specific spaces because she feels like it's something that's good that they need it, you know, that they need it and they can appreciate it. And it's something that brings everybody together. You know, a lot of these motherfuckers who your favorite YouTuber, they left y'all motherfuckers.
Sure did.
They said it, yo, hey, I'm going corporate. I'm going mainstream. Fuck you. Fuck this space. They don't even care. But this space still kissing their ass. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? I'm just saying though. Damn, and then we lost Big Brenda. You want to jump in, love?
Mic check 1 2. Can y'all hear me clear or is it?
We can hear you for now.
Shout out to you, bruh.
Every time somebody drops, I lose sound.
Every time somebody drops you in the StreamYard, be on some weird shit.
But I'm getting ready to.
You absolutely
getting
right,
ready.
Auntie. How many times we done had these type of conversations over the years?
Hold on. Let me check if Brenda just lost sound again. Did you just lose sound again, Brenda? I think she
Brenda,
did.
can you hear me?
I hear you too.
Okay,
but you can't hear Auntie.
I don't hear Aunt. Can you hear Aunt?
You don't hear me?
Yes, I can hear Aunt.
Oh God. Okay, let me drop again and come back.
That's
Lord
weird.
mercy.
Right, how it does it? That some people can hear others and others can't.
Yeah.
Yo, that's because of all the wires are all connected. All these companies is buying each other out and they crossing the hell out these lines, bro.
That's some weird shit.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
And it mainly happened with iPhone users.
It is. Don't talk about us. And can you hear me
That's
say
why I
something?
stick with Android.
And can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I say what I need to say and then I'm gonna drop and let you guys have it because I'm heading
Yeah, go ahead,
outside.
sweet. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I want to say, because Ant's been with me since the second high heel challenge, right? You probably were there for the first, but him and Five has started working closely with me with the second high heel challenge. And what I want to tell people is, if you build it, they will come. Because it's about building community, not just followers. You'll have followers. I mean, I can have 3,000 followers and 30 people show up to my live. It's about building your community. And so high heels is something that I'm passionate about. I love. It's been in me since I've been a teenager, and so that's why it was so easy for me to build a community around that. Where this year it was the first year I actually got sponsorships. And people wanted me to do, based on the high heel challenge, want me to do commercials for their body butters and shea butters and things like that. But I had to stick with it. It wasn't the first year, it wasn't the second year, the third year. I gave away $1,300 this year to 3 very amazing, beautiful ladies who decided to show up. And us just recently doing the Valentine's Day shout outs, you'll build it. If you build it, the people will eventually come. But, I think what happens to people is that we get discouraged because we're in sectors where people are used to toxicity. And what Love said, or Love Wisdom said when she came earlier, she summed it up. You don't want to be the black sheep, the oddball standing out, but you have to be. You have to be able to promote a change. We always ask for change, and then the change shows up, and then you can't get discouraged. You just have to keep plowing away at it because the people will come. The people will absolutely come. But
Yeah.
that's all. Yeah.
Real. And that's a point that I was trying to make. I'm like, look, if people, I know a lot of folks are scared. I know what Love listened. She said a lot. She said like, hey, not only are people kind of scared to lose who's been viewing and stuff like that,
Correct.
people are also a little lazy too. But I'm like, look, if being creative and trying new things, you know what I'm saying, cost you viewers, that wasn't real support.
Absolutely, and those really weren't your people.
Yeah, that wasn't real support at all.
Yeah, and you told me this before, and you have to be willing to lose people to go in a different direction. And
Yep.
so don't get nervous when you start seeing people fall off because what I found through doing these high heel competitions, I've gained more loyal, committed people than I ever had when I was doing when I was out here, with the craziness. The go along, get alongs, and doing what everybody else is doing. Then when you want to stray away and start doing something, there's going to be a fallout, and you just have to be able to wade through that.
Is Sheep still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Hey, what's up, Brody? It's
Salute.
if you don't know this truth.
Yeah, I know you are, bro. Salute to you.
Oh, how you
But
feeling,
and
bro? No,
I
I was
appreciate
Hold on, I'm gonna let
you,
Brenda.
but I'm gonna drop.
What you say, Brenda?
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing light to this subject and for putting a little shine on the shout outs on Friday. All of you are amazing, and I'm gonna drop down and let y'all get back to it. Alrighty.
Shout
okay,
out
Miss
to
Brenda.
Big Brenda.
All
Appreciate you,
right,
Brenda.
y'all. Have a
Happy
good one, everybody.
You too.
Clinic and creativity. All right, y'all got it.
Shout out to Big Brenda.
Yeah, Sheep. Yeah, Sheep's. I think I'm in total agreement with you about what you had expressed. I done said it. I don't know ad nauseum over the years. What I think is though, I think it's for specific people like yourself, myself. I think that we have to understand and operate in compartmentalization, even with ourselves. So there are certain people out here that are going to be able to be effective in person, and because they have interpersonal skills, they can actually, galvanize and influence people in person. And then there are going to people that have, the creativity online, the ones that can, affect change online, that can galvanize people in large masses. See, my avenue is in person. I don't have, the real gift like online to be able to galvanize, entertain, those type of things. All those have, specific places. Everybody can't do the same thing. Everybody does affect change in their own way. If they find value in, trying to help and be serviceable to people. And that's another thing. It has to be in you to be a servant. It has to be in you to be a giver. We can't just make everybody be a giver and a servant when by nature they are selfish. You feel me, bro?
Totally agree. And that's why, I said that I think a lot of times brothers don't pay attention to the language they're using. If we creating platforms, that means you build something on top of a platform. A platform is a foundation. So for the brothers who are creative in that way, which we are too, because we built platforms as well, and has built a platform as well. It doesn't have to be as large as others, but we've done that. So now, because that was my plan for coming to YouTube in the beginning. Originally,
Mine's too, bro. Continue.
Originally, my original content, I came to YouTube as a crew. That's why I'm DS1 Ross, because there's other members of DS1. My first channel was called DS Alliance, DS1 Alliance. It was me and a few other brothers. Now, you know how the content shit go. Egos get into it, personalities clash, we break up. I kept going. And I kept going because it was my idea originally. So I'm going to see it through because that's just who I am as a person, right? So originally the idea was for us to create a platform, to build a platform, to then to be able to leverage other guys' business that we know that's doing things in the world, because a platform is your television station. So if my homeboy sell car soap to use to wash your car, why wouldn't his commercial be on my channel? This is now our TV station to promote everything that we got going on and people that we know. That was the reason for me even coming to YouTube in the beginning. I never came here to be a YouTube celebrity.
Yeah.
Never.
I absolutely agree with you. It was my idea that that's what this software would be best utilized for. I don't mean to sound corny, but it's kind of like the Tonight Show. You know, you're the host and you feature interests that uplift our people, but it didn't turn out to be like that. What it turned out to be was, Rumble Sundays and, let's check in on this person and see what they look like. And, there's all types of soap opera stuff. So as opposed to actually going into it with the thought that, oh, this is the perfect app for Black people to promote other Black people in a greater way. It wasn't like that. It eventually became just snatching the soul out of people. And eventually you just understand the environment for what it is, and you can choose to participate or walk away. I like what you said, Chief, about if you're serious about uplifting the community, participating on Black YouTube is not the lick, because all they care about is a cash grab. That's all they care about. They want to do whatever is salacious to get the viewership. And these are people that I have an affinity for. I'm not judging their intentions. I'm just emphasizing that I agree with you that the app itself, the YouTube app itself, could actually amplify awareness and disbursement to build greater communities, but that's not what a lot of them are looking for. They just want to get money,
Hold on. One second, Mel. I want to go to Love Wisdom because she came off mute and I know she got a lot to add. Go ahead, Love.
Appreciate it. So it's two parts. I do agree with Miss Mella, True, and She. The first part is leadership. Everybody can't be a leader.
Yeah, that was my
Some
point.
people are great followers. There's nothing wrong with being a follower if you're under the correct leadership. And some people are just extras. They don't mean any good or any bad. They're just there. And I think that a leader needs to differentiate the position that they're in. What tends to happen is just because someone is charismatic, they know what they're talking about, they know what they're saying. And that's how you get people off the right path, so to speak. Because this person sounds good, this person makes sense, this person is entertaining.
What's that noise?
And
She's got a little burp, every 2 seconds or so, but it's just her.
I'm driving. Maybe that's what you're hearing. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm
Love.
driving, so you probably hear.
Yeah.
So we got to be careful. And two, in the space, to Miss Mella's point, there's some people who just here to make money, and that's okay. I think too, we gotta understand that some people are just here to make money and have fun. You gotta let them make their money and have fun. There needs to be a balance between the effery and good conversation. At some point, going back to the past, there was a balance between the effery and good content. What happens is there's an inbound because the effery, let's be honest, the effery is good to some degree. It's escapism. We like to hear a little effery. We like to hear a little tea from time to time, but it just got oversaturated with it. To where just about every content creator you go on, even if it's on your recommended, it's some effery. And it's just like, I can clean my algorithm 10 times. Recommended, there's some effery. And I think the YouTube algorithm purposely does that. I don't think it's you clean it off, it goes away. I think they purposely put that in so you could be distracted with some effery instead of some real stuff. So you got to find your tribe and you got to stick with it.
Okay.
A good rule of thumb is to diversify your subscriber list. I like politics. I'm a gamer. I like anime. I like documentaries. So I'm subscribed to different people so that my algorithm doesn't have a lot of effery on it. Diversify. Get some ideas from other content creators. To Auntie's point, don't steal. Don't steal. But take some notes and say, you know what? Maybe I can pivot this way or maybe pivot that way. Let's bring some diversity back in the content creation. We can go to DS1 if we really want that real wisdom to make us think. We could go to NT and we want some politics. We want a little bit of effery here and there. You can go to people for certain things because certain people fit a certain purpose. But when we try to make people into one big old box and say, you got to do this, you got to do this, no, it don't work like that.
Love Wisdom, may I ask you a question at this moment?
Sure.
Okay. I was listening to DS1. We love him as sheep, right? And he was mentioning how he was connected with a bunch of brothers and egos got in the way. So I posed that to say this. I believe that egos get in the way of collaborating platforms that once were considered effery to be stronger. And I was wondering your thoughts about that because it seems like the formula always gets cut off because people who started off collaborating for a purpose, a bottom line, an end goal that is noble. I mean, it's noble. Like their goal is to establish influence where people are going to focus on building communities. But here comes the ego situation. And next thing you know, their collaborations collapse. I was wondering if you have any suggestions as to how people can focus on collaborations that matter as opposed to egos that apparently have broken up a lot of connections with people that would have otherwise, provided leadership and inspiration to others.
That's an excellent point, Miss Mellon.
Yeah, they absolutely collectively in their strength would influence others to, go out there and branch upon strengthening communities. But it's just that they didn't get along. How are brothers who are individual excellent leaders within themselves get along enough to not scratch and claw who's going to be the top chief? Does it have to be one man that's the leader, or can you all make this agreement that we're all the leader of this initiative?
We're all leaders. We're all leaders in our own right. I think the problem is Negroes will sink the entire ship because they can't be the captain. That's the big problem.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, how do we avert this?
Exactly.
This area.
This is why I love her.
How do we avert everybody wanting to be the captain of the ship?
I'll be more than happy to tell you. And then I guess DS1 can chime in, Love next, and then Truth. And if Smitty's mic is straight, then he can go. But no, I mean, people need to understand how a team works. Like, let's go back to All-Star Weekend, basketball or whatever. Look, your point guard's gonna do the the distributing. You're gonna do the ball handling and direct traffic out there. But there's gonna be somebody that does the scoring and somebody else that does the rebounding. That's what a team does, and you help the helper, and we communicate on defense. But a lot of people are like, well, you rebound and I score and you just distribute the ball, so we're not a good team because we don't do the same shit.
Right.
People don't understand what a team is. We don't get together because we're on the same shit. We get together because we all do different things and we can all help each other.
Okay.
I can maximize my strengths with you, and I can minimize my weaknesses with you. That's what a team is all about. But at the same time, we still have to work together. I think a lot of people don't understand. That's why collaborations don't work. People don't understand what a team is. A lot of people think a team is just I talk, you listen, and that's what allows you to be part of my team. I'm the king. Y'all are the subjects, or I'm the queen and you're the subjects. Y'all do what the fuck I say. That's this team. And that's why these teams aren't working. That's why these collaborations aren't working. That's my
why
opinion.
we gotta be that's why we gotta be honest with ourselves and with each other. And
that's it.
you gotta be honest.
There's a saying, teamwork makes the dream work. And everybody
One
on
second.
the team
I'm
has
gonna
a different
go to you after
function.
Love, and then I want Sheep to go, and then True. Go ahead, Love.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody has a different function in a team. You got the leader. It's almost like the mob. You got the boss, you got the underboss, you got the consigliere, you got the captain. Everybody has a different function. When you start to overlap or rise above what you're supposed to do, you cause a lot of conflict. To DX1's point, egos will get in the way when somebody feels as though, hey, I'm better than that person. I need to speak up. You need to listen to me. And that's not always the case. Sometimes people are great orators, but they're not great doers. That's why I said it's nothing wrong with being a follower as long as you're under great leadership. Because some people are followers. Let's just keep it a buck. You're a follower. You take the orders. And the reason why collaborations fall because people get out of their station. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to bring people over. You're not supposed to say, well, I'm the leader. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been in this game for a long time. Just because you've been in the game long time, that doesn't mean you're fit to lead.
There you go.
And once you get out of that and understand your position, understand your place, things will go smoothly like it's supposed to. Everybody's not fit to lead.
Mm-hmm. And Sheep, you want to chime in, and then I'll go to Truth.
Yeah, I think too, a lot of people don't understand that what we talking about is people's lack of social skills that they're taught when they're children. See, you're taught how to act and how to come under leadership and certain structures as a child. When you're around other kids and you in that playground, if you're taught well at home, when you get in that environment, because I used to do this when I was a little boy, I'll come in an environment where it's a bunch of kids, and the first thing I'm gonna do before I engage, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna pan the room. I'm gonna look at everybody. I'm gonna see who's doing what, and I'm gonna pay attention to everybody's temperament. And I'm gonna see who's people listening to, who's people playing with the most. Because the kids that you see all the other kids playing with, usually that's the leader. He's the natural leader that people gravitate to. And that's the kid that I'm gonna watch. Because usually that's the kid I usually bump heads with. Because I'm not a follower. I'm not gonna just gravitate to you because I'm comfortable being me, because that's how I was raised. See, leadership is taught. You got natural leadership, and then you got the leadership that's cultivated. And a lot of times people don't understand that when they see that and they come across that, they get uncomfortable because they don't know how to deal with it, because it's like, now my position is in question. My say so now feels like it's lessened because this other leader is around. And this is when egos clash. Because some guys don't understand that you are a leader, but you a leader in your own capacity, just like I am. So the line is respect. And if respect isn't there, then that's usually when things are gonna fall apart anyway amongst men, most of the time. And that's what we saw happen here on a platform. That's what we saw happen in the manosphere. You know, brothers don't want to respect that brothers is leaders in their own right. And at the end of the day, you're not sonning nobody. You're never gonna be able to do that. And not just because brothers say who they are, but they got work to show it. They platforms and they followings show it. Because everybody, if you look at all the men who go at each other, we all got our own cult followings. We all got our own people that rock with us, regardless. And the crazy part is a lot of the people who rock with us, they don't ever want to see us beefing. They always just want to see us put the content out. That's what everybody always hit me up. You know, when I was going to war with people I was going to war with, it was like, damn, DS1, you know, the shows is fire, but we just want you to get back to doing the work, you know? And I think we get so caught up in trying to prove something to each other that we end up starving the people. And I think that's what Mela is talking about, how the people are not being serviced, and we're not paying attention to that because we so caught up trying to prove nothing to each other, because it ain't something we trying to prove. So we ain't proving shit. All we doing is we humiliating ourselves in front of the people who look at us and see us to be more than what we think we are. And I think if brothers got back to thinking about that and keeping that in mind, like we once did before a lot of us blew up and got the money and got the cars and got the notoriety, if we go back into that mindset of servicing the people and understanding that that's why I'm really here, that's why people really rock with me, this is why people really donate to me. If brothers got back into that mindset, then I think the people will automatically come back and support it, because the people are starving for it. That's why the people are still here. No matter how much shit they talk about it, they just want brothers to get back on their shit. For real.
I put in
Hold up, Mel. I'm gonna go to you next. I was Truth got it now, and then you got it right after him.
Yeah, I hope the people in the chat, and I hope everyone that get a chance, please share, please hit the like button, please support. And for people that replay this, I'm gonna replay this show a couple times for myself, is because there has not been one wrong answer told up here by every party up here right now. And this will really show, if you glean the information that has been given by Ant, Sheep, and Love Wisdom, this will show if you guys are serious about actually obtaining progression in your life, because there hasn't been no wrong answer. It's just about whatever flavor of ice cream that you like, or how you like your steak. You feel what I'm saying? All the information that has been given by Ant, Sheep, and Love Wisdom, you can impute it upon yourself and use what I call purposeful application to increase in your life. It's sincerely up to you. So once again, Ant has had another great show. It's up to you to actually get it, because you can't say, oh, I went over Ant's show, I didn't get anything. I got something from this show. I'm participating and I got something and I learned something. To piggyback off of what Ant said earlier, is about being honest about who you are and being honest with the other person. Being honest with yourself and being honest with the other person. I can't do what Auntie did. I can't, and nor am I going to try to usurp or try to be him or be better than him. The smart thing to do, if I have any intelligence, is to learn from his gifts and to add that to my repertoire. I will never be anti. Certain people have gifts that you just can't never. You can learn how to do things. You ever notice how if you cook the same thing your mother cooked and use the same ingredients, the same pattern, the food will turn out good, but it won't turn out like your mother's? Or other people that do other great things, you can follow the same recipe, but it will never turn out exactly like how that flavor or that taste that you love from that person doing it, you won't be able to replicate. It's because certain people are gifted at certain things. And we got to understand who we are. And like Ant said, teamwork. Do you know how to operate as a team? We always talk about this community thing. Can you operate with your fellow brother? Can you operate with your fellow man to have something greater than yourself? And that's what happens. The selfishness and the ego and the arrogance and pride kick in because you have learned something. You forgot how you even got there. I will never forget what I learned today. Because I'm going to add it and I'm going to remember. Oh, Ant said that. That's how I got this. Sheep said that. That's how I remember this. Love Wisdom shared me that. That edified me, and now I can use that as reproof later on. These are the things that you have to start doing as men and women so we can increase in ourselves, and then we can see clearly how to help each other.
No, hey, that's facts. I'm going to go to Mela Neo next in a second. And this is something that Big Brenda didn't mention when she was up here, but I call her Big Brenda. She called herself Big Brenda, but from what I know, Big Brenda ain't that big. But at the same time, it's a lot of just moving parts that are involved. Like we mentioned, she's got the DJ and she's got, the promotion. She lets me do the visuals. She does the plan and she puts a lot of stuff into that and sets the date and then executes. That's something that we really don't see in a lot of these spaces. People just schedule the live and just do that shit. They schedule the live stream, do the thumbnail, and that's it, and just do it. So I gotta agree with what Love Wisdom said. Yeah, it's a lot of laziness, in there. And the people that support us every day just deserve a little bit more. I know a few years ago, that's what I decided. I used to do the same thing. I would just want to go live every day, every other day, at least 5 days a week, because that's what I was told to grow my channel. That's what I had to do. And after a while, I got sick of it. I was like, I'm not gonna, and it wasn't just because I was burnt out and tired. I was just like, you know what? I'm better off giving you guys one good show a week than I am giving you guys 5 shitty shows. Just shitty shows where I'm falling asleep or people are just coming up and the panelists kind of run the show and all of that other shit. Like, nah. I'd rather give you guys one good show. And yeah, that might cost me a little, some space in the algorithm. It might cost me some money, might cost me some views, but at least I can control the direction and I'll be able to make up for it in longevity and real support. Like real support. And I don't regret it. I don't regret doing that. So I was like, even if it's just Sunday coffee and chill, and then we're able to add in, the body camera footage. And of course, we still got, the periodic purges. That's something that you guys can count on no matter what. All that other shit, yeah, we can pop up with that and we're going to try to fill up more time slots and shit. But for the most part, I'd rather give you guys something that you can count on and do it periodically, because that does take time to plan. Even these topics right here, it might seem like it's something that I just put in and I just scheduled it. But nah, I made sure I spend all week, coming up with ideas for this show right here. All week. Go ahead, Mela, because I know she wanted to jump in.
Yeah, thanks. It all boils down to whether or not one would be concentrated on presenting themselves professionally. What I found is that it's not necessary in these spaces for the decade that I've participated. I would love to exercise the competence, talent, skills, and abilities of the professional side of my character. It's just not what has been most appreciated, to break it down to a fraction. So leadership in this regard, there are aspects and character traits that are so basic as to establish whether or not somebody has the aptitude to become a leader, it's unbelievable how simple it is to figure that out. And I have ideas, I have thoughts as to how I could construct something that would appeal to people who want to take their environment seriously. It's just that I just found a way to fit in comically in these spaces, and I don't consider myself lazy for doing that. You know, it gives me the freedom to just latch on, participate, and leave out. And in this retirement stage of my life, that's kind of what I enjoy doing. I enjoy it. And I don't think I'm wrong for that. I don't think I'm lazy for that. You know, I've been accused of being lazy for not starting my own channel. You know, people have picked up on things and cues as to what my capabilities are outside of the outrageousness and disrespect and hilarity and all these, you know, battle rumbles that happen. It's not my desire to actually take Black YouTube seriously until I am shown that you all are serious about it. Any event that I'm witnessing that anyone is serious about building, then I'll be there. But in the meantime, I think it's entertainment driven, and I would love for somebody to talk me out of that mindset. Like, my mindset is that Black YouTube is entertainment driven. Why should I take you seriously? For real.
So you essentially put yourself in a follower position.
No, I'm not a follower. I'm an observer and a participant. There's a difference.
What's the difference?
The difference is that I acknowledge what it is versus what it isn't. That's
Yeah,
the
you
difference.
said
A
if somebody else do it,
follower
and then
doesn't
you
have,
go behind them.
sir. A follower does not have an opinion. They just follow. I have
No, that's not
demonstrated
true.
that is absolutely a fact.
Nobody up here will agree with that.
You know
That
what?
a
While you're
follower
talking
doesn't
about
have an
mama's
opinion.
pancakes and stuff,
Look,
you know,
hold up. Before y'all kind of pivot the show, I would say two things can be true at the same time. In some cases, a follower won't have an opinion; they're just going to blindly follow. And in
Yeah,
other cases,
exactly.
that's what a follower
hold
does.
up, damn, Mella, 1 second, okay. And in some cases, yes, a follower is going to, of course, submit to leadership, but they still bring things to the table. You know, the leader's door
Correct.
is always open. They will take suggestions, they will take advice, but they don't necessarily take orders. So just like Love Wisdom was saying, she mentioned like those roles that the mob had or whatever. You had your
Yes.
conciliary, which is the advisor. You had your capos, which handle shit out on the streets. Yeah, they were able to make their own decisions, but at the end of the day, you know, you still have to, you know, you got to go through the boss. You got to go through, you know, you
Chain of
can't do
command.
anything that, you know what I'm saying, that the top guy doesn't approve of. So
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, did those people blindly follow? Of course not. You know what I'm saying? They were put in certain positions because they were capable of making certain decisions. But
Correct.
every decision that they made, you know what I'm saying, it's all kind of in the leader's image, or still kind of follows their direction. So like I say, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, that was
Some followers do blindly follow with no input, and in
right.
other cases, some followers will be able to make decisions and think clearly and think for themselves. They just happen to be on the same page as the leader. Or
And
the
Correct.
this is the harmful distinction of a gang mentality that I have noticed is running rampant in these Black YouTube spaces. This gang mentality, as opposed to actually conceptualizing that there's an order of operations and positions designated to people based on their talent, skills, and abilities to conduct an overall goal. People are not unifying under this initiative. I'm sorry, they're not unifying with an end goal. they're unifying, otherwise known as collaboration, for, you know, something a little bit more flat-based, as opposed to a more sustainable situation. It's just not happening. No one is discussing the modules of leadership that it takes to get something done. What they're grasping for is gang mentality, and that is what I'm observing. I am not.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on that, Mello. But just okay, and I think DS1 can understand where I'm coming from. Like I naturally just have more leadership characteristics than I do as far as being a subordinate or a follower. That's just kind of like the way I was raised. I'm with him. I was that dude that was probably going to challenge the guy, you know, the king of the playground or whatever, just because of who I was. I didn't have to, you know, just go up there, and I'm not intimidated or whatever. But when I go, chances are somebody's going to be a little intimidated by me or whatever. I'm going to have to fight this motherfucker. It just kind of just was what it was. But at the same time, you know, as a leader, I don't want anybody even around me or part of my team that isn't capable of making decisions for themselves. Like, if you're not even capable, you're not going to make a good teammate of mine.
Exactly.
Call yourself a follower, call yourself a subordinate, whatever. That's just one thing that I do. I'm kind of good at strategic planning. So that's the role that I bring to the team. So a lot of people consider that being the leader because I'm directing traffic. And I'm like, nah, my role is no more important than anybody else's role on the team. So that doesn't put me in charge. I just happen to be the planner. No?
I'm a strategic thinker as well.
A lot of people take that shit personally, and they assume that the person planning things is the leader. And what you see a lot of people that will assume that, oh, this person's telling me what to do. And then you see friction and people feel as though they're being challenged. And that's why a lot of these things are, a lot of these collaborations don't work.
Yep.
There you go. There you go.
Pride kicks in.
Yeah. And I mean, I've been through it because y'all know, everybody up here kind of has an idea of my history. I've fallen out with people. Things start off well and then they go bad, and that's usually one of the reasons why. It's like, hey, you know, like, oh, I'm the planner. Chances are, you not to say you're a bad planner, but you're probably not the type of planner I am. But people take that shit personally. You know, they take that personally. But just like DS1 said, like, hey, I just provide the platform, the stage and the lights or whatever, and you come and perform on it. You know, just come and do what you do. Like, I don't have to outshine Michael Jordan. I own Madison Square Garden. That's what I'm trying to do. The platform, the stage that promotes other platforms and everything else. But a lot of people take that personally when you get the credit as the platform holder, you know, when they're shining on the stage. You know, so I mean, yeah, egos can get involved in things, and I think that's what kept a lot of people. And trust me, this transcends sectors. It's not just one. You see it in a lot of them, a lot of sectors. Yeah.
I particularly didn't appreciate that this gentleman attempted to diminish the sound information I provided. I think that you might be judging me on my performances online as opposed to listening right here and now.
Yeah, this isn't personalized, Mella.
Yeah, he
You're right.
he
Can we
personalized.
please not do this today?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, that's projection. I'm sorry you feel that way, man.
Sorry.
And I know the numbers will go up if I put y'all in the box and let y'all yell at each other.
Oh, I ain't no. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not in the mood. That's not what we're doing today.
We're not doing.
I'm not never doing that ever.
This is also, and I want to go to Sheep in a second, and you know, if Smitty, but that's why I kind of use the All-Star Weekend thing to kind of go into it, because I swear, and Sheep know, because he been with me for a long time, bro. I talk about this shit every year. This used to be my favorite time of the year. I love this shit more than the Super Bowl, more than the NBA Finals, more than the World Series, more than the All-Star game. For that, when it came to sports, All-Star Weekend, I would wait for this shit every fucking year because it was my favorite time. And now I fucking hate it because it's trash. And I think we see the same thing in these spaces. We know it's just not as interesting as it used to be. And I don't care what sector you're in, chances are you agree with me.
Yeah,
on
I
that.
was
Because
saying
it's
this before,
bland, and what you have is a lot of just like in the NBA, you got a lot of guys saying, well, if you want us to you want to motivate us to play, pay us. It's like, what the fuck? What happened to just doing shit for the sake of the game? You had like when Michael Jordan won the fucking dunk contest, he was already the best player in the fucking world. And
you know what happened there, T?
This shit, and he was never the highest paid player in the league, but he made his money off the damn court the right way. Like, so he was making more money than anybody else, but that's because he was marketable. Same with Vince Carter. This was a 26 point a game scorer that won the damn dunk contest.
Right.
Like they wanted to excite the fans. Now you got a bunch of guys that score 3 points a fucking night playing in the dunk contest. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Like what the hell?
You know what happened? Integrity, the lack thereof, happened.
Now these people are saying
these players no longer have integrity.
Give you a good show, and it's like, what?
These players no longer have integrity.
How about that?
They no longer have integrity. That's what happened.
You know why, Mella? Because integrity is no longer a part of the infrastructure.
Exactly.
There you go.
See, when
that's my point. Yeah.
When that's not when a value system is not attached to what you're actually doing and actually trying to build, you're gonna get some degenerative shit. And just this segment right here that we're having, this conversation that we're having right now, I think if the brothers in this space go back to having these types of conversations, the space will quickly regenerate itself. And the women are still going to be around because they just sitting around waiting for it to go back to what it was. And I've always told brothers this. This is why at one point on my platform, I told brothers, yo, let's stop talking about women.
Facts.
Because what I noticed since I was a little boy.
Unless we talk about how we're going to deal with them, that's the only thing.
Right, and that
still goes back to us as men.
And that don't even matter because women just like to hear men talk. I noticed this since I was a young boy. Women love to hear men talk. They just want to sit there and watch and listen. They don't care what we talking about. So if we just remove if they just remove I
gotta agree with every woman. One second, she give it right back to you. Every woman I've ever dated or been with, man, they don't know shit about football or basketball, but they sit right up under my ass on Sunday or All-Star weekend, and they just want to hear me talk about that shit.
There you go.
And then some of them even became fans after that.
Yeah,
their favorite team like that. So I get it, or even just random shit. So I mean, look, I understand what Sheep is saying, and to go to what Truth was saying, and I'm gonna bring it right back to DS1 in a second. Or somebody was saying it. Look, as far as the evolution of the space, this shit already co-ed, and it's not going back to just men. That's never gonna happen. So I've accepted that. So why not do shit just like Big Brenda did, or like what I know what I'm trying to do, and let's do it like Love Wisdom is saying. Bring the fun back in this shit, man. Have fun with this shit. Have fun, but also like Sheep and Truth said, make sure you still keep your integrity.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned that.
Go to Sheep, Mella, because I cut him off.
All right.
But yeah, I just want to wrap it up and say if brothers, if we go back to having them type of conversations where we can have panels where we're actually talking about when egos get in the way that destroy collaborations, have them conversations, because those conversations are therapeutic for us as men, right? And it's entertaining for women, because women love to hear men talk about how we fucked up. They love to hear it. Like, oh, they're taking accountability, y'all. Listen to them. They said that was wrong.
No, it's not like that.
So I think it'll be entertaining for women. I think women will watch. I think women will support, and I think it will be therapeutic for us brothers because it will get a lot of shit out the way. And I'm saying this too because look at what the Anton Daniel shit exploded into. It exploded into brothers bringing up shit that happened to them where they felt wronged, where they felt like, well, hey, he did this to me. Well, I could compare this to this, and all of that's because brothers never had a chance to sit down and have that powwow to get all of that shit out. I think that's what we gotta do, man. And I think it'd be good content. It don't have to be something that's done all the time. It could be done once a week. You know what I'm saying? On the weekends, where it's a panel where we agree on a topic and we go in on it on just all men type shit. And I think it'll be great, man.
I mean, believe it or not, just what you said. I'm not gonna let the cat out of the bag. But I've personally been invited, by a few women that are planning something like that for just men, where they said, look, we're just gonna moderate, or kind of just host the show, and we want men to be able to speak comfortably. Where we're gonna moderate and spectate, but we're not really gonna participate. And you got, and it's a shame that, and I know that's what that space was supposed to be, but then it turned into a cash grab. And once the participation came, once a lot of women were able to participate, because you're dealing with a lot of weak dudes, let's keep it real, you know what I'm saying, weak dudes, once women were able to participate rather than spectate, then they were able to dominate just with their presence alone. Dudes started tightening up and saying what they could to either pander or be extreme on the other side. You got to get a women that smoke or whatever the fucking case may be. No, I mean, what ended up happening was women started dominating the discussion, even without even being part of it. Just like she was saying, he got to tell these dudes, yo, can we not talk about women? Because even when there ain't no women in the conversation, women are still dominating the conversation.
Because men get distracted.
That part.
And
I get pushback from dudes when I'm like, yo, y'all motherfuckers are pathetic. Like you gotta sit here and talk about women, even though women ain't even involved. Like, they're not even involved in the discussion. Like, we having a men's conversation. I've tried to pivot that shit. It's amazing. I've never sat in a group full of dudes like I sit in this space where I'm like, yo, can we talk about sports? Can we talk about music? Can we talk about politics? Can we talk about something? And they want to talk about women. I'm like, you girly ass motherfuckers. No wonder y'all got issues with women.
They are distracted. They're easily distracted, which is unfortunate.
Right.
It's very important.
Girls.
Well, okay, I'm not going to do the name calling.
Very much so. And it was just
disrespect to women, but I mean, I'm just saying.
We don't interpret it as
in real life. I would never chill with niggas like that.
Yeah, I'm not interpreting it as disrespect for women. You're making the obvious plain where there are men that are easily distracted. And unfortunately, it's based upon their predetermined path of concepts, right? Their concept is that women hold a certain role in existence. And whenever a woman appears in their presence, they become distracted. So you're right about diminishing their character as a man, because, is that all it takes to take you off your path of leadership, to just throw a woman's voice in front of you? That is a weak man. It takes a weak man to be easily distracted by a woman's voice. It really does. And so in order for that concept to occur again, I don't know, maybe that they should just make sure that women are not, maybe they should just have a all male panel as the title. But are men prepared for the lack of audience participation that they could capture if they didn't post that? See, that's the conundrum.
I think that's I think it's too late, for that. Really, I mean, people can do whatever types of panels they want.
They have open panel as opposed to an all male panel. If you have an all male panel, that's different than having an open panel. Next thing you know, women are showing up and men get distracted and everything it goes to hell, you know.
No, check
And
this out. Right? No, notice how this is an open panel. I've had women up here. I've had men up here. Nobody has disrespected anybody. Nobody has disrespected anybody. And even when it looked like y'all were about to disagree a little bit, y'all still didn't get into no argument or anything like that. And it's still kind of been a productive conversation. It's all about how you handle yourself. So I can put all men on a fucking panel, and it doesn't mean that shit's going to be respectful. And people are going to be communicating. Same way I could put a bunch of women on the panel, and it doesn't mean everything's going to be respectful and people are going to communicate. That's what I mean. So all that men versus women shit, these are people things. Some people are just like you said, are just easily distracted, have very, very short attention spans, or just have a one-track mind or have an agenda to push in this space. And then that goes for both men and women in this space. So I don't think an all men's panel or an all women's panel is the remedy. It's all about who you put on that panel and how they conduct themselves. What was you gonna say, Love?
I agree with that. And I think too, with some of these panels, as you said earlier, where you kind of let the panel do its own thing, there needs to really be a checks and balance. Like, okay, we have an open panel, stick to the topic. Like, I know we're all adults, but some people need that sort of rules and regulations. If you go off topic, you being timed out for 2 minutes. Come back up. If you continue to derail the conversation, you're getting off. Because I think people have an agenda. People like to see shit going that's unproductive. And I've seen this, and I'm sure everyone in the chat and on the panel even see this. You can have a good conversation.
They call it entertainment.
Everybody on point bouncing off each other. That one person come on the panel, and next thing you know, everybody arguing.
Yes.
That's an agent of chaos who purposely come up there to start some stuff because they don't like that men and women are getting along. Or it's a conversation that they don't understand, and instead of them just listening, they want to cause chaos. You got to kick them people off your panel. Like, no, get out, mods, block them, because this is not this type of party. That's where the distraction comes from, because somebody going to get in their feelings, and we're going to argue, and we're going to lose what we came to talk about. The objective, let's just say, for example, Aunt might say, okay, tonight, we're going to talk about Samantha Guthrie and her mother, that whole situation. Open panel. People come on, people start to talk it. Somebody come up there and talk about something entirely different. Okay, you timed out for 2 minutes, because this is just like you did when that guy came on and he was like, oh, I'm just shaving. He was like, okay, you can drop down from the clouds. We ain't got time for that. That's how you have to be.
Yeah. Hey, keep in mind, I want you guys to, especially Sheep too, because I'm going to bring something up to kind of go to a lot of stuff that a lot of dudes say in this space about how they like younger women and everything else. I'm about to bring up one of the body camera videos that we broke down. So please stay up, and I want to get to that in a moment. But yeah, that's something that I always put on the host, of the show, or whoever's got the controls. I do want to bring up like Big Brenda, because it's great, because when people are like men, women, all of that other, I'm like, she even said, she's like, she's working with her homegirl, Tony Montana, but she's like, with me doing the visuals and Buddy Lee doing the DJing, she's like, that helps to make the show. So she's got a whole team of people, and it doesn't matter whether they're men or they're women or whatever. Even with the high heels challenge, it's pretty much the same people working on things, helping her to work on things, and she did her thing, but and only women can participate, because she had to mention that shit like it's a high heels challenge, but only biological women could participate, because if not, dudes would have came up with their damn high heels. Weird shit, but it's the world we live in. I get that, but I'm just saying that's not an issue over there. Can men and women work together? Of course the fuck they can. It's all about what you actually bring to the table. Fuck that conversation about how they say that shit in these spaces. When you talking about working as a team, what the hell can you contribute? Just my 5 cents is doing the production. She's helping out with the commercials and things like that. I'm helping out, with the backgrounds and the production behind the scenes. Buddy Lee is handling the audio, making sure the sound is right. She also had people advising her as far as just sponsorship and promotion and different things behind the scenes. Like it's a full team effort to put 1 3 or 4 hour show together.
Yep.
Just like what Cheap was saying, just like with a television network, like everything that you see for an hour long show or a 2 hour long show on television, there's a whole team, in a room, switching shit, checking audio, making sure that people are right, making sure that the camera angles are straight, making sure that the commercials are queued up properly. All of that, a bunch of stuff you don't see, don't know about, you don't hear about it until the final credits. And I think that's something that a lot of folks have lost in these spaces. They really think that the Oscars is really just Chris Rock or some celebrity sitting up there with a microphone and that's it.
A lot of content creators believe that just because they are cammed up and talking, that it's a quote unquote show. That is not a show. That's being exhibitionist. And a lot of people aren't making that distinction. No hate. I'm just saying there's a difference between a production and an actual, there's a difference. There are people that are making the effort to formulate a team for a production. Now that's a show. All this other, I'm striking up a live and I'm talking shit. That's exhibitionism. Yeah, I said it. I love y'all, but that's the distinction.
And you want to add something in there, Sheep, and then I'm gonna go to Kills real quick, and then I'm gonna play this video that I want everybody to be able to comment on because this will go into it.
Nah, you go ahead, bro.
Okay. Kills, you got anything you want to add?
Nah, yo, I only popped up here, yo. This trying to understand the gist for the conversation, bro. I just pulled up, see you was live.
We kind of done with it now. We're gonna pivot into some other stuff. Now,
okay.
Yeah, we're kind of done.
Auntie, I just want to say happy Sunday to Kills. I've known him for a long time. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't say hi.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll give it to him real quick. But no, all we were talking about was, I compared it to like how All-Star Weekend became trash and why there's a lack of creativity, or not even a lack of creativity, because Love Wisdom made sure she respectfully corrected me on that part. And she's right. It's not even a lack of creativity. It's just, it's not being tapped into because there are plenty of creative folks in these spaces. And a lot of folks are really just lazy when it comes to shit.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. But I mean, there's a lot of things that came into play. Mainly greed. Greed. People are extremely comfortable. Like it went from a space that was supposed to be predicated on integrity and just realism to just people approaching this shit like a job. They just clock in, do what works, and go home. That's it.
Pretty much.
No, I mean, I always said, I was like, look, if I gotta approach this shit like a job, I don't want to do it no more. Because and also, I don't give a fuck when anybody says, if you doing this shit for money, you a fucking loser, bro. Because there's so many other ways to make way more money.
Nah, but like I gotta give pushback on.
Nah, I'm done with the topic.
Oh now. Yeah, yo. I just see it from a different landscape though, man. Because I see it, people doing their thing in these spaces though. I just see it for the most part, people doing it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you see it. I mean, I brought up examples of something basic. That just show how simple. Just Brenda doing Valentine's Day shout outs, and it's amazing that a group of motherfuckers. Hold up. A group of motherfuckers that sit here and talk about relationship dynamics every fucking day allow somebody to come up with a concept like pop the balloon to find love before them, or Valentine's Day shout outs before them, or these fucking For the Love of such and such shows before them. And they talk about relationships every day and claim they're about solutions, and they haven't done anything that's along that wavelength.
It's like Chief said, they're just talking. They're just
It's a
talking.
fucking joke. No, I'm just saying
I get
that part is a joke.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Yo, people have been talking about that since like what 2019 type shit. I get all of that, bro. That's why I don't even go to certain panels that have low vibration conversations. You know what I'm saying? But far as production wise, I see you doing it. Far as production wise, I seen Rich Doctor doing it. Far as production wise, I even seen C Stay Sleep. You know what I'm saying? When he used to go live, yo, his shit used to be. You know what I mean? It's certain individuals that still hold that shit intact.
Like I
Picking
said,
substance over anything.
people, again, Kills, and then I want to go to Mahogany. Again, I'm saying,
Yeah.
how the fuck do a bunch of motherfuckers that talk about relationships between men and women every fucking day, nobody came up with an idea for a fucking, like, a unique dating show? Or, I don't know, anonymous Valentine's Day shout outs when Valentine's Day was just yesterday. Nobody did anything like that.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. You gotta ask them, though.
Nothing.
Right.
Nobody did
I get it.
anything unique in them sectors you in for Valentine's Day.
Right.
But yet they talk about relationships every fucking day, and we know that they're all sexually frustrated as fuck.
Yo, we've been had those
And
conversations though.
deprived
We've
of
been had.
companionship.
Right.
So you can the fuck. I'm done with that. But they when I say hey, something's up with the creativity. Maybe it's not a lack of creativity. Maybe for whatever reason that shit is suppressed. I don't know. But y'all can't argue with me on that shit. Like you can't. There's something
Bro,
missing. There's
you got
something
angry
missing.
man who wrote a fucking book about relationships or valuing your. You got different people who wrote authors. Motherfuckers just want to do what they want to do for cash apps, likes, views. They don't give a fuck about the black man relationship shit. It's deeper than rap, bro. Motherfuckers doing this shit, yo, to fill their pockets. It is what it is in this shit.
All right. And it's up to
Motherfuckers
you.
don't
You want
care.
to fill their pockets. Mahogany, you got the floor.
Hey, I just wanted to say hello. I actually just want to join the conversation, so I'll listen. I actually don't have too much.
Like I say, I'm gonna give props. No, I'm gonna give the props to those that show a continuous just a continuous clinic in creativity and even those that are consistent, in what it is that they're doing. Even if your goal is just to help the community and all of that other stuff, if people that are consistent with that shit. But yeah, if that's the only thing that you're here for is cash apps and super chats, no, you're not entitled to a fucking thing from me, and that includes my cash apps, my super chats, or even my whatever the fuck it is that I can add, whether that shit be consulting advice, extra help with visuals or any of that shit. There's nothing that I can add to that. That's like just like Love Wisdom was saying earlier, and Sheep, like that's just what it is to be on a team. And I don't want to be on the team with somebody that plays what we call hero ball. That's it. All you care about is your own fucking stats, putting up 20 a night, and you don't give a fuck if we win or lose. I don't want to be on a team with a motherfucker like that, when all you want to do is get yours. We're not a team. We're just a bunch of people. That's why I don't even like when we say, oh, well, let's get together as black people. Now, we're just a bunch of people that wear the same uniform. That don't make us a team just because we wear matching uniforms.
Can I say something? I actually, just as you talk, I started thinking about something. So everybody knows I'm a part-time YouTuber. I work like a lot of hours a week. And so I'm okay with where I'm at, but I'm working on some things. So I actually have a computer guy, a personal friend of mine who built me, like recently, we finally got it fixed. But he built me like a almost like a gaming laptop type of thing, so I can carry more memory and all this. And it cost me a pretty low grip, but it was worth it because my audience, I feel like it's important to give a certain quality, and I am trying. And I think people will, when they see that you're trying, they appreciate that. Y'all were talking earlier, because I've been listening for the longest. I'm cleaning up and listening at the same time. Y'all were talking about, and congratulations to Brenda, I wanted to say that. Y'all were talking about, what else did y'all say? Oh, hold on. It's going to come back to me. Oh my God, I can't remember. And you might have to, wait a minute. It'll come.
Collaboration or leadership or.
I don't want to go too deep into it. I know what Free Zone said was, am I saying that I want to see a personal public event? No, I just want to see something new.
I remember, and I'm gonna shut up.
Not even something new. I want to see something creative, because I get it. You can't reinvent the wheel. I just want to see some new rims.
So
maybe even some new tread on the tire.
While we're talking Love, Wisdom, and Sheep, I think they were talking about people getting frustrated. I know I heard it somewhere in the conversation, and that's why people sometimes don't do the content. And I know that's happened to me multiple times. So there's all types of reasons why people might, back off. But this, you do have to be strong mentally. You have to be strong, healthy. And one thing for me, I saw happen, and it really hurt my soul. Where I don't know if I want to get into all this. Never mind. Let somebody else go.
No, as a matter of fact, I kind of want to pivot because I had something else. I know people got things that they want to do.
Okay.
All right. So this was a video that I reviewed, a body camera video, and I know a lot of dudes in these spaces, and women have bumped heads when it comes to older men being with younger women. So this was a body camera video that I saw with a 44-year-old man that was with his 21-year-old. I don't know if this is a mistress or she's actually his baby mom or whatever. They have like a 1-year-old child, together or whatever. And here she is, in the back of the paddy wagon because she snapped on this motherfucker. So I'm going to play this. Y'all tell me when you want me to stop it. The video is 20 minutes long, so I can't stop it too much. But yeah, and I will speed it up after the beginning.
Why would you attack your boyfriend just because he wants to go to work?
What's going on?
This young lady that's up in my house.
Is that, you got a pistol on you?
Yes, sir.
You got a permit?
Yes, sir. Sorry, CCW.
All right, go ahead. Let's not touch it.
I won't, sir.
Cool.
Do you want me to put it in a car?
If you don't mind.
I don't. Sir, this young lady, my baby mother, this morning she got frustrated that I was leaving to go to work.
Okay.
She threw the grill at my window. I just wanted to leave.
Okay. You live here with her?
This is my house.
Yeah, but you live here with her?
No.
She stays here with you?
She stays sometimes.
You got children with her?
One child, yes.
So there's not going to be really any way for us to determine if she lives here or not. You guys have a domestic relationship, so it would be assumed that she does live here with you.
Okay.
So inside of these four walls, what is it? It's apartments?
Yes.
Inside of the four walls of the apartment, she has legal right to be. You got children in there with her now?
Yes.
Okay. I am not going to be able to tell her to leave.
Okay.
Because of the laws about domestic relationships, living in a home. Where else does she live?
With her mother.
Okay. And where's that at?
On Henry Street.
Okay. I can ask her if she would mind going over there.
No, if you can't make her,
but I can't force her.
She's not gonna voluntarily.
That's the only way that we can get her to leave is if she voluntarily leaves.
Okay.
Because of the domestic relationship.
Okay, because of the kids involved.
You got kids involved, and it would be assumed under any type of circumstance that if you two have kids involved, and she's here now, and you were here, and then this happened, that you guys are living.
I'm gonna be quick. So that seems kind of unfair because I know, like if it was the opposite way, and I've seen it where they ask someone to leave, they will leave. I've never heard that. But anyway, okay.
Well, I mean, if that's her house, like if she lives there, I mean, that's what they saying, right?
Oh, okay.
And that's another thing. Shout out to Tay Tay, but that's what I'm not going to do. Like you see on all of these other channels where this is the man's fault, this is the woman's fault. There's always somebody's fault. No, this is probably everybody's fault. You know, like for real.
Yep.
And placing blame isn't going to solve any fucking problems. That's one of the reasons why people have been placing blame on each other in these spaces for years. Because if they solved the problem, they wouldn't have shit to talk about tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah. But like the officer said though, like she got a baby there, she probably receiving, even if you receiving mail there, that's still considered your residence, especially in
Hold
like
on,
New York State.
let's go deeper into it. I want you guys to just hear the dynamics, because a lot of these niggas talk out of their ass. And what up, Creative Solutions? She just hit the panel. A lot of these niggas talk out of their asses about we should have younger women and shit like that. Even Kevin saying this is a 44-year-old dude, okay, with a 21-year-old woman.
44 versus 21.
With a 21-year-old.
You can play it. I just had a.
Man, that shit been going on. That shit been going.
He playing it.
That shit been going on. Hold on, fam. That shit been going on for a long time.
Hold on, I gotta play the video. It's 20 minutes long. I'll never get through it.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead, bro. Do your thing, my guy.
Nothing.
Do your thing.
That's all you want to report on?
Yeah.
Nothing else?
I don't.
Because there would be another route that we could go to get her removed from the home.
Yeah, but I have a child, and that, you know, that's gonna create. I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do, because I can see it. So, what happened?
She's crazy, sir. She's 21 years old, y'all. I tried to go to work this morning. She grabbed me by my hair, snatched me up. I tried to keep going down the stairs. She came out the stairs, snatched me up again. Released myself from her. I came outside, tried to get in my vehicle. That's when she threw the grill at my window.
So she followed you out here?
Yeah.
Picked up the grill that was somewhere over here?
Yeah, it was sitting right here.
And then threw it at the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, sirs. It's my baby mother. I really don't want her to have.
I understand that, but you've got visible injury. You've got scratches on your nose. You've got scratches on your lip. Your arm is all bruised. You've got red marks on your arm.
That's from work.
There are things that happened this morning that took place. You know what I'm saying? What's her name?
Autumn. See, like, that's the thing. I don't want her to go to jail, man. I just want her to leave. I just don't want her to be here.
But that's the other side of this, though, is that when you two are in a domestic relationship and there is that scuffle that happens and there is a physical altercation that happens and the police are called, then there are things that cannot be undone. Okay. And it's not you saying that you want her to leave and you don't want to do anything. It's the police that are involved now. Okay. So there's certain circumstances that we cannot just be like, all right, well, if you're going to leave and go to work and she's going to stay here and have it. Are you going to work?
I was trying to. Okay. He has to go in the door and up the stairs.
And y'all can comment on this real quick before I get back into the video. But this is my take on it. This nigga is full of shit. Now you don't want her to go to jail, but yet you called the fucking cops.
Right. That's what I'm
you know goddamn well somebody's going to jail.
Right.
When you police involved,
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Well,
not necessarily. Depends on where you live, bro.
They
do a
can't
favor.
send somebody to jail.
I'm not arguing, Kills. Not today. Somebody's going to jail in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't call the police to do you a favor.
And the fact that he called him, he obviously didn't expect it to be him. So to say that you don't want her to go to jail after calling the fucking cops, knowing damn well, you know what I'm saying, you scratching, you about to tell her. It was just what he told the cops. She grabbed him he pretty much just told the cops she beat his ass.
And they say him when they go to jail.
Are you going to go down the line? And
my point is, though, don't say you don't want her to go to jail after what the fuck you just, like the steps you just went through. Miss me with the bullshit.
Okay.
Go ahead, y'all.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah, go ahead, sweetie.
So I was gonna say, some people, they call the cops unintentionally, thinking that the cops gonna come there and try to get them to come out. But they don't understand that when you call the cops, you making it a big deal. Like, it's going to be problematic because it has to be a reason why you call the cops. Like you got to be endangering of your safety, your life, or something. But he probably like, I just want her to get out, and she not getting out, so I'm gonna call the cops. And he thinking that the cops are just gonna abide by him.
Right.
But the cops is right though. The cops is like, she lives here, she got kids here. They can't force her to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I want to. Oh, go ahead. Are you?
No, but I mean, when it's a domestic situation where he's telling them she just kicked his ass and there's a child involved, somebody's going to jail. That's not as simple as just.
Yeah,
Come
but
on.
he don't have any marks on him or anything. That the cop's gonna
He did-
look
the
at
cop
the
just said,
situation
yeah,
and
because
dissect
The
it.
cop just said that he had.
Oh God! So the cop, because I'm very sensitive about this. I cannot stand police officers on my own personal reasons. But yeah, Black people by now should know better that like when you call them, they could care less. You all, as far as they're concerned, they're all in danger of their life. You a bunch of fighting Negroes, and like they are very trigger happy, especially where I'm from. There's been so many circumstances, real life circumstances that where I know where people called the cops and their family member ended up dead, which is not what they wanted. So we as Black people, we got to stop when we pick up that phone. We got to realize that it's dangerous when we pick up the phone. We are not being treated like everybody else. I'm sorry. That's just the reality of it. We are not going to be treated. They are roughing us up. They are hemming us up. They are slamming us down. I've seen it in person on more than one occasions, and they're quick. And I noticed when he started talking, it was almost like he was looking for stuff. He was like, well, I can see you got red marks on your arm. And the man said, well, I got that from work. He's looking for something, a reason to lock her up or him up. And Black people got to realize that when they do call these people, that it's going to escalate. See, back in the day, it didn't used to be that way. When I was growing up, they used to come and you could, a little couple have a little dispute. They separate you for one night. That's the way it used to be. And they'd say, okay, for the night you got to leave because you're causing chaos. You're making noise in the street. But now they quick to lock you up. And so we just got to realize that. We got to realize in this society that we live in, yes, it's 2026, but the society has not changed. And they do not look at us like everybody else. They are not necessarily there to help us. And that's just the honest truth. So that's all I wanted to add.
I mean, with the institution of the body cam, I've seen white folks, you know what I'm saying, take it too. And they do the same thing. So I kind of seen a lot of consistent cops when it comes to these domestic situations. And for the most part, somebody is going to fucking jail. Like that's what it is. So I mean so I just don't like the whole I don't want her to go to jail after you called the cops. I'm not saying that she don't deserve to go to jail. I mean, if you felt the need to call the cops, fine. Hey, you did what you had to do, but don't come with the bullshit that you didn't, afterwards. Don't. I'm not buying that part.
So what should he do? Even though his window broken, what should he do?
Just like they said they can't ask her. Just like Creative Solution just said they can't ask her to leave. You knew the only way that they were going to get that woman out of that house was in cuffs.
In cuffs,
right?
You knew that.
The solution. So what should he do though?
I mean, that's something I'm not going to get into. As far as placing blame and all of that shit, what should he have done? I'm saying if he did not want her to go to jail, calling the cops and telling the cops that she just beat your ass was definitely not the solution.
Right. That was dumb as or what?
He didn't say. Hold on, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. And
he said she grabbed him by his hair, threw him all over the fucking place, and threw a grill at him.
He didn't say that to the cops. He said that's damaged property though. That's only damaged property. She damaged property. That's it.
He said in the door and up the stairs. He's cool. He's gonna go talk to her real quick.
You mind if I step in?
Yeah, you're fine.
What's going on today?
Nothing really. It started yesterday.
What started?
I'm a hairstylist. I'm here.
Okay.
I ended up getting off I think an hour later. I told him I was going to get off. And he had my son. So I had to take my clients home in order to get a little extra money. And I didn't tell him that until I got here and talked to him. So he was going really. I guess he was mad I didn't tell him what was going on. sat here all night, and I'm going to bed. I put my son to sleep.
Whose house is this?
His.
Okay.
We talked about it yesterday, and I wasn't understanding why he was mad that I got off late, and you had my son, or I didn't understand what the problem was altogether. So we
Okay.
got into an argument. So he got his blunt in his mouth, so I smashed it out of his mouth. He got mad.
He got what?
A blunt. He had it in his mouth and he was trying to talk, so I snatched it out of his mouth and I'm like, stop doing this to me. I don't understand. Like, I'm all trying to work. It's hard to work with this baby. Like, I will do it, but it's hard. So that happens. I snatched it out of his mouth. He pushed me. So I'm like, I grabbed his hair and I'm like, why do you keep putting your hands on me? I didn't put my hands on you. Like, I'm just like, we need to find a babysitter. So when that happened, he choked me out in the hallway.
Why would you snatch the blunt out of his mouth?
Because we're talking. And you're trying to walk away, he's trying to light this blunt in front of my face like we're not trying to find a babysitter.
All right, so that's why I wish Sheep was still up here. Sheep had just dropped down. She was arguing, and granted, you know what I'm saying, she's a young mother, 21 years old. They have a very, very small child. This dude's 44 years old. She's saying that she's stressed out with work, trying to find a babysitter, all types of shit. And he just fired up a fucking spliff right in her face. So she snatched it out of his mouth and all hell broke loose.
Can I say, are we, I don't
No,
want
y'all feel free to jump in and shoot, man. If you still listening, if you able to come back up, because I want to hear your take on this. Because a lot of these niggas, they won't even talk about this shit. They just want these young women thinking that they know what the fuck they doing. And this is tough, but go ahead.
Well, I'll be quick. I'll tell you this much. Arguments happen. Shit, I just had one 2 nights ago where I threatened to call the police, but I knew better than to call the police because I know, like I said, what happens when you call the police. And especially if you just bluffing. Keep that in mind. And then another thing with her being the age that she is, and I'm not making excuses at all. However, I'm glad that they spoke and got a different side of the story, because when the cop, this is the thing, I'm listening to both people. The cop asked him what happened. Oh, she just crazy. She just started hitting me. We all know that that's not true. However, there's basically a lack of maturity. There's a lack of leadership. And when I say leadership, like, she probably needs to go back home with her parents, because she don't know what she got herself into. Like, why is he smoking around a brand new baby anyway? Like, there's so much ratchetness and ghetto-ness in this video that I could pick it apart all day. She yanked the blunt out of his mouth. He shouldn't even have a blunt in the house. Like, there's just triflingness going on all around. Now you guys are arguing about a babysitter. They need a lot more than a babysitter. They need some guidance, like maybe from some grandparents or some older people in their life. It's a lot of help that's needed. That's all I wanted to say.
I would agree.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't know why is she with a 40-year-old man and he can't
44.
even help her out, where she could stay at home. Like, what is the purpose of her getting with him? She got her youth, she got all of this going for her, and she decided just to get with this 40-year-old man. And he not even doing nothing for her. He trying to kick her out the house. Yo, shit like this will piss me the fuck off. Like,
well, y'all are gonna hear more. She's gonna mention more. She's gonna mention more, right? She's gonna mention more. Because look, I've been there, and this is the difference, right? What she said was, and I agree with Bridget, yeah, she does need to keep her hands to herself. What she's saying, she kind of just, she pretty much stated that she's the aggressor, in the, like, the physical aggressor. She's like, hey, I was trying to talk to him, and he just tried to walk away and fire up a spliff, and I just snatched that shit out of his mouth, and all of that other shit. So that shit's considered assault. Like, they gonna, like, you know what I'm saying? She didn't understand. But as a grown ass man, like, we be knowing that there's shit that we can say or do to set a woman the fuck off. Like, we understand that shit. Even though she can react in a fucked up way, we understand, like, there's some shit that we could have avoided. And firing up the spliff in this woman's face was pretty goddamn disrespectful. And she's already clearly like stressed out and all of this other shit. She's a young mother and everything else. So for all of you 40-something-year-old niggas that think you're entitled to a 21-year-old woman or whatever, because you consider yourself high value and everything else, are y'all prepared to deal like because you got to be able to understand who you're dealing with? You know?
They
Like
don't care about that.
understand how you're gonna handle certain situations, because
Yeah.
people gonna disagree. They're gonna, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna argue, you're gonna do all of that shit. So you gotta have that certain level of maturity to just be like, look, there's some shit I can't do. Just like Mahogany said, like, I'm not gonna smoke in the house. Little shit like that. You know, if she wants to talk, whatever, hey, maybe I need to just fucking listen. Or pretend like I'm listening. What the hell? You know? And you might have to give her a little bit more than you would an older woman, because this is a younger woman. So how mature can you really expect her to be?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And it's quite the situation.
Like, cause just like Mahogany said, it's like, hey, she might have threatened to call the cops, but she's not going to because she understands how shit goes. But Mahogany, you're older and a little bit more mature, so you're not gonna go there.
Right.
This is a 21-year-old young woman. Like, she's probably just gonna fucking react.
And I want to say something else. I was married at 21, the exact same age. I think Mela was married young too. Mine was way older than me, and you like you're saying, if men are considering this, you are pretty much kind of helping to raise a person, because I knew nothing. I knew how to cook a little bit, but not really. He kind of taught me, like, you have to have patience. You have to, I'll be the first to tell you, I was a headache. Because I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into. I wanted to hang out all night with my friends. I wanted to party. I wanted to, I would take my mom sometimes to take my baby to my mom's house so I could go out with my friends. I really had no idea what marriage was. I learned along the way, and thank God he was patient enough to teach me. But yeah, if you're not willing to teach somebody, then you don't want to date anybody that much younger than you. And then it's weird.
The likelihood, and this is a cautionary tale for older men believing that younger women are ideal. Keep in mind that in current modern times, young ladies aren't trained, let's just put it that way, to be wives. There's certain attributes, there's certain tasks that are made familiar that a lot of young women don't possess because they're not introduced to it. We're talking about a generation of dual income households. Nobody is taking the time to train their daughter to be a wife. They're training their daughter to be defensive and, dare I say, aggressive.
Well,
and so, unless you find someone that's actually been, quote unquote, raised to be a wife, you're just taking on somebody that you have to raise.
What you're gonna hear when I play some more of this video, this man actually already has a wife. You're gonna hear about that.
Oh, that's his annex.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the annex woman. Okay.
Yeah.
So he had a child outside of his marriage.
Yeah.
And he expected it to be serene. Okay.
So there's a lot of different dynamics in this. Yeah.
I was just going to say, at 21 years old, nobody, in my opinion, knows what to do as a husband or a wife at 21. You do have to learn, but your intentions have to be right. A lot of men, people who like people of a certain age that are younger, a lot of times it's about control. I'm just being honest. Even in my situation, he wanted somebody, and he even said that to me, he wanted somebody he could mold. And marriage is learning. Marriage is compromise. And he realized, I got a wild one. I can't mold her. She's going to do what she wants to do. If I want some change out of her, I got to talk to her with, you know, I got to treat her like a human being. So I'm just saying, and the reality is when you're in a relationship and there's an age gap, you got to have patience, and then you got to be willing to teach, and you got to be capable to teach. Some people just want something, and they're like Creative said, his life ain't even together. Like
his life wasn't together. Yeah.
Right. My husband, his life was together. He had a house, he had a car, he wasn't, you know, renting.
People aren't raising children the way they ought to in terms of domestic responsibility, and thereby what happens is domestic chaos. And you know, it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah.
That's why I snatched out. We need to figure this out. You're not gonna keep walking away from me and my son. You're not. So, and when that snatched out, he pushed me. So I grabbed him. Like, why do you keep putting your hand on me and think you about to walk away? When I got this here, he choked me out. I went unconscious. I got back up. He was still standing there. So I grabbed him by his hair again. Like, stop putting your hands on me. I didn't even swing on you or nothing. Why do you feel the need to choke me out? He choked me out. I went unconscious, and I don't know how long I was unconscious, but I didn't have nothing on though. I was naked.
So you choked her out.
So
child with him.
He didn't tell that part. He didn't tell that part. He choked her out. He didn't tell that part.
Yeah, he left that part out. She just crazy.
he didn't tell that part, but later you guys are gonna see. I mean, the cops are assessing that. This is something when me and Five were breaking it down. We're not really sure if that part actually happened because the cops couldn't really find any proof of that. As y'all see, she ends up going to jail. She ends up going to jail. So I don't know. But if that did happen, yeah, he did conveniently leave that out. You know, they do ask him if he put his hands on her, and he says no later on.
This is a melanated woman. You know, bruises and stuff don't show up on us the way it does other women. So that's the unfortunate thing. Bruises don't necessarily show up on our skin, especially if it's a darker skinned woman. So
this is my job. He's trying to take it. Yes.
Is your child with
Yes, that's why he called the police so he can take the baby.
This might be from my haircut.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
I got haircuts too.
Okay.
They don't do it like that.
Okay.
You got one where your glasses hit down on you. You got a scrape right here. She hit you with her nails, man. They're nail marks. I can see it. Look, man, this ain't my first day at this job. I know what to look for, and I know the signs of any type of domestic violence. This is I know you don't want to, but this is something that if she set this in motion, she set this in motion. You know what I'm saying?
She definitely did.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to you know, be the person that's going to come here and say, look, do you want to live in a volatile situation where a woman is putting her hands on you for what? And it would be the exact same opposite if we were talking to her and the roles were reversed. Do you want to live in a volatile situation for a man to put his hands on you for what? How old are you?
I am 44.
44, and you said she's 21. There's a considerable age gap there. There are things that us as older people and younger people do not see eye to eye with for a lot of things. And sometimes that happens in relationships, and things happen in those relationships. And I get that you're trying to protect her, but for what? And I'm not a marriage counselor. I'm not a boyfriend-girlfriend counselor or kids counselor, but
can I say
I've
one
gone
more
through
thing?
this enough.
This is my last thing. Do y'all know? I'm telling you, he's a goddamn demon. Do y'all notice how this cop, he's saying, oh, yeah, I see fingerprints. I've been doing this for a long time. I know domestic violence. He hasn't even talked to that lady yet. Not to mention that when you're defending yourself, when you are defending yourself, because I put a scratch or two on a nigga or two in my goddamn day, you goddamn right I'm going to scratch your ass up. If you're attacking me, you're going to leave with some goddamn scratches. So he's not there to help. That goddamn demon is not there to help those people. He want to see a Negro or a Negro in jail. That's what I'm getting. But I'll mute up. I have nothing else to say. I'll mute up.
Where these types of situations lead to children who grow up to be young adults and then adults getting into that same type of business. And we don't want that, you know? Be the example for your children. I hope that you are. These actions from her, that's not what we need, you know?
I need a babysitter. That's all I'm trying to get under control. And now he's talking about he's still his wife and none of his kids like me. He called the city council and told the city council that he choked me out. Like, I don't. So at this point, I don't care. If y'all tell me to get out, I will get out. But I'm not packing this by myself. He's going to stay here. Don't keep moving me and my son in here. Last time y'all was here, you let us stay. And since he pushed me into the grill, and I threw the grill and he hit his car, he told me that he don't care about my son, and I have to get out. But I told him when I got up that you're going to stop choking me out, so I'm calling the police on you. And that's when he called the police himself and was going to try and flip me.
All right, I got to go upstairs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you sit in the back of my car. She is being detained, and you are being detained for a domestic violence investigation. Okay, I'm not putting you in handcuffs or anything like that. You've been real chill with me, but I have to go in there, and there's not anybody else that's in here. So I'm going to put you in the back of the car real quick. Put the window down so you can be cool. And then I'm going to run up there for 5 minutes and then be back down with you and get you out. Okay. We'll walk over on the driver's side.
Okay, I think I'm following what's happening. I'm hearing what's happening.
Have you ever been arrested before?
He did a switcheroo. He did a switcheroo because based on her testimony, it appears that he attacked her by, choking her or what have you. And so with her threat to call the police, he called them first.
Yep, that's what people do.
So he's doing a switcheroo. Okay. This is a domestic violence switcheroo scenario.
He did not say when the cop said, "How did this start?" The nigga couldn't come up with a reason. Oh, she crazy. That's what they always say.
Yeah. and you were very, very keen in identifying that.
Well, as far as the who attacked who, their stories kind of coincide when she said, look, when he said she's crazy, she's going off on him. He tries to walk away. She doesn't let him walk away. He lights up a spliff in her fucking face. She grabs the spliff out of his mouth. And then that's when hands start getting thrown.
But what about the choking?
Hold up, Mella. I'm not doing the blame the woman, blame the man shit. I'm saying this is a domestic situation. I don't know whether he choked her first or she grabbed his hair, but somebody got choked. Somebody's hair got grabbed. That's what they saying. So that's it. Nobody should be putting their hands on any fucking body. As far as who did it first, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But
her testimony.
That's my point.
Yeah, her testimony is that he.
I don't do that. Let's push the narrative and.
I'm not pushing a narrative.
Or it's never the man's fault. I don't do that shit.
I'm not pushing a narrative, Auntie. I'm pointing out that the timeline that she's indicating is that he put his hands on her first. That's all I just caught that testimony. That's all. I'm not trying to push a narrative, Auntie.
No, I'm just saying, look, when it comes to that, he's saying something else. He's leaving shit out. She's leaving shit out, whatever. But the way I see it, the stories coincide. So that can happen when people get into shit. People tend to forget things conveniently and remember what it is that they want to remember. That would happen on both sides. It just does. People have very, very selective memory, especially when the cops show up. Yeah. So, I get it, but I'm saying with this dude being more than twice this woman's age, I would put it on him. Like I would just have to put it on him. Like with this younger woman, she's a young mother, lighting up a spliff in her fucking face when she's trying to talk to you, regardless of whether she put her hands on you first or not. You had to know that shit was gonna set her off and set some shit in motion.
But she did indicate prior to that he choked her.
Yeah, she said that.
Yeah. So I was just observing that her testimony is prior to her knocking a blunt out of him or whatever the
No. She said that happened after the fact. After she said the first thing she did was pull that blunt out of his mouth.
After.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They established that.
All right.
Petty stuff long time ago.
Very, very long time ago.
What was it for?
Traffic and drugs.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I got all that expunged.
That was
sir.
all. That was all handled.
Yeah, I got all that expunged.
I got you. All right, give me a second. How are we looking? How are you?
Saying he choked her unconscious.
Okay. Can I take a look at your neck?
They're really stinging in the back. I don't know what happened.
Where did this happen?
In the hallway.
In the hall. Hello.
Hi.
And
I put my son to sleep. He's been not.
You got your mic straight, Smitty?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know, Canada, I guess. All right. I just wanted to say briefly before it starts going out that in this circumstance, I want us to remember the actual victim is who's listening to ABCs and 1, 2, 3s is that little kid right there. Lord knows how much that kid is actually having to witness. So I just wanted to throw that in. I know mom wrong, dad wrong, but at the end of the day, the true victim is that child. Lord knows what that child has had to endure before the police got there. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Because they have subconscious memories that a lot of parents take for granted. Children absorb what they see, even if they can't communicate what they've seen. And they harbor that in their soul, their spirit, their consciousness forever.
Mm-hmm. Now, she's going to mention some other things in a moment. She's going to talk about how he doesn't want to sleep in the same bed with her. He didn't want to eat the dinner she cooked. He just wanted to stay on the couch and pretty much said, fuck whatever she cooked. He ain't want none. And like all of this shit combined, plus the fact that she working and she needed a babysitter. A lot of this shit, she's going through a lot of shit. You know?
Yeah. And she's the mistress. She's not even a wife. He's married and she is the mother of a off child of his.
I wouldn't consider her a mistress. Because he might be legally married, but he obviously lived with this woman. So
I consider that a mistress. Just because she's black, that doesn't mean she's designated as a quote unquote baby mama in these terms that we throw out to urban use. She's the mistress. He's stepping outside of his marriage. He procreated with his mistress. But because she's black, oh, she just a baby mama, right? Okay.
I never said that. I don't think. I mean, that's his girlfriend. Fuck it. I mean, if he's separated from his wife, you know, they don't stay together. They just still married. Like whatever. You know? But I mean, I guess legally you can call it that because he's married and that's not his wife. So yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Talking to me till my son goes to sleep. My son went to sleep at like 11:40, and I come out here to try and get him to go to bed. We just bought that bed together. Why are you trying to sleep on the couch?
Yeah, let me show you block on that real quick. Cause she's going through a lot of shit and pretty much he don't want to lay in the bed with her neither, and she a little pissed.
Hi. I put my son to sleep. He's been not talking to me till my son goes to sleep. My son went to sleep at like 11:40, and I come out here to try and get him to go to bed. We just bought that bed together. Why are you trying to sleep on the couch? And he's sitting here like sleep. So I'm like, what's wrong? Like, come to bed. And he tells me to sit down, and he complains about me not telling him about taking the little girls home, but we just talked. I just told you that their mom wasn't home, so I have to wait till she got home to drop them. I don't understand. I'm not understanding. What are you mad about? Like, what's your frustration? And it's because he didn't know when I had to do it. So we get into it. I tell her, like, I don't want to keep arguing with you about stupid stuff like this. Who argues about something like this? If I got home safely, that's all that matters. You have my location. I'm here. I made dinner. I still made dinner. So, like, what's going on?
Oh, Lord, this poor child.
Let them wrap this up here real quick. And Chris, did you put your hands on her at all? I'm not saying that you punched her or anything. I want to know.
Now, but before we hear what he has to say, because they're gonna ask him about her part of the story where she said she was choked out. But what do y'all have to say about all of those things that she just said right there?
Yeah, I couldn't do that job. Dealing with hysterical people is not my cup of tea. So shout out to people that attempt to conduct a sensible way to handle hysterical people. She was I picked up on everything that was that she's saying. I picked up on it, and to be honest, if I'm in that profession, to listen to this all the time would just make me bat crazy. Like I couldn't do it. But in terms of what you're asking us to react to, I think that she's distressed that he's not meeting her standard of treatment, and she's acting out, and it has come to this.
Well, I want to
And
say,
real quick before you go, because I'm late as hell with this Cash App. My bad, I didn't have the right thing up. Man, shout out to Love Wisdom with the support. Quick Cash App video.
Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you, me. Appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete.
I love
What was
it.
you gonna say, Mahogany, and then Creative Solutions can jump in, and after that, Keels or Smitty. But go ahead, Mahogany.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot, but I'm still gonna on the stance of these police officers know what they're doing, because this is real simple to me. If they had some kind of domestic dispute, which we could see that they did, send somebody out of the house for at least 24 hours. If they come back then and the police are called, then people go into jail. But they don't have to do this, you called, you got to go to jail thing. And no, if they really cared about that black household and the kids and everything and everybody, no, they would simply say somebody got to leave for the night, or they would make her leave for the night if that's who they think is guilty, and say, hey, you got to stay away from this property. But, talk to her, pull her to the side, saying, obviously, this, like Mela was just saying, this situation is very stressful for you. You're only 21 years old and you're worried about cooking dinner. I'm willing to bet you before she came to his house, especially if she lived in her parents' house, she wasn't cooking for people in the house every night. Like she's a kid trying to play a grown-ass woman position, and she doesn't know what she's doing. And he's not much of a goddamn thing either, because he's not really aiding in her stress. He's not taking it away. Like, they honestly should not be living together. It's obvious to me, because I wouldn't even put up for one day you smoking in the house in front of my newborn baby. That would be a no-go for me. She needs to go home to her parents where she's safe. They shouldn't be living together. But I'm going to put the blame. I'm not going to put the blame on the cops, but I'm just saying they're not there. It's very obvious to me that they're not there to help either one of them. They're not, because they could easily just separate them and say, hey, if you come back to this property, somebody's going to be arrested. That's it.
Hold up, before I go to Creative Solution, I gotta agree with New. Hey, in a perfect world, that might have been the way shit used to be. That's not how it works now, though. If they come out there for a domestic situation and it's pretty much proven, or it's evident, it's obvious that there was an assault that took place, they're taking somebody to jail. That's how it works in everything. I break down a lot. I look at a lot of body camera footage. I've seen these situations personally. That's the way it's going to be. Somebody's about to go to jail for at least the night.
So this is like a little bit crazy, because I had a similar situation when I was really young, and I had called the cops thinking, and the cops came to my door and they told me that we can't kick him out the house because y'all are married. And I was like, even though he punched a hole into the wall, yeah, you still can't come get him. And they was like, no, we couldn't do anything. So I think the cops are there to come and investigate and see what's happening. But to be honest, she looked like she's turned up on 10 and she's already emotional. So her just being mad, and you know how these young people act. As soon as they feel like they're endangered or you're about to lock them up, or they feel like they get an ounce of blame, they become like super emotional. They want to start, going off the handles, throwing shit. They want to start doing all of that. So that's probably the reason why she got locked up at the end, because she doesn't know how to control her emotions. And do I believe he possibly did some stuff to her. I don't know if he did it today, but she's speaking like from experience, like he did this to me. I don't know if that happened today per se, but I feel like in the past, I think there was some type of abuse in the past.
Yeah. She said, I made dinner. I don't understand why he acting like this. I made dinner. That was kind of curious to me.
Well, hold on. I want to go to Smitty in a second. Before I do though, look, as a grown man, we understand this shit. More than likely her dinner tasted like fucking cardboard and he ain't want to eat that shit because hold up. A woman that can cook does not refer to that shit as dinner. She gonna give you a full itemized statement of all that shit she cooked.
But you know what?
Real shit. Mahogany, you know what's up. You ain't gonna say I made dinner. Now you about to give us the whole itemized statement. Tell us about the fixings. You know what I'm saying? The gravy, what type of gravy, all of that. I made all this. Like I'm about to get an itemized.
Auntie being funny now.
No,
you ain't gonna just refer to that shit as dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I can throw down, Mel. Like, you need to come over and watch me. I just made egg foo young.
No, I'm just saying, if she's young. She's young. She doesn't know how to cook.
Hey, Uda, you know what I'm talking about, man. Look, I done dealt with women that can cook, and I've dealt with some women that can't cook, and the ones that can't cook refer to that fucking pig slop they fucking made as dinner.
But here's the thing. When it comes to young girls that don't know how to cook, it's because their mama didn't teach them how to do it.
But y'all,
and you knew that when you picked her up.
The part that I thought was weird is that he didn't want to come to bed. That's a little strange. Most men want to come to bed, so that's a little weird. Maybe he out there cheating. I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go to Smitty real quick. Smitty, you got it.
I appreciate it, brother. So now I'm gonna make it quick. All right, obviously, from what I'm hearing and seeing, me being somebody, I don't know about violence in relationship myself, but I've seen this before. Both of they behinds be on some shit. Now, just like Snoop said in his one track, whoever gets the phone first, the other one's going to jail. Not if I beat you to it. And so that's basically when I know.
Verdict. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. That's a rap lyric. If I beat you to that phone, then you going to jail. Yeah, that's a rap lyric. Damn.
Yeah. So I mean, to land it. So my thing is, if he really does feel some kind of way, just me personally, I would go ahead and I would just make sure, hey, while you going there, I just want to go in there with you. While they cuffing her, I'm gonna do everything I can to keep her calm and be like, hey, I'm about to get in the car right now. I'm about to get our little sunshine or little baby girl dress. I'm driving behind y'all. Don't you worry. Just chill, go through the process, and I'm gonna get you out. That's if they didn't take his ass to jail too, because I don't know how this ended. But I'm just saying, if he's that concerned, that's literally what type time I would be on. I'd be like, yo, just chill. You're only gonna be in there for a few hours. I'm gonna be at the station with you. You don't have to make a phone call. I'm gonna be right there. If they give you a bond, it's paid. Don't you worry about shit. And I just wanted to throw that in there. So I digress.
Good point.
No. I mean, why? No. Like I said, unless it's real, you're scared for your life. I totally disagree with calling the police because she get arrested. There's certain jobs, like in my job, you can't have no type of criminal nothing on your background. Like that's serious business. Like I think I would
Yeah,
flip
but
the
the
fuck
man
out.
got drugs in his system, Mahogany. He got drugs in his system. He doesn't think right.
Okay.
He doesn't.
I agree with creative solutions on that. Like it's just a lot of, like, her story's all over the place, but like when the cops hear the stories, they can kind of just assess that, look, they were arguing as couples do. As soon as she pulls that spliff out of his mouth, she's considered the aggressor. And that's the only way cops see that shit. Right or wrong, that's the law, kind of. You know, so you pull that spliff out of his mouth and you admitted to grabbing on his hair and all of that other shit. If he pushed you or he choked you or whatever, they would be considering that shit him defending himself. Real shit.
Smoking marijuana is illegal some places.
Like I said, the cops, hey, the police, the law would consider that shit self-defense as soon as somebody pulls something out of your motherfucking mouth, regardless of what the hell you do to them. In whatever state afterwards, you know, that's fucking assault.
Hey, Ant, real quick, briefly, while my phone works, bro. I would love to I swear it's going to be such a short story. I had an incident where there was a woman who thought that I was trying to take her bag. I was at the subway. It was my bag. No, it really was my bag. But the thing is, she didn't realize she forgot she put her bag right down underneath between her legs. She thought that the bag that I picked up that was on the bench was her bag. And so she tried to snatch it. You know what happened? She snagged her nail. She got a hangnail. She got a hangnail from trying to snatch my bag, and I got charged with assault. Did it get dropped? Of course it did. Of course it did. I caught an assault charge because a woman tried to grab my bag, and in the midst of doing that, she broke a nail and it bled.
That's that bullshit. Damn.
This is in the DC area. Just so you know.
That's the way I'm just saying. That's the way they're gonna consider that shit. As soon as you do that shit, you're the aggressor. She admitted to throwing the grill. She admitted to grabbing him by the hair and all of that other shit. So that's the way the cops are. I'm not saying who's right, who's wrong, because I'm not placing blame on anybody but everybody right there. Because I agree with Smitty on that part. The victim is the
forgot about the property damage with the car. I almost forgot about
that. I mean, they're usually going to see that shit too. Like, okay, he didn't throw a grill at his own shit. But she even said, look, and they asked her, why'd you pull the spliff out of his mouth? She said, because he tried to walk away from me. She said that.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Those were her exact words. I mean, I could rewind it. It's not necessary, but those were her exact words.
No, I guess I didn't hear that. Yeah.
While I was talking to him, he tried to walk away from me while I was talking to him. It's like, he is allowed to walk away from you, but at the same time, come on, let's keep it real. As grown-ass men, we know there's shit that we can legally do that's still gonna set a fucking woman the fuck off. You know? And we can avoid that shit. Like, I can legally call you an ignorant, ugly, evil bitch, and I can legally tell you that your food tastes like pig slop and cardboard, you know, together. But chances are that's going to set you the fuck off, you know? So maybe I shouldn't say it.
I mean, if she's mature enough to react to it, then that's the conundrum. Like,
well, she's 21.
Yeah, she's 21. So
she's 21. She's stressed the fuck out. She's got this new baby and all types of other shit. Her boyfriend is clearly married, you know, and shit.
I know that's
that. Yeah, she's about to talk about that too, in depth and detail. She just cooked dinner and he don't want to eat it. They just bought a bed. He don't want to sleep in it when she's in the motherfucker. There's a lot of shit going on.
Hey, man,
right there.
Before you push play, I want to ask you this. How old do you think the wife is? Do you think it's one of those she's around his age and he got a young little thing? Or do you think this is his
thing? That's exactly what it is.
You think so? Okay. I mean, because I was wondering that, or is it one of those, nah, he's just into younger, like his wife could even just be like 25, 27, and he on some Leonardo DiCaprio shit, like, you too old now. You 25.
I mean, I don't know. What they say is the wife doesn't even live in the state. They said the wife, wherever they're at, the wife lives in Florida. They're about to touch on that. So she's about to I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag. She's about to mention to the cops that she's like, that was his goal. He wants me to go to jail so he can just go be with his wife, and I can't fuck that up. Pretty much.
Oh.
So the most amount of detail that you can tell me about when you touched her.
This is all I do.
All right. And then that happened all in the stairwell, right?
Yeah.
You came out, then got into your car, and then she came out and threw the grill onto the car. Well, she's claiming that you strangled her. Hear me out. I don't see any physical injuries on her, right? I don't. And she admits to us that she snatched a blunt out of your mouth, right?
So
listen, you hear what I'm saying? But we have to take all of these things into consideration when we're talking about this. She snatched that blunt out of your hand first, and that sparked it off, right?
no, she grabbed my hair first.
She grabbed your hair first.
That's what sparked it off.
Okay, and then you pushed her off.
No, I walked out the door.
Walked out the door.
And then I was going down the steps. That's when she grabbed me by my hair. So
Okay. When did she snatch that blunt out of your? When did she snatch that blunt out of your mouth?
upstairs in the house. So I was okay with that, sir. I promised to God.
Is that where you got the scrapes at?
No, the scrapes came from when she snatched me by my hair and I was trying to push her off her.
And she got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I promise.
Hey, and
my partner's going to go in there. She's going to be under arrest for domestic violence.
Well, let it rock for a second.
She is going to be sent to jail, and you are going to have to take your son for the time being. Okay. When we do the
You know he don't want to do that.
violence, she's going to get booked into the county. She's going to be arraigned on the charges. We are going to do some other things. Do you want to sign a charge on her? Do you want to go down and sign this charge? Okay. We are going to take her to the county. She's going to go in there. When she comes out, there is going to be a protection order issued, barring her from being around you or your son.
What was you gonna say, Smitty?
Yeah, briefly. I'm gonna make it quick, like the video rock. Always remember, people, the only reason why police ask you questions is not to be therapeutic, it's to determine who goes to jail. So hold on. So when did she put her hands on you? When they're trying to determine who touched who first.
Right.
That's all they want to know. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
No, I agree with you, Smitty, and that's what
Shout out to Shaka.
That's what I'm saying. No,
You guys are going to hear a little bit more. She believes that was his goal, was to take her son from her or take the
and
child.
that's what I just wanted to say, like, man, it's not worth it, because I would flip out if somebody took my son from me. That's what I'm saying. People need, especially Black people, they need to be very sure before they call the police. They don't care about your families. They don't care about Black people staying together. They don't care if the mom is in the baby life or the father in the baby life. They there, like Smitty just said, to take one of you Black Negroes to jail. And I need for Black people to see that. I don't trust them. I can't stand them. I don't F with the police. But anyway, go ahead.
When you got a man that's not accustomed to, quote unquote, keeping their children all day for themselves, they get panic stricken at the thought.
No, wait. Why are we ignoring the fact that, hold on, shorty,
That's why I was just going to let her just say that and then get back into the video, because that shit will just spark up a whole different conversation.
I forgot. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Like, for real. It's all good.
Respect.
Hey, Autumn, you got any clothes to put on? You understand what's going on today, right?
Yeah.
So because you initiated physical contact and snatching the blood out of his mouth, you initiated physical contact, which is a misdemeanor because it's domestic violence, because you do have a child in common. Okay? So by your own admission of starting by snatching the blood out of his mouth, you're the primary physical aggressor in this. And per the state of Ohio, we don't have a choice but to make an arrest. It's a preferred arrest. Domestic violence is a preferred arrest in the state of Ohio. We got to go. Grab your shoes and grab your baby. Let's go downstairs.
I don't know where to take my baby.
Listen, I got paperwork to do. So we're going to go downstairs to your cruiser. So grab your baby. Grab some shoes.
I don't want him to have my son.
Okay.
Tell Chris is not gonna want to do nothing because he's not. I'm not talking to you, sir.
Autumn, listen to me. Before you go in handcuffs, listen.
I'm telling you,
We're going to figure that out in a little bit. I said,
right?
put some shoes on, grab your son, and let's go downstairs. We're going to get to that right now. Put some
That's
shoes
what I'm
on.
doing, though.
Grab your
That's
no.
what I'm doing, though.
Shoes on. Pick your son up. Let's go downstairs so I can start my paperwork.
He doesn't have nothing. He doesn't even have clothes on. Excuse
Okay.
me.
Oh,
Are
this
you
way. Put
kidding
your
me?
shoes on. Here, put your slides on. Let's go. This is
So
getting.
he's not gonna let her
I'm
put
trying to be
clothes on the
cool with
baby.
you. This is.
Why does the baby run the house like that?
Because the baby's not going anywhere. That's what I don't think y'all understand. The baby's not going anywhere.
Then why did he say pick
She
up?
is.
Oh, and she's gonna give the baby. He's gonna give the baby to the. Okay, this thing is
The
annoying.
father is gonna get the baby, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you know something briefly though, and it's like I have no idea, bro. Out of everything I always see in videos like this, what I always see is our lack of knowing how to deal with police circumstances. Bruh, the fact is this. They know that they know y'all ass is gonna be together. They know even if you do get locked up, his ass gonna be the one to put money on your phones. He gonna be the one at your court day speaking on your behalf and everything else. My point is that people need to know that don't make something bigger. I'm not saying she did, but I've seen so many circumstances where they turn something like this into a whole 3, 4, 5 felony charge because you just didn't realize all you're going to do is be in there for a few hours. You're not going to prison. You're just going to processing. It's a huge difference. But I digress. My mic is muted. So all of that crying, she's wild for that because obviously nobody's ever taught her exactly what goes on. You should know. You should know the
Nobody
basics.
taught her any
About
better.
prison? About jail?
And this is the black
No,
community.
not prison and jail. How police encounters. Just usually what the process is. What you should be worried about. What you ain't got to man. You ain't got to worry about that. Look, you just gonna be bored for a few hours. Just chill. You know what I'm saying? When they pass around the court sandwiches and all that, say F it and go use the phone if that's what you need to do. That's what I'm saying. Police awareness, not going.
Nobody's
Shouldn't be preparing people to go to prison because that's a.
Smitty, we don't know his intentions.
Right.
Maybe he really do want to take the kid and go run back and go back
not
with
gonna
his
take
wife.
Okay, listen. Okay. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. I can't say nothing to that. I can't say that's impossible. Okay, bet you got that one. Touche.
I was just gonna say, for me, maybe see, I'm gonna try and keep this clean, but I'm an old school bitch, honey. I'm an old school fool. There is no way in God's green earth that if a man called the police on me, get me a record. I've never had a record in my entire life. In my field of work, there's certain fields of work when you're dealing with medicine, medical, legal jobs, you cannot have nothing on your record. I had a very high clearance in the military. I can't have nothing on my record. So once somebody then did something like this to me, there is no going back. You're Negro, you will never see my black ass again. And then now you done put me in a position to where I possibly have to fight back for custody with my child. Like hell fucking no. It's over. It is.
I just want to ask you, Mahogany. I just want to ask you, and I swear it's only a question. Y'all should know I don't do no come fors. I don't do that, beloved. Okay. You said, because I did hear you say earlier, you have had a circumstance where you did put some, you got some scratch marks and stuff. Let's say that instant it did turn out just like the video we're watching now. Would you really be mad at him, or would you be more mad at yourself?
It wouldn't, because I'm not calling the police. My brother was killed by police officers. I had a 2-year legal case against these pigs. I don't fuck with them like that. Like if I had to call them, it would be because literally somebody's life is in danger. I know of another situation where a family member was shot. They said that they had a weapon. The person didn't have a weapon and they shot them cold dead. I don't fuck with police officers. I know that they're not here for black people. I know that they don't care about our families. I know how they think about us, and I know what they say about us, that we're violent, that we're this and that. So when they come to the scene, they already come in gun ho, ready to shoot and all this and that. I don't fuck with police. So
beloved, for the record, what I was saying is if the police was, because on this circumstance, from what I understand, he called them on her. What I'm saying is, in that instant that you described, you know what that is. You ain't give nobody no details. We don't know no names, no faces, no nothing. That's your shit. That's your past, your everything, right? What I'm saying is that if the police was called on you and you know that you did put your hands on that man, I'm just saying, like, would you be more mad at the police? I mean, would you be more mad at yourself?
I'm first of all, I'm not. I'm going to deny every fucking thing. I don't know what the fuck that nigga
Hey,
talking about.
look,
Real quick, before I get back into the video,
go ahead.
and that actually goes to what Smitty said. I've been in a situation like this. This is a long time ago. Almost 20 years ago. But I didn't call no cops. We got into some shit in the house. I left the house. I tried to run away because I got a crazy ass woman trying to fucking hit me with shit. So I run out of the house. I got a neighbor that calls the cops. You know? Because she started banging my windshield, and she got a knife in one hand and a lamp in the other, and started banging my fucking windshield and shit. So the neighbor calls the cops, right? So of course, hey, the cops got to do what the fuck they got to do. Once they take the neighbor's statement, and of course mine and shit like that. Either way, they try to call me to press charges on my fucking on my child's mother, my woman, and all of that. I'm like, first of all, I didn't call you motherfuckers. They had an uncooperative victim.
They don't always need you. The state sometimes pick it up.
The state attorney, whoever the fuck that was extremely persistent trying to get me to testify or make a statement against my woman. That shit wasn't happening. And I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I got busted windshield. Yeah, I got shit that's all cut up. Yeah, I just had to run from this chick. But no, I'm not. I'm not going through all of this shit. I don't know shit. Ain't none of that. Okay, I didn't call you motherfuckers. That's it. So I'm with Mahogany on that. I don't know shit.
Hey, Ant. So is
if you don't want somebody to go to jail, that's what the fuck you say.
And is it honestly because you didn't want her to go to jail, or you did not want the reputation of a snitch? Because you know we hate that.
No. They took her to. They told me straight up there wasn't nothing I could do to stop that shit.
Right. Because you know what, a lot of states, the state will pick it up. That's why they say that. Yeah. Like ain't nothing you can do.
Nothing I could do.
Get up if they want.
There wasn't nothing I could do about that. But once they called and tried to get statement, they called, offered to come by and tried to get multiple times they tried to get statements out of me and shit like that. I was like, you ain't saying shit.
Drop it. They have to drop it. If you're not cooperating,
they did give us a 30-day contact order. And this is almost 20 years ago.
Wow.
But they gave us a 30-day no contact order. Or whatever, but whatever. We ended up back together anyway, just like you said. So,
shit be crazy. So it's like, why call them peoples in the first place? I mean, considering nobody's like bleeding, guns, knives. I'm not talking about the extreme circumstances. We all know. Yes, do what you got to do in a like threatening situation, but. Man, it's typical everyday, like, who's this in your phone bullshit? Like, we need to cut that out, bro. I've seen so many dudes to land it that was in there, and the very reason why they in there is because their girl, they got into something, and now she the one putting money on his phone. She the one showing up to court on his behalf. He got a visit. Who was it? Her. But she got a restraining order. I mean, not a restraining order. The state put a no contact with her. She coming up to the jail to visit his ass and shit. Like, it's just, it's something.
You was right about that. Like, I think she just had to spend, like, because of the time frame, she had to spend, like, the rest of the day and the night in there.
That's all I wanted to say, Aaron. It's better to keep the people out your business if nobody's bleeding.
I was like, I ain't calling people on you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't calling people on you. So I agree with Mahogany on that type of shit. If you truly don't want somebody to go to jail, you don't fucking call the cops on them. No, that's it. So you the motherfucker that called the cops. You don't want somebody to go to jail. And told the cops.
But Aunt, what other number do we have? I mean, just real quick, if we all think about it. What 411, 311? What other number could he have dialed to rectify that circumstance besides?
He could have, just like he got in his car and sat there because he remember the first thing he said when the cop pulled up was CCW. He got a pistol on his hip.
Right. Yes.
So he got a firearm.
Right.
Anyway, so I'm glad that shit didn't go off while she was kicking his ass.
Right.
Glad for that, right there. But
Thank God.
no, if you get in the car, drive the fuck off. Just go. He sat there, he called the cops, waited for them to fucking come, and then told the cops that she beat his ass. And then and I'm like, look, just like what they saying in the chat, if you wrong, you wrong. He got a right to do whatever the fuck he wants to do, but don't tell me you didn't want that woman to go to jail after you did all that shit.
Yeah, you can't say that. Yes, Ant, you're absolutely right, 100%. Because that Maxie should have just said, "Look, we just got into a little argument, whatever. I just want her out before it escalates." It's the way you could word it. The very moment you say,
they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna fucking do that.
They're not gonna do that.
No. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. In a DV like that, they will definitely make sure that they separate you guys. If he can call them over there, the sheriff's office, whoever, police, local police, and have them have her removed. That can work. Yes, it does work. And nobody.
Hell no. That's not gonna happen. If she's receiving mail there, if she actually resides there and her child is residing there, they're gonna make her fucking just leave just because you don't want her there for the night. That's bullshit.
Yeah, he would have to go to court. Yeah, anything beyond 2 weeks in most states, anything beyond 14 days, you've been staying there, you got closure.
Man, if she's just a house guest that's there for the weekend or some shit, yeah, I understand. But the fuck, man, she just said, "Hey, we just bought a bed, motherfucker." She stay there.
Yeah, you ain't lying. I mean, I'm just simply saying, Ant, that when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, like the whole, all he had to do was just simply say, "I just want her out for a minute," or "Can you separate us?" They ask you, did anybody, look, just put it like this. If they ever ask, did anybody touch anybody? No. If you honestly don't want that person to go to jail and you're not that mad and you calm down a little bit, the answer is no. Because the very second you say yes, they're going to start looking at your body up and down, and he's going to tell you exactly what he told that dude in the beginning. "I've been doing this for a long time. I know how to look out for domesticated violence type of scars and scratches and everything else." So that's all I'm saying. He could have had her be removed without her going to jail legally on that day. Yes, he could have.
What a lot of people don't understand is people think that, okay, you got to have scars or whatever. The other person that's considered the aggressor, just like Mahogany said, can have scars on them. That doesn't make them the aggressor. They're going to look at all of the evidence in there. So they're going to look at, if that's like that, let's say that's your car or your crib or whatever. If all of your shit is thrown all over the place and tore the fuck up in your fucking crib, they're going to look at that evidence and be like, okay, it's unlikely he tore his own shit up. And he's saying that she threw his shit all over the place and threw shit at him. So more than likely, you know what I'm saying, she's the aggressor right there, And if he says he was, she came at him, she threw some shit at him, hit him with some shit, and he was defending himself, then yeah, that's why she got the scars on her. But he's defending himself. Or the other way around, it could be like that. But just like Creative was saying earlier, if it's just a hole in the wall and she just said, look, he just punched the wall in his own crib, he's kind of allowed to do that. He's allowed to do that.
Nah, you got a point there, and okay, touche. I concede. Okay.
But like, if he threw her ass into a fucking wall, he's not allowed to do that. and the shit got fucked up. Or if he threw shit, I'm saying they're gonna. My point is just this: they're gonna look at all of the evidence. They're gonna try to look at all of the evidence. So just because you got scars on you does not mean you're not the aggressor. It doesn't make you the victim. To go to what Mahogany was saying earlier.
I can tell you right now in the state of Maryland, usually with cases like this, everybody's going. Like, they don't, like PG, at least PG, they don't do too much trying to figure out who, what's what. As long as they can get both, like a clear story that both sides put hands on each other, yeah, both of y'all going. I've seen a lot of couples come in and they sitting on opposite sides of the goddamn process, and where the men sit, where the ladies sit, because of course they separate and shit. But yeah, no, I've seen that before, and they up here doing each other notes and everything else, trying to get each other out, and the whole time y'all got each other locked up, bruh. It's
But
crazy that you.
sometimes, just like Creative said earlier, that you do like. Okay, so she said she called the cops because he punched a hole in the wall. That's what you said earlier, right? Creative, and I'm sure it was probably like loud and some other shit too. But that was
Yeah,
pretty much
that
the
was right.
situation,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Mhm.
so sometimes the cops can come out as a deterrent. Granted, they can't make him leave or nothing like that, but that's just enough time to kind of calm y'all down.
But you want to know what's funny? And I got the same story. My brother's ex-wife called the cops on him, right? But what she did was she said I think it's the language too. She said she feared for her life. And so they removed him from the house. So I think these cops be picking and choosing. Or maybe it's different in different states.
In California, it's a community property state, so they live and abide by that.
Okay.
I mean, this is in the state of Ohio. This is what we're looking at. I mean, well, I know once there are children involved, where I am in the state of Florida, especially when there are children involved and there's a clear physical altercation, somebody is going to jail. I know with that situation I went through, and this is 20 years ago, the motherfucker said to me straight, because I tried to say the same shit, like, why the fuck she got to go to jail? I ain't call you. They was like, look, either she going to jail or you can both go to jail. It's up to you.
That's a fact, and that's literally that's a fact, bro. That's how they talk. Like, look, y'all either gonna fess up to what, or somebody's going, and it's usually that somebody stays home so somebody can get the other out. We both can't be locked up. Who gonna bond who out?
I mean, usually you get let out without fucking bond. Like they what the fuck, the SOR, the supervised order of release. Like ain't even gonna fucking bond. You ain't got to bond out for this type of shit.
Yeah. Personal recognizances. They just let you out of no bond.
You ain't got to bond out for this type of shit.
Facts, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, so when people be acting all crazy and going wild, like, yo, you're really not. You're not even gonna have to change out. You're gonna leave in the clothes that you came in. Like, you're not gonna even put on the uniform. Like, 'cause you're not gonna go to the back. You're gonna be
you're not gonna it's the holding cell. Yeah,
right. Yeah, you're gonna be in processing. You're gonna keep the same clothes on and leave out in that right there. That's what you wore to jail. That's what you leaving out in, because your ass is gone in under 12 hours. And for the record, most states have to do it under 12 hours, or you're considered or you're considered detained and captive if it's not within 12 hours. So I mean, sometimes you just gotta wait a while. That's all. But you're gonna get out. You'll be just fine.
More than likely, in a situation like this, I think most states do it. They're gonna have like a no contact order for like a month.
Facts. No, fact. No. Well, that, or at least until the court date is resolved. That too.
Yeah, it'll be like 30 days, but they can't communicate with each other unless it's something mutual for the child. They can't do that. Like, yeah. It doesn't mean they both won't violate it though, because chances are that's all they want to do after this is make up. So they're just gonna get right back together.
That one over the other one up front. Hey, come over here. Put the bags down.
I'm cool. I'm fucking cool. And I can't even fucking talk to him and tell him to drop him off at mommy's house. I just lost $350 today because this motherfucker went and get to about nothing. I don't understand how taking the blunt on somebody's mouth and they're trying to light it in your face while you're trying to talk to them is aggressive. I don't understand that. Right, you went to go get your hair cut and all this. You're about to go to Florida, bro. I'm not stupid. You about to go to your wife. And you trying to get into it with me and get me put in jail so you don't have to hear from me. Like, he does this all the time. Like, leave me alone.
You hear that?
Bruh, if that nigga is not in there right now with car keys in his hands saying, I'm right behind you, if he's not doing none of that, that is scary. I ain't gonna.
she's on the phone with I don't know, a family member or something. But I want the ladies to chime in on that. I'll replay those quick 10 seconds if y'all want to hear it. She said, "Don't think I'm stupid. You about to go to Florida and be with your wife, and now you want me in jail just so you don't have to hear from me."
Oh, to my mommy's house.
Yeah.
I just lost $350 today because this motherfucker went and gets to about nothing. I don't understand how taking the blunt on somebody's mouth and they're trying to light it in your face while you're trying to talk to them is aggressive. I don't understand that. Right, you went to go get your hair cut and all this. You're about to go to Florida, bro. I'm not stupid. You about to go to your wife. And you trying to get into it with me and get me put in jail so you don't have to hear from me. Like, he does this all the time. Like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me and my son alone. That's not physically touching him, taking the blood out of his mouth.
Yeah, so I'll be short and sweet. I believe it. People are diabolical. There's some people that are diabolical. Just like I can believe that, she's a little off. I could believe that he's that diabolical. So I mean, it's definitely believable. But the thing, what if I could say anything to her is, don't let this shit happen again. Don't put yourself in a position to where you're reliant on a man to where he could pick up the phone at any point in time and say, you did this to me, and have you arrested and taken away from your child. Because at the end of the day, no penis, I call it, no penis is worth that, the relationship that you have with that baby. She needs, like I said, guidance. She shouldn't even be living with him. She's literally straight out of her parents' house into his house. And he's not a good dude for many reasons. He's not a good dude because he's married and he hasn't even ended that. And I believe it. How would she know that he's going to where her his ex-wife is? Why is he going there? He's going there to do whatever he's doing. He's an old man running around doing whatever he wants to do. And he got this little young tenderoni on the side, and he's using her. He's using her for living coochie. He's using her for extra income, probably to pay his bills. If that was my daughter, I would snatch her up and take her home and not let her leave. She would never be with that fool again.
But think about it. That, you know what? And when you said that, beloved, the first thing came to my mind is, does she have somebody to snatch her up? Is she in this circumstance? Because not only is she looking for a man, she's looking for a man like daddy.
Well,
like
Smitty,
you know,
he said in the beginning, sometimes she's there and sometimes she's at her parents' house or her mom's house. So I'm wondering what the hell is her mom?
Okay.
What is her mom? She's obviously not a good mom, because my daughter, there is no way in hell my daughter would end up in this.
So she does have family. Okay, so yeah, I digress. My mic is muted. I appreciate you, beloved.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's
Did you hear that part, Mello, when she said that?
Yes, I heard it.
Now he just wants to go to Florida and be with his wife, and he wants her in jail so that way
she's not
she don't have to hear from him.
with the reconciliation. Yeah, there's no, and he can go ahead and tell his wife, estranged wife, baby, that's behind me. I didn't know she was a jailbird. She's in jail right now. What have you. I like the word Mahogany used, despicable, diabolical. I think that's the word you use, right, Mahogany? Diabolical. When it comes to selfishness, across genders, we ought not be surprised what they come up with. As far as this specific young woman, she's gonna have to get her life together and gain some type of sustainable income for herself, because unfortunately, I think she fell for the fairy tale that a man is going to rescue you, and all you got to do.
They're the perfect fit, Mella. She says she does hair and he has hair, so hey, match made in heaven, right?
Yeah, it was like she's disillusioned with this concept that there's a such thing as I feel for you, you feel for me, and we can build something with that, without understanding the dynamics of what a diabolical person will do. And she, she was wrong for getting together with a married man. And I'm not gonna classify her level of intelligence. What I will say is that when it comes to emotionally desperate people, this is the result. You know,
And I'm sorry, Mella. I'm sorry, but yes, diabolical. That was the word.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I
emotionally
want to take
desperate
down this
people
video,
do
because when
dumb
all of these
shit.
dudes come on here and talk about dating or being with younger women when they be in their late 30s, mid to late 40s, whatever, and they talk about being with 20 something year olds because that's just what they want and it's better and they ain't hit the wall and all of that other
I would
shit. This is the
love to
part
hear.
that they conveniently leave the fuck out.
Can
I would
we
love to hear the background of their origin story in terms of who approached who first.
No,
Because
I'm just saying, like, this is the part that they leave out. Well, I mean, look, at the end of the day, even at 21 years old, yeah, she's a younger woman, but she's still a grown adult. She can make her own decisions. Understand? But like I said, this is the part that a lot of these dudes leave out. Where,
well
hey, even as a grown ass man, just because you want a younger woman because she might be better looking, better in the bedroom, and like Mahogany said earlier, whatever, a little more moldable and shit like that. Can you understand like where she's coming from? Like, and can you exercise patience and all of those other things? Because that woman said over and over again, one of the things that I noticed when she was telling the cops things that were going on, of course she was hysterical, she was all over the place, but she said over and over again, I'm not understanding.
yeah, exactly. She
Saying I'm not understanding. And that part I believe her with.
I believe it
I think there's a lot of shit she just doesn't understand. Why
too.
he's doing this, and just certain situations. Like, it's a lot of shit that she's got to deal with right now. It's coming quick. You know what I'm saying? She's a mother. She's trying to be a girlfriend. She's trying to kind of replace the wife, do wifely things, cooking dinner. We bought a bed, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you just want to fire up the spliff and lay on the motherfucking couch. Like, yo, dude, understand what the fuck you with. It's not as simple as just, hey, what you want and what the fuck you like. Like, you're dealing with in person right there.
I want what Mela was saying about the married. I wish we could. I really want to delve into these lying ass married ass men. Some of these men be lying their asses off, because I had it happen to me. What they do is they don't tell you that they're married. And like Auntie said, this girl is fresh, kind of green to life. She's green. So I have no idea. She probably didn't even know that he was married. Maybe she found out after the fact. Now she done got a baby. Now she thinks she in love. And because these men very rarely come out and say I'm married. Because they know most women will not fuck with them. I'm not saying
know
all.
what I would like to unpack, Mahogany, is these, you got to figure that out for yourself, mothers. Like, somebody should have raised that girl better. Okay, she wouldn't be in this circumstance if her upbringing consisted of standards that ought not be broken.
I agree.
Somebody failed that young lady, and we don't talk about that. We don't talk about how a lot of women, and I'm not going to get into the man thing, women, when it comes to their children, are so stressed out that they ignore basic comprehension skills in terms of guiding, decision making for their children. That girl had no business being interested in a married man. That will lead to misery.
Well, she probably didn't know.
Told her that.
But when I'm
saying, I would respectfully disagree with that part, Mahogany.
But she
look,
I
and
bet you she
look,
didn't know.
from a man's perspective, I can tell you, I could tell in just about any woman. If I'm married, but not only do we not live together, that chick is in a whole nother state, and I don't even fucking like her ass, and all that other shit is paperwork. That's not gonna stop most women.
But you don't take a married man seriously.
Did not.
I'm just saying. I mean, if I'm in fucking Ohio and my wife lives in fucking Florida, like, it's pretty clear
you do background checks
like that.
and you don't take a married man seriously. That's
Oh my!
That,
I
that
will
that's
say
not gonna
that,
stop
like,
a woman that likes me. Some chick in Florida when I'm in Ohio is not gonna stop her from
can I
fucking with
say?
me,
But what?
especially
What?
when I say I don't like this chick.
But what Mela is saying, Mela is 100% on it. Because I'm gonna use myself as if I was her mother. If she was raised by me, first of all, she would never be in that position because number one, because he is married, and once you found out he's married, you are not to be. You shouldn't be living with him, because then he has no reason to do
Don't take no
anything.
married man
There's
seriously.
so much things that she is doing wrong, and I honestly feel like she don't have the upbringing or the teaching. No woman has pulled her and taught her anything. That's why she's up there whining and crying about, oh, he didn't eat and shit. Like, who gives a fuck if he didn't eat? Like, I mean, you shouldn't even be over there playing wifey. He has a wife. He's what the hell are you even doing over there? Like,
Exactly.
there's so much wrong. It's a lot wrong going on over there.
And
I mean, he's not
speaking of
with his wife.
wrong,
He's not
there's
with his
too
wife.
many people not being raised right.
I'm just saying, when people be
He's not with
legally
his wife, but it doesn't
or
matter.
when people are separated, that whole whether or not they still married does not fucking matter.
Listen
Like
to
that
what
shit
I'm
don't be
saying.
mattering to people.
And listen what I'm saying. Seriously, listen what I'm saying. I know
Like, let's
too.
talk about it in real life.
Listen what I'm saying. Because the way I grew up, if a man was married, whether she's halfway across the city, whatever, you already know, like he can't have two wives. That's big. Like, he's got to get something in order for you, and if you're important enough, he'll do it. So any mother with herself, any father with himself is going to tell his daughter that. She might be dumb enough to fall for it, but somebody should be in her ear saying, listen, you're living in, I hate to be like that, but you're kind of living in sin. Your life is not going to go the way you want it to go, making these decisions that you're making. At the end of the day, older people with wisdom, that's who she needs around her. She don't have that, and it's obvious.
Obviously. But yeah, it's not even about Christianity. I am a Christian. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying common sense prevails in the statement, do not take a married man's advances towards you seriously. Do not. Like, yeah, he may proposition someone with the lifestyle of their dreams, but they're married. You can't take them seriously. Take them for what they giving you and do less about it, but don't take them. See, what's disturbing is that this young girl took this man seriously, and somebody should have told her better. It's like, having fun is one thing, but committing yourself with a child and living arrangements, that's a whole nother scope that you ought not to frolic with. It leads to misery, as we are witnessing with this video. Like, she should have made better decisions. Okay, I would love to clobber that man. I would love to do that, but I'm not going to make it a man versus woman thing. I'm talking about the fact that she went to jail for circumstances that could have been avoided. That's what I'm talking about.
I would agree with that part. Creative Solutions, you want to jump in?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I agree with Mela, and I also agree with Mahogany Roots. Yeah, this is like very sensical. Like, as a 21-year-old, you already got kids, and she's doing too much. She's not living her life. Like, she's not exploring. She's not doing the things and focusing on her own goals. She's already tied up with somebody, and he's not even doing anything for her. Like, it's
You
not
could
even a
tell.
good deal. It's not a good deal at all.
You could tell she wasn't guided properly. She was a TV baby. She watched media as her parent, and she fell for the fairy tale that some man who's interested in you sexually will value you enough to take care of you, when that's not the real deal. That's not how men think. Okay, and I'm not gonna go into bashing men. I'm not gonna do that. What I will say is that when it comes to young women who don't quote unquote know any better because the TV was their babysitter, they will fall into the trap of thinking the fairy tale is real. And it's not. Just because a man is sexually interested in you does not mean he will take care of you. Period.
Well, also, what I would say this is don't confuse age for maturity. Just because a motherfucker's in his 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe even 60s, does not mean that he's mature. It's just like,
Yes, that's
you know,
a
y'all
good,
do have a
yeah.
point. There's a lot of shit that he does not have together. He doesn't even understand the woman that he's with. Like that woman, 21 years old. I can just hear what the fuck she's saying. And it's a lot of shit that she's dealing with. Now, whether or not she's wrong for pulling a blunt out of his mouth and grabbing him by the hair and handling shit the way she fucking handled it. I mean, whatever. We can argue about that shit, who was right or who was wrong all fucking day. I can just understand how all of that shit can just hit a young woman like a sack of bricks. So as her man, if you're gonna be her man or you're gonna cohabitate or she's gonna be in your house, you're gonna have to be able to understand that shit and have healthy ways to deal with that when she does go off the deep end and her hormones are all over here and she's all emotional and shit like that. That doesn't something other than just sparking up a blunt and exhaling in her fucking face.
Yeah, that's a good point, Auntie, because pregnant women, they go through hormonal changes that totally turns off the man that fell in love with them. And men who don't understand that, they will flip the switch. They were like, I don't even like her no more. But they don't understand that there's a total hormonal shift that comes with being pregnant, let alone giving birth. She's not the same person you fell in love with for a period of time, and you have to be committed enough to her to understand that. And if you're not, then you just the same, you just a superficial piece of crap that was just looking to have fun with her, as opposed to understanding the commitment of adjusting to somebody that's going through changes. Like, what would I look like abandoning someone I love just because they have cancer? You know what I'm saying? I'm not equating pregnancy with cancer. What I'm indicating is the responsibility of care. If you are signing up for a responsibility of care, that is different than getting a thrill. And it seems to me he signed up for the thrill. And when she was going through those hormonal changes that pregnant women go through, the thrill was gone, and he wanted to figure out a way to get gone. And that's why, it escalated, because she doesn't understand.
And there's so many things that can set. I mean,
Okay.
and I understand this shit because I'm experienced enough at this point. But when I was in my mid 20s or even late 20, I didn't know. I'm just going through the fucking motions. At 40 something years old, I would understand there's little shit like not eating what this woman cooked after she done worked or whatever, or refusing to go in like, hey, fuck that. I'm laying on the goddamn couch. Like that shit that can set a woman the fuck off.
Depending on what hormonal changes she's experiencing, yeah.
Or it could be insecurities or whatever, and at the same time, like you got a whole life in Florida, and you don't want to stay in the same bed with this woman.
We keep dismissing the fact that pregnant women. This is a pattern.
I'm just saying, I can understand how all of that shit can just kind of add up, and some people they snap after all of that shit adds up.
Is it not a pattern? And I'm asking everybody on the panel, is it not a pattern that men become, quote unquote, disenchanted when their woman experiences pregnancy and childbirth? They become disenchanted. And
that's not necessarily true. No.
Well, sometimes they be annoyed.
Different men handle things different ways. That's why I don't use the men versus women, or I don't blanket all men, just like I don't blanket all women. I can't do it because I've dealt with enough women. I've talked to enough women to understand that y'all are different. Like all of y'all don't handle shit and feel the same way and act the same way and react the same way to even the same shit. And I think a lot of women should understand that shit too. As men, we fucking different too, and we all don't handle shit the same way. So all that men do this and women do this, it's bullshit. It's extremely elementary.
I'm talking about pregnancy.
No, and we all don't handle pregnancy the same way. Like we all don't handle a pregnant woman the same fucking way.
Well, let's see what I didn't even know what Mela was going to say. I will say this: when I was pregnant, my husband became a lot more nurturing and say, like, you know, he became very much nurturing, rubbing my feet, rubbing my belly, giving me massages. He was very concerned about how I felt.
And you're blessed for that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I know that's how I felt personally. I'm like, whatever the fuck we going through for the next 9 months, that's it. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong about shit. Fuck it. You know, the next 9 months. That's it, man. My job is to make sure that you're fed, you're comfortable, and all of that shit. That's it. Like, and I understood that much. So
You're blessed you're blessed.
But I'm just saying, different men are going to handle things differently.
You're blessed.
No, I'm just saying, different men are going to handle things differently. That's why these conversations have been going on for years, and they'll keep going on because they don't have a fucking answer. Because all of these channels just group men on one side and women on the other side as if we're all just some fucking monolith, and we're not.
Well, we're not a monolith.
Like, I can talk to you ladies on the panel, and I can honestly say that y'all are not like most other women that are in these spaces. Each one of you ladies are way different than a majority of women in these spaces. And individually, y'all are way different than each other.
I think it's a compliment.
I just want to confirm. Is that a compliment?
I'm just saying.
Is that a compliment?
Mella's like, if you get it right.
He won't answer the damn question.
Are you complimenting us, Auntie?
Yeah, I mean, I am, but I also understand, like, I'm just saying, people are different, and different people are going to handle things differently, but also different people are going to handle things differently when they're dealing with different people. Like, okay, so people talk about relationship dynamics as if that shit is algebra or geometry when it's really chemistry. You know, the different chemicals are going to react with different chemicals in different ways. You know, different elements are going to react with different elements in different ways. Let's just understand that. And it really depends on the timing, the form, or all of those different things.
Timing, everything.
There are some things, you know, that I can mix sodium with, I'm going to have one reaction, but other things I can mix sodium with, the same fucking sodium, I'm going to have a different fucking reaction. You know, sometimes it's going to be something dormant. Sometimes it's going to be combustion.
Yeah. Timing, ingredients, and most times silence is golden. When it comes to women, well, I shouldn't say women. I'll speak for myself. When it comes to me, I find the silence is golden. I don't have to, you know, respond to everything a man says to me. He said what he said, and I can leave it alone. There are women that have a competitive spirit against men, and quite frankly, it's not going to get you anywhere because men are built differently. They are born with a competitiveness that we ought not to compete with, and a lot of women do. And you find how you fuck around and find out. You know, men are just built different. They are.
I want to add something.
You'd be amazed. Some men ain't got the that competitive gene in them.
I want to say this.
So a lot of, well, 1 second, real quick. I'm gonna give it right to you, Mahogany. A lot of these niggas, some of these niggas have silly putty in their fucking chest, Mela. Like, they have silly putty in their chest. They would prefer to try to be everybody's fucking friend rather than compete with anybody. Not every dude has that competitive gene.
How do you spot them after Mahogany speaks? I was wondering how you spot them.
Well, I was just gonna say, for me, I've always been, my personality is very different, and I've been told, this is what I've been told, which is weird. I've been told, like, for me, I actually am, believe it or not, very actually kind of quiet when I'm not on YouTube. So for me, I'm real quiet. Like, I'm very quiet, and I don't like to argue. Like, I will do anything not to argue. I will walk out the house. I will leave. I will go upstairs and lock my, like, I don't like to argue. So I've found that with maybe opposites attract, I've found like sometimes I get with men that want to kind of go back and forth with me, and I really don't want to do that. So I've had a bit of a opposite experience, but I think I also have a bit of a, even though I consider myself feminine, I feel like I have a bit of a masculine sort of personality. And I think the reason is because of my military experience, just like you, Mela, but also my upbringing around a lot of males as well as females.
I choose to classify it as resilience as opposed to masculine traits.
Okay.
There's a resilience about us, between you and myself. We're resilient, and we can attribute that to our background as military service members. However, it was born of us to be resilient, and sometimes that resilience is viewed as a masculine trait, and it's not. We're just resilient. We have stick-to-itiveness. We, dare I say, we're actually effervescent, and we got a lot of things going for us that makes us persevere, and that's resilience. But when it comes to men who are looking for someone that's more, dare I say, docile, yeah, that can be misconstrued as a masculine attribute. Our resilience a lot of times is miscategorized as masculine, and it's not.
Well, I mean, and I'm going to tell you like this: if a man miscategorizes any of your traits as a woman as masculine, that motherfucker lacks masculinity. I'm going to say that over and over again. A woman cannot mimic masculinity. Now, aggression is not a masculine trait. It's just a trait that's in some people. Some people are just aggressive. Same way being competitive and combatant and shit like combative and shit like that. Those are not masculine nor feminine. Those are not gender specific fucking traits. I know plenty of women that are way more competitive than any man than most men that you would fucking meet.
Oh my God!
Wait a second. Let me finish. That does not make them any less feminine. And it damn sure don't make them more masculine. It just makes them competitive. That's it. Same way. So I know some women that are extremely aggressive. That doesn't make them fucking masculine. It makes them aggressive. So I have enough respect for masculinity to know that all a woman can do is try to mimic it. She can't be masculine no matter what the fuck
masculinity
she does.
is a whole
The same way,
level.
most of you women, you guys understand that shit. A man can put on a dress, wear fucking high heels, put lipstick on, wear a fucking wig. He can never be feminine, no matter what the hell he does. So if a man cannot omit or be feminine, what the hell makes you think that you can be masculine?
Yeah,
like seriously, like Mela, what can I do to make myself feminine as a man?
There's a distinction that
can I shave my beard and swivel my hips? Would that make me feminine? Would that make me feminine?
That would make someone flamboyant, not feminine.
Exactly. So can we agree that there is nothing that I, as a man, can do to be feminine?
A man is a man, a woman is a woman.
Can we agree? This is yes or no?
I agree.
Can we agree on it?
I agree.
Okay, so how in the absolute hell is there anything that you, Mahogany, or any other woman can do to be masculine?
What I was told, I'm gonna tell you what I was told in the past by that ex-boyfriend, that he wasn't used, because it's the military in me. He was not used. I was very rigid. I got up the same time every morning to run, to jog. I made my breakfast I was very rigid. I was very rigid with my son. He had to be to bed at a certain time. He had to brush his teeth at a certain time. I am a very, when it comes to certain things, I do it every day consistently.
Structure and regimen. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've pretty much always been that way my whole life, but my mom raised us that way. So let me see what else he said. just basically like when I make up my mind about something, it's hard to change my mind. I guess I was hard-headed. I didn't want to just take his lead and just listen to him. I actually had an opinion. So, I think some men aren't used to that. Maybe they don't like that. I don't know.
That doesn't make you masculine. That's the only point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I
That just makes you an
say,
opinionated woman.
yeah, I was going to say too to that, beloved, what you were speaking about. That sounds more like a him problem than like before. I would think you're masculine. I mean, first of all, you use the word rigid. I don't know why you would use rigid for routine. You have a routine, and
Yeah.
what's wrong with the routine? You
People
see what?
aren't used to it. They're not used to it, I guess.
I'm just saying I have enough respect for masculinity that I would never call a woman masculine.
Well, see, a lot of
Like, I would
times,
never do it because you can't do it.
a lot of times, a self-centered man wants a woman to dance to his tune, and if she is regimented, if she has a routine, as you would say, then that doesn't afford him the opportunity to influence her to dance to his music, and thereby she's a problem. And a lot of guys, depending on who they are, they want a woman that dance to their tune as opposed to respecting the fact that she's autonomous.
I
heard another woman say this shit on a panel. Like I've been having this conversation in these spaces for years since I came in, and the first people I got on was the dudes saying these women are masculine. I was like, bro, if you think a woman is masculine, then you're not masculine, or you just don't know what the fuck masculinity is, bro. Because there's no way in hell a woman can omit that. I heard a woman that, of course, she played for the other team. But she said, yeah, I get in touch with my masculine side because I shop in the men's department of the department store. I'm like, you really think masculinity is some shit that you can buy?
Yeah.
You really think that masculinity is some shit that you can just purchase in a fucking store? It just shows that you have a distorted view on what masculinity actually is.
Well, that's equivalent, and that's equivalent to the women, the few that do it. I know all my sisters don't, but that's equivalent to the women that say, "Happy Father's Day" to me as a single mom. Like, no, you're just mom. It's okay.
Right.
Long ass mom. That's all right. You do not have to incorporate our punk ass day with your ass. You don't have to do it. But yeah, I get you on that, Aunt.
I'm just saying. I've done the single father thing with full custody, of my son living with me. I ain't never expect no goddamn Mother's Day card.
Exactly.
Okay, or Happy Mother's Day. No, I'm his fucking father.
Exactly.
He's got a. Okay, what the kind of bullshit is that? That makes no sense. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But I just, like I say, any masculinity that a woman omits is that of the pseudo type. It's not real. It's fake. It's fake.
So you're saying there's
any femininity that a man can omit is fucking pseudo. It's not real.
So not even a pseudo.
Can a man have effeminate tendencies? Absolutely, effeminate tendencies, but he can't have feminine tendencies. There's nothing, and just like a woman can have pseudo masculine traits, but they can never be masculine trait. Like you can't. All you can do is mimic it, but you can't.
A man is a man and a woman is a woman.
You know you're not supposed to say that today.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, look, I have enough respect for femininity to know that I can't omit. I can't do it. Like no matter how hard I try, no man can do that shit. I have enough respect for y'all as women to know that that's something only you guys can omit. Regardless, a dude can speak in fucking Toronto. You know what I'm saying? He could put on a dress. He could shave his fucking legs, wear high heels, and like men, but that does not make him feminine. He can't. There's nothing he could do on this earth to make him feminine. So let's just, can we at least respect that? Hey, the opposite is true as well. a woman can't be masculine.
You know, the internet doesn't like this, and you must conform. You must know that everything is interchangeable. You must know that men can be just as feminine as women can be masculine. We are not to have a separation because it is for the better good and for the identity of us recognizing a man from a woman. That is not supposed to be nowadays. We are supposed to all be one sex, just like New World Order.
It's like I said, a lot of these men, we supposed to be using the term free zone effeminate, not feminine, because they're two different things. Okay, women are feminine. Dudes can be effeminate, but they can't be feminine. They're two different things. The same way, women can omit pseudo masculinity. They can have aggressive tendencies, combative tendencies. They can be opinionated, like Mahogany said, but they can't be masculine.
So not even a stud could do it.
No, especially a stud.
I'm talking about titties pressed down with the little strap and all that. Like, so not even a full-fledged stud can do it. Okay, all right, I got you.
Because she's still a she.
At the end of the day. At the end of the day, bruh. But we're not supposed to say that.
That's called pseudo masculinity.
No. It's called taboo. Nowadays, what used to be normal is called taboo. It's taboo. Everything you're saying right now, and that's what's sad. That's so damn sad.
Yeah, So I mean, I get it, and I'm not knocking anybody that does that shit. I'm just. No, you're not masculine. You can't just buy that. You can't just press your shit down and buy certain clothes and now all of a sudden you're masculine. The same way we as men, we can't do that shit. We can't just dress a certain way and grow out a beard and that just makes us masculine. There's more to it than that. There's way more to it than that. It's something you cannot fucking mimic. As women, you can't mimic it. Same way your femininity, I can't just mimic that shit. I can't do it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I love the way you say you just can't put on a beard and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, adjacent to it, but still in the same lane, what is your personal definition of when we say male and men?
I mean, that's different. I mean, in these spaces, I think people use that shit as more of an insult to certain men. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, what I was looking at is more so how you was saying how like I let me put it like this. For example, I don't like I am in full agreement that there can be no such thing as toxic masculinity, because what masculinity truly consists of, toxicity is not in the realm of it. That's where I was trying to go with that. I don't know, maybe I just kind of missed my mark on how I questioned it. But that's my whole thing as far as like when you like people really think being a man, being masculine, or being a woman, being feminine is something that like you can like play dress up in. No. Just like for example, and we were talking about leadership to land it. I honestly, in my personal opinion, I never got a chance to say nothing on that. I don't believe that you can teach leadership. I believe that just certain people are born leaders and majority of us aren't. I mean, can you teach what leaders do to somebody? Yes.
Absolutely.
But being able to truly follow through and make the same impact as a born leader, no. You're either born that or you're not. Just like musicians, singers and stuff. Some people just was born with the voice, bruh. And some of us, I don't care what you do, you can't get Flavor Flav to sound like the Isley Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I believe that a lot of that stuff can be taught. Are some people born with specific gifts that other people don't have that makes the learning curve, a lot easier for them? Absolutely. But yeah, it can be taught. And sometimes good followers make the best leaders. Eventually.
You believe you can teach leadership?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that Shaq said. He said before you can lead, you must first learn to follow.
No, I agree.
Because so sometimes it happens like that. I think, yeah. I mean, there are different types. Now, are some people just born with certain leadership qualities that allow others to follow behind them and they just have them? Absolutely. I think some people just naturally have it. But yeah, it can be taught. It can.
And are LeBrons and Jordans made or born?
Both.
Point. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because I mean, look, you can say that LeBrons and Jordans are born, but if you look at their upbringing, it shows you exactly why their careers ended so different.
Like Spartan training. Right. It's like the training of a Spartan. I know what you
One was raised by not just his mother, but when the type of mother that LeBron had, like you grew up in a household where excuses were made on a consistent basis. No disrespect to his mom, she did whatever it was she had to do, but at the same time, that boy missed 80 something days of school and this and that. So it's no secret why now you want all of the credit when you win and you want none of the blame when you fucking lose. A total lack of accountability. But Jordan was raised in a competitive household. He had an older brother. He played multiple different sports. He had a very, very stern father as well as a stern mother too. And the order of operations were there. So the motherfucker didn't make excuses. He just got stronger. You know what I'm saying? He just got stronger, worked harder, wanted to be the best. So like, even though they're both leaders, they both grew into pretty good leaders. They go about it differently. And I think that's because they were taught differently. Coming up.
That's a very, very great point. But the fact is,
if you want to compare like Kobe to LeBron or whatever, like they were raised differently and they came up differently. They were coached different, like they were coached differently. So because of that, their leadership styles are different.
Right. So now I'm asking this question. If that's really actually the case, and then how come everybody who made it to the major leagues is not a LeBron, a Ken Griffey Jr., a Jordan, so on and so forth, and everything else? The fact is, see, this is what I mean by you can't teach that. That is just something that some people are born with, and they have no choice but to adhere to the calling. And there are some people, and most people want to adhere to a calling that they were never called for. You cannot teach leadership. You're either born a Kobe, you're born a LeBron, you're born a Jordan, or you're not.
No, that's not true.
You're not the only ones who had that type of upbringing. That's all I wanted to say.
Like somebody like Jordan that chose to look, I'm going to get it done here in Chicago, no matter what. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get over the hump. I'm going to get over the mountaintop. Whereas you got guys like KD, LeBron, whatever. And that's why people bring up the single mother raised thing or whatever. But their mothers were very, very vocal when they got criticized for LeBron taking his talents to Miami. KD going to Golden State, joining the team that beat him and everything because you got to get this ring. When people's like, yo, that's a weak move or whatever. Their mothers were the first ones to defend that shit, So, I mean, I'm not going to diminish. I mean, everybody had successful careers. They would all be considered leaders, but they go about shit differently.
Okay. I can only concede to that point and that point alone. I mean, let's move it along, whatever. I know how you do, you know what I'm saying? But like, bruh, to land it, nah, I don't believe that.
Even when they asked KD that about the All-Star game, because we go back to All-Star weekend, he said, he just deflected. First thing he did was deflect. Well, why don't you get on the Europeans about that, because they don't play hard in the All-Star game either. Like, you just passed the buck. You like fuck any accountability from you. Let's talk about what other people are doing. And I'm not gonna say it's all women are like that, because I wasn't raised around women that allows no shit like that. Not women, not men, not fuck that. You're gonna take accountability for the situation that you're in. But the types of fucking households that those dudes grew up in are just different than that of other motherfuckers, like a Kobe or a Jordan's household or whatever. Like, those motherfuckers went out there and they got it. That's why you see the difference. Or even a Steph Curry, for example. You ain't got no need to go nowhere else. No matter where shit is, you about to finish shit here. You started here, you're gonna finish here. We gonna win together or we gonna lose together. That's just the way it is. And hey, if they just better than us, they just better than us. I'm not about to jump ship. And no, it's not always it's not always when we win, it's not always because of me, and when we lose, it's always your fault.
I'm
It's
sorry.
always somebody else's fault.
And you be smack on point, dog. Majority of the time, right there, my brother. I mean, honestly,
I mean,
that
I would even go to even a Magic Johnson. He used to say that shit all of the time. This is back in the 80s. He would say, he's like, look, we understood, like, hey, me and Kareem, we get a majority of the credit when we win. Understandable, we're the stars, but we got to take all of the blame when we lose.
but you're
That's what it is. It's always on us as the leaders.
you're naming anomalies. There aren't too many people who ended off just like Magic and Jordan did on the Lakers. On the LeBron is a
That's what Love Wisdom was saying up here earlier, though. Everybody ain't built for leadership.
That's what I'm saying. Are
But
you
nowadays, if you tell someone that they're not a fucking leader, they take it personally and as an insult.
Are you serious right now? And you know, come on, bruh. Come on, and I literally just said that. That's why I said it can't be taught. Everybody's not even they're not even born to be that. So if you're not even born to be that, and then you turn around and tell me it can be taught, and come on, man, we better than
I
that.
think it can be taught. Just like I said, when I say it goes by how you were raised, how you were coached. You know, those little things that's being taught. That's a series of things that teach you that.
I'm gonna ask you one last time, and
I wouldn't say LeBron James isn't a leader. I would just
refresh.
say he's not the same type of leader that a Jordan was, or that a Kobe was, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I think LeBron James is an effective leader in his own right. He's just not. He's not the type of guy like a Jordan or a Kobe that's gonna lead by example, and he's gonna pretty much beat his teammates into the fucking ground, you know what I'm saying, and try to prepare them like, yo, if you can't deal with me, you're going to be worthless when I need you the most type shit. You know what I'm saying? He's more the guy that's going to try to be friends with everybody. Like, there are different types of leadership qualities. So I think it can be taught. I think more often than not it is.
Hold on, but to see that. And honestly, that totally nullifies everything because you just said that, and I agree with such and such. Whoever that was in the chat said leaders are. And I'm asking you straight up: are leaders born or are they raised?
I think leaders are raised. Like, actual leaders are raised. Can some people It's just like any other a basketball player or an athlete or whatever. You can be born with certain genetic gifts that make it a lot easier for you, to transition into a certain sport. But overall, you still have to be taught the fundamentals and everything else to be effective or even be at the top. So you can have, certain traits and qualities that go to being a good leader, but that doesn't just make you a leader all like immediately. You still have to grow into leadership and be taught to actually lead, or in some way.
I get what you're saying as far as
I know plenty of people that have the gifts and the attributes to be a good leader, but they're not leaders.
All right. So when I say, are leaders born or are they raised? That is no the fuck, nephew. Don't you come in here with that bullshit.
I think all you can do, you can be born with certain qualities and attributes, but that doesn't make you a leader. So no, I don't think a leader can be born. No, can just be born. Like, you don't just come out the womb a leader. Absolutely not.
Oh my God, bro.
You can come out the womb with certain attributes that attribute to you being a better leader, but there's still way more that goes into it.
Okay. I can respect that. But I mean, I do still stand firm in my belief of if you're born to be a leader, you're going to be that whether you were taught or not. Do you know how many people grew up in circumstances where they didn't have any of that backing, guidance, nothing, and they are what we call natural born leaders. So that's the reason why I say that. I mean, to me personally, it kind of like makes it a non-equivalent. is because of the simple fact that there are too many examples of people that did not have nowhere near as much backing, and they just simply had they just had it in them, and we've seen it. That's the only reason why I say that, Ant. But I mean, I don't take anything away from what you're saying, because you logically make sound points. Those are logical sound points that I can't dispute. I just have my own view. There's really nothing I can say to dispute what you're saying, though. So I'm going to give you that. I digress. My mic is muted.
What's up, Truth? I'm gonna finish this video in a second too, but go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, no, I'm glad y'all having this conversation. I think a lot of times we can get leadership, leader or influencer, I guess, kind of mixed up.
Conflated.
Yeah, conflated. Yeah, that's
There you go.
what I would do. Yes, sir. Leadership for and I'm like I said, nobody's wrong up here. Ant said it earlier. Two things can be true at the same time. I believe you can teach qualities of leadership, but I don't think you can teach somebody how to be an actual leader. I think it is what is called an MBL, like Seven said, natural born leader, which means that, let's say throughout your life, you will always, and I'm speaking from experience, every situation of your life, it will be something naturally and instinctually pushing you to the front of it. And you're not even choosing it. People will make you go to the front of it. You will always be standing up for people. You will always be fighting for those that can't fight for themselves, speaking up for the voiceless. People going to look to you for answers, you know, whether it's sports, basketball teams, football teams, whether it's in class, you know, all these things you will see like you'll be turning like, why are you waiting for me to give an answer? Because that's the actual purpose that you have been putting in. It's an actual seat. A lot of people want that leadership seat, but a lot of people that want it, they aren't the leaders. Leaders don't want to be leaders because you understand the type of weight and pressure that comes with it. You're the enemy and the hero. You're everybody's great person, and they allure you and launch you, and then they can't wait till you fall and hit the floor. You know, you'll get the lion's share of the win and the lion's share of the blame when you lose. So heavy is the head that wears the crown. People want leadership, but they don't want the responsibility of all of it. And those that are leaders, we understand the weight, the responsibility that comes with it, and we accept it. That majority of the time, we're going to be leading even when no one else is following.
You're gonna lead by example first, but at the same time, sometimes it's about making the unpopular decision or the unpopular move. Just because being a leader is pretty much self-explanatory, because you move in a certain direction and people can choose to follow or not, but that should never change the direction that you move in. So a lot of people that take it personally when they're not being called a leader, but at the same time, they're just doing what they think will allow people to follow them. Like, i.e. just picking topics that trend in a fucking algorithm, you know? And then that's all their content is based on. It is views, clicks, likes, money, whatever. But yet you call them a leader. You saying I'm not a leader? It's like, nah, bro. Nah, you're being led. Like, you're literally being led. You know, you're only doing what the fuck you think people are like. You're not doing what you want to do and allowing people to follow.
Yes.
You know? And it's not a knock to you. I ain't mad at you. If you're here for your bread and you here for the views and shit, get them. But don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining, homie. You know, you're not leading a goddamn thing, because just like you said, leadership is about, hey, I might just be walking off a fucking cliff right here, but I know this is the right direction to go in, and I'm gonna go there.
Yep.
No matter what.
Let me ask you this though, Ant. Why you say that, nephew? Why you say that?
but if that's the right direction, it's gonna go,
Yeah, that's what he said.
even if we're walking off a cliff.
Yeah, he said even if we're walking off a cliff.
But where is that gonna get you?
He said, my nephew said, where's that going to get you?
Nah, because in some cases, sometimes walking off the cliff might, like, it doesn't always mean death. You know, sometimes you just got to dive. You just got to jump. You know, and hey, you end up in a fucking body of fucking water. Sometimes it's your crew that just catches you. You know,
Yep.
like sometimes it's your crew that catches you. Walking off a cliff ain't always the worst thing. Sometimes that's what I was always taught as a fucking degenerate goddamn gambler. Scared money don't make money. Sometimes you just gotta jump. There is no reward without risk.
My nephew wants to respond to you briefly.
Work.
I feel like the no risk, no reward, John. It's no point of taking the risk if it's no reward.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying you want to take. You saying just take the risk and there's no reward. Sometimes you take the risk and there's no reward.
Mhm.
That's not realistic, bro.
No, that's why they call it a risk. Sometimes there won't be a reward. That's why they call it a risk.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that makes more sense now. That makes
You know what I'm saying?
And lead off or go off the cliff. You see a cliff. I'm like, nah, I'm not into that, boss. Like, but
Hey, don't get me wrong. If you know ain't shit but rocks down there and ain't nobody there to catch you, then yeah, that would be stupid to just walk off the cliff. You know, and if you know that, but sometimes you do have to take that risk. You know, like hey, and have what Truth would say. You got to have faith that look, I'm doing the right thing, and my crew will be there to catch me. Even if there are just rocks there, they'll be there to catch me. Or you know damn well, hey, it's gonna be water and I can handle the fall and I can swim back to the top. Ain't nothing. But one thing I'm not gonna do is stay, you know what I'm saying, stay or go in the other direction because I know what's back there. And I'm not going back there. I gotta move forward. There's only one direction to move in. So that's really what leadership is about.
Yep. And everybody understand what leaders will understand what
Hey, truth though, I also understand everybody ain't supposed to understand what I just said. Everybody ain't supposed to.
You
overstand.
overstand.
That's where I was about to go at. They're not going to understand the full capacity of what you're saying, nor they should understand that even if you go over the cliff, if you are a leader, that means let's say something catches you. If I am a great leader and this is who I am, I know that just because something caught you doesn't mean it's going to catch me.
Nah, but look though, and I just to end off on this little segment right here. Hold on, nephew. To end off on this little segment right here, all I'm saying is that I mean, truly, I do believe that there are certain qualities, and I believe leadership is a characteristic, and I believe that characteristics cannot be taught. I believe skills can be taught, but your gifts you're born with. You see what I'm saying? You're born with gifts, and you're taught skills. And I don't believe that leadership is a skill. I believe it's something that you truly are born as, or you're not born as it. And it is what it is. And I know a lot of people hate to hear the fact of they're not that, but that's just what it is. Because if everybody was a leader, then what would the definition of leader truly be? If everybody was a leader. That's all. That's basically my whole.
Hey, you got to tell a bunch of these other motherfuckers that because they take it personally when you tell them they're not leaders. They take that shit personally.
They sure do.
But yet they do the same shit every fucking day, and they don't even just do the same shit. They just do what somebody else did. You know what I'm saying? And are scared to death to do anything new. That's why I have that shit in the title. Where's the creativity in these spaces? Again, let me give a shout out to Big Brenda for doing her thing with not just the high heels challenge, but then Valentine's Day shout outs and probably other shit that she's got going on in the future, because you don't know if that shit's going to work. You don't know if anybody's going to show up to watch it. I remember when I did the first purge and the second purge, I didn't know if anybody's going to show up to that shit. I didn't know. I have butterflies in my stomach. What if I'm up here? I'm scheduled for 48 fucking hours. What if I'm up here for 12 hours and don't nobody hit this fucking panel, man?
Mm.
I'm about to get drugged for filth, laughed at, all of that shit. But hey, you gotta fucking jump. And now I put
That's
on a
right.
stream once, twice a year that people remember for the whole for years later.
That's right.
You know, for years later,
That's
I don't have to do a purge for 12 fucking months, 11, 12 months, and people will literally say, "Oh, Ant does the purge." Like y'all remember one fucking show a year, and I'm like, people are like, "Oh, well, you don't do it like I do." I was like, "Yeah, but notice that shit. You guys go live every day, and nobody can signal out one stream. Doesn't remember you for no one nothing."
Hey,
No
hey,
one nothing.
hey, all right. Is it all right if I ask one loaded question? Can I ask one loaded question? If you say no, it's okay. I bet. I want to ask one loaded question.
Before you do, don't forget it. That's why I say shout out to Big Brenda, because that's the type of risk that you take. Like, it could be unpopular. You know, what if she announces that shit and nobody sends any fucking shout outs? Her inbox is fucking just empty for 2 fucking weeks. Then it might not work, but you still gotta plan it and go through it. And whatever happens. Like, that's what the whole jump is all about. You know, and just like she said earlier, if you build it, they will come. But people are scared to build it.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Kevin, I'm gonna go after
Because
you.
they're scared nobody's gonna come, so I just won't build it. That's not leadership. Those are premeditated excuses for losing. That's not leadership. That's what I call losership.
Got you. All right, bet. In truth, trust me, I think you're going to want to answer this question too. I think it might intrigue you too. So you two as men, right? Everything we've been saying is basically what we know to be the male man's design of it. I'm just actually curious. And what does feminine?
If I see anybody stealing that woman's shit, I'm about to drag your ass for filth. I know I just kind of got off subject. If I see you stealing that woman's shit, I'm about to drag you for fucking filth on this bitch.
I'm asking.
You can
what
be
does
inspired, but don't steal and try to say you fucking invented it. Because a lot of motherfuckers like to do that shit these days.
I got you. What does feminine leadership look like? If you're with a woman, how can you say, you know what? You have feminine leadership qualities. What does that look like?
I don't like that. I don't like that because I know a lot of feminine women that are great leaders. Now I know a lot of feminine women that are great.
Can I ask a loaded question?
It's an extremely loaded question. But I don't think leadership is neither feminine nor masculine. I don't think so. You know, because what women
Wait. Hold on. If leadership is neither feminine or masculine, then how do you even say that you don't have an answer?
Why are you setting up the gotcha, man? Why are you setting up the
that's
gotcha?
why
I got an answer
so
for
if
you.
if you
done.
I
Go
said
ahead,
it. I didn't mean to set them up. My bad, Aunt. I just.
I'll double down on that. I don't think it's feminine nor masculine. Now, is it more common in men than women? Absolutely, but I mean, I think there are plenty of feminine leaders in the world.
Then what in the space, and do we continuously say men are supposed to be the what? The what? The what?
Who the fuck says that? Not me. Dude, I know a lot of these niggas ain't capable of that shit. I know you never heard me say that, bro.
You know what?
Yeah, we got to. Hey, Seven. I heard a lot of people do say that, but we got to deal with
me.
who. Yeah, not none of us up here. And that be
because a lot. True. A lot of these niggas do need to be following a woman.
Quiet as a skip.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Because she's just better at this shit than you niggas.
Yeah.
That's why you're on the internet looking for a YouTube daddy to solve your problems and make you feel better. Just saying.
There it is.
Well, that was personal.
But see that? But you see, this is the thing. This is the thing.
So a lot of y'all, that's what y'all don't need a young 21-year-old woman that you can mold. You actually need a woman to fucking lead you because you're horrible at it.
Yeah. So when
No
I tried,
disrespect.
this is
Remember,
the
hold
best
up. I
example
remember
I
I
can
said
give.
this to Platinum when he was always saying, he was like, oh, that's a problem with these dudes is too many of them are beta. No, it's not that too many dudes are beta. There's nothing wrong with being a beta male. The problem is beta males pretending to be sigmas and alphas. That's the fucking problem, because when they bump into a real sigma or alpha, they get their fucking feelings hurt and end up in these spaces crying like a bitch. Understand who and what the fuck you are. You know, understand who and what the fuck you are, and you be that. Just like me and Love Wisdom was saying earlier. You know, there are a lot of men that are beta, and they conform and they allow their woman to run point, and because of that, they raise great families, live great fucking lives, and everything's good. But the conflict comes when you got beta males trying to masquerade as alphas.
Exactly. Remember how I said earlier, Ant? We got to be honest with who? Ourselves and with other people.
Mm-hmm.
The life of a leader is lonely at times, bro. It's like, it's what I call, you have a nomadic lifestyle.
You know what true?
Or better yet, like a lone wolf. Most pack leaders and wolves, like we like to always talk about this lion stuff. I don't compare us to lions, I compare to wolves. If you are a lone wolf, you search and you walk into a pack lines up with you. That's leadership. A lone wolf will either come into a territory and take over that pack, or the pack will inevitably follow him. But he will continue to walk, even by example, even if it means he has to walk alone. That's a leader. A leader is not going to conform to the body or the environment is. He's going to manipulate the environment and the populace to himself.
Oh, okay.
I mean, hey, truth. So let me ask you this. All right. So what exactly, in your opinion, is the difference? Like, let's say we was to say the number one key factor to look out for when you know a beta male from an alpha man. Keywords. Like, so what would that be? Because you know something, not you, it's just, you spark my mind. We throw around all these words, alpha, beta, everything else. What's the number one key factor that an alpha man carries with him? And what's the number one key factor that lets you know he is a beta?
So what I've noticed is majority of them, they will do what is self-proclamation. You will hear them more speak about themselves in third person, or they will champion themselves more than their reputation precedes them. So that's usually how you can identify somebody that's trying to be masculine, trying to be alpha, and they're calling themselves, like you're here. It's people in here that say, I am an alpha man. They will say it. You are a beta. They will actually label themselves these type of things. That's most of the time that I have seen it. Most of the people that is, are placed in that position, they don't even know, or even, like I told you, it's not a comfortable position because you understand the weight that comes with it. You're going to be challenged a lot. You're going to be in situations where you make the room uncomfortable because your shadow it ruffles a lot of feathers. People is going to tell you, hey, I don't like you. What you don't like me for? I don't know. It's just something about you I don't like. And these type of things, that's usually when you recognize someone like in a position of superiority or authority. They come in, their voice carries weight. What they speak carries weight. That's how you recognize when one of them dogs come in. The one that come in there, like a certain person that we're talking about, that's only like 5 feet and been running around here, barking at people, but when somebody got in their face, they didn't do anything, man to man. But they've been saying they've been an alpha for years. They've been saying they're the objectivity of masculinity. for years. And then they just got sunned in real time. So that's use that as the template, brother. That is a prime example of a beta trying to be alpha.
Talk
And y'all
about
know
this
what I'm
shit
talking
here.
about. Auntie is petty as shit.
Hey, you know you wrong for that, right? You know you wrong
Yo,
Sunday. You know you
yo,
wrong.
you
Am
are
I?
so petty. I'm done.
I
Am
like
I?
the fluffy beard anime. Yeah, there it is. Look at that beard. There's gold in them damn beards.
I'm just saying, listen, what I notice nowadays is that there is no such thing as alpha and beta. There are just men and those who pretend to be. Period. Today's standards are so low. They're so low. And I'm not talking about women to men. Just overall, like your standard to be considered a man is so low. You actually get a pat on your back for taking care of your kids, nigga. That's a problem. That's a problem. People don't even realize that shit. That's a problem. You get a pat on the back for taking care of your kids?
I mean, look. I mean, if you're expecting one, that's an issue. Like, I don't even like getting on the beta alpha. I believe people just kind of are what they are. The only problem is it speaks to a lot of who and what you are based on what you take offense to and what you don't.
Mm,
You know?
I can
Like if
agree.
somebody called me a beta male, I don't take offense to it because I know better. You know, like I just know better, and I don't even knock beta dudes. You know, I don't. You know, because if
But watch this. But Ant,
no,
watch this.
because I deal with business owners on a consistent basis, and you'd be amazed how many of them have successful businesses, very very well kept together families, and they literally take all of their cues and direction from their women.
I'm just Ant. You
Like
just said
literally, they need her permission to make a fucking move. If they even need her permission, she just makes all the moves for them, and that's it, bro. They just get up and do what they do. Some of them work with their hands. Some of them have a certain other skill or whatever. You know, they understand what the fuck is necessary. And then women don't take no shit. You know, then women don't take no shit, and that's it, bro. She's gonna call all of the shots. She's better judge of character. You know what I'm saying? She has the foresight, whatever. He just does things. Does that make those men any less of men? Absolutely not. It doesn't make them any less of men. They just conceded the fucking reins. And usually, like if there's a business meeting or something like that, she does all of the talking. She does all of the talking. You know, he doesn't have to outshine her. He doesn't have to be the loudest motherfucker in the room. And then she'll even make the fucking final decision.
What
And
does
then
this happen,
that's
Anthony?
what to do.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen a lot of successful, no, I'm saying successful businesses and families that are run like that. And chances are, if some people be like, "Oh, that dude need to grab his nuts." If that motherfucker changed up who he is, that creates
Yeah,
conflict and would fuck shit up.
that's a fact. That
So
is
Where
a
does
why
this
fact.
happen?
fuck
1000%.
what's going well?
That's
Where
a
does
thousand.
Just so somebody doesn't call you beta. That's stupid. You know?
No. And you said yourself, if somebody was to call you a beta male, you would brush it off.
Yeah.
The reason, and there are qualities and characteristics in yourself as to why you would brush it off. So just briefly, if it's one reason, just one, no long soliloquy, why would you brush it off? If I said, and you beta ass nigga, yeah, you a simp, you a beta. After you're done laughing me out, after you're done clowning that shit, what's your reason for why you don't believe me?
It's not that I don't believe you. It's just I know better. I know myself better than you know me, and it's not going to change the way
Double
I'm.
qualities, man. I never mind. You good. All right, respect to that.
I know better. I fall more along the lines of a Sigma, you know, than anything. You know what I'm saying? I know when to take reins of leadership, but I also know when to concede to those either more qualified in a certain situation. You know?
You got some sketchy questions, brother.
Oh,
But I'm not, I mean, like I say, people that take shit like that personally, they're usually people that omit insecurity.
Thank you, Aunt. You know, I appreciate you for the sketchy question part. I appreciate that.
I'm secure enough in myself to not let somebody else fuck up how I feel about myself based on their own opinion.
Absolutely.
There we go. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Thank you, Aunt. I was just because I just like to know because I hear us always throw around them words. And I'm like, I don't even know how to identify the shit. How do we know how to identify the shit?
I mean, you really don't have to. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it can help when you're kind of studying things to maybe improve yourself, to know what personality type you have and you lean toward. So that way maybe you can kind of classify it and study a little bit more to improve yourself in certain areas. But for the most part, it really doesn't. That shit doesn't matter. That shit doesn't matter at all.
Rock out. Rock out.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're one of them people that have a YouTube algorithm and shit like that, and you want some videos that are gonna help you to gain improvement and shit like that, then you might want to know like what words and shit classify your personality type a little bit better, so that way you know what video the algorithm can recommend videos that apply more so to you than anybody else. Like this is one of the reasons why that whole Kevin Samuels shit was very, very detrimental to a lot of fucking dudes. Because they assume high value just meant, hey, I make six figures. You know,
Talk to 'em.
they didn't understand high value versus high quality, and also all six-figure motherfuckers ain't created equal.
Talk to him.
Auntie, I
Talk
have
to
a question, a pressing question. I've always wanted to ask you in all these years. What are your views on Islam?
On what?
As Ramadan approaches, I'm thinking about Islam. So I was wondering what.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Okay,
Not on
no problem.
Yeah, I don't talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Believe it or not, that's of all these years, have you ever heard me speak on religion?
Nope.
No. No,
There you go.
not at all.
I'm not gonna start now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a question I had been wanting to ask you for a long time.
I respect those that, you know what I'm saying, those that have their faith in whatever they have their faith in enough not to really, get into it. I've had the conversation with Truth pretty much about why I don't have the conversation very often. So I can respect that. Yeah.
I had a wonderful discussion about the 7 deadly sins, which is featured in the Bible. And it just got me thinking about religion and how people bounce back and forth with their beliefs and how they conduct themselves spiritually. And I just wanted to ask it for those reasons, as a discussion, not to pinpoint what you believe. So that was my purpose.
Yeah, I usually don't. I just don't, because I believe it or not, I try to really stay away from the divisive topics.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, that's cool. What's interesting and rather intriguing is that they created this series of exploring the 7 deadly sins. So what their construction is series, and you've done that too. As a matter of fact, you're one of the first people I've witnessed, produce a series. And so this series that they got going on now is featuring several days exploring itemized discussions regarding the 7 deadly sins. And that just got me thinking about religion as Ramadan.
Well, check this out, right? I got another video that you guys can help me break down. I did this also on,
Okay.
I want to finish this one right here. It's only like maybe another 3 minutes left in this, but it's another one with something similar. It was a couple, and the man is 94 years old, and you especially would be able to add something to that because he
That's
lost.
what they're saying. I'm going to jail because I took the blunt out his mouth. But is this motherfucker even allowed to have weed? Is the question.
That's
You understand that you're under
Oh,
arrest.
okay. There we go.
For what? For taking the blunt out his mouth?
Domestic violence.
For taking the blunt out his mouth.
You,
Like, open
you
the
understand that?
cabinet. He's trying to be.
Now I'm going to stop it right here because this is wild. that now she seems to be surprised that she's under arrest when the cop in the house told her that she was going to jail and put on her shoes and get dressed and all of that shit so that he could take her to jail. And now
She was
she's
too hysterical to understand that.
but he did tell her that.
He did tell her, but I was watching,
and he did explain why too.
I was watching that she was too
Is that a baby in the
hysterical.
back, Aunt? Is that a baby in the back crying?
Yeah, the baby is actually in the back of the cop car with her, but of course they're going to separate her from that child in a moment. So we're going to be watching that.
You got to hang the phone up. You are under arrest. I don't want to sit here and have to put you in handcuffs with your son sitting next to you. Okay, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. So is Officer Cox. Officer Cox is giving you the benefit of the doubt and is allowing you to sit in the back of this cruiser without any handcuffs on and not being treated like a prisoner. But you are, okay? How you doing, buddy? Autumn, come on out.
What?
Not listening.
I don't want you to have my son. No. I can't. I really can't. As a fucking mom, I can't. No. No. No.
Listen.
No.
Listen.
No.
Can you listen? I'm going to talk to you. I
No.
understand.
No.
Listen.
No.
By you not following, listen. This is the overarching thing here. By you not following us telling you to do something.
I'm sitting in the car. I came downstairs. Y'all told me to get dressed. What am I not following? You're not taking my baby. You're not.
There are other
You're not. You're not. Can you ask him if he's going to where he's going to do my son? No, he's not. Trust me. He's about to go see his wife. He get his hair cut and start with me every time. No. Ask him to drop my son off at my mom's house. Please, can you simply ask him to go?
No,
That's the only way I'm going to feel
You're going
comfortable.
in handcuffs right now.
No, for what?
For
I'm not
domestic
doing
violence.
anything. I get that. I get that. I'm going to the county.
Yeah,
ask him that.
that's where we're about to go.
Are you going to hurt my baby?
He is not going to hurt your baby.
Can you drop him off? Don't take him to Florida. Don't take my baby nowhere, please. Stay right here, please. Just say okay. They're going to come get my son. I'm going to be in jail for 2 days. You're going to have him for 2 days.
I will stay.
Right in front of my baby.
Put your other hand behind your back.
You didn't listen. Why
Because
didn't
you wanted to be
listen so you
petty.
didn't have to?
All I wanted was a babysitter. All I wanted was a babysitter. You tried to walk away and leave me with my son once
People are
again.
crazy.
She said something about one of her family members calling you or something like that. If they do that,
This is sad.
That is.
This is sad. The only person I feel sorry for is that kid, man. Children do not deserve this stuff, man. They really don't. They don't.
Yeah, like, do you all think she should have called her mother?
Yeah, she should have.
The cops are here. Come over. Get this child.
I mean, whenever you can, if you're gonna go to jail, yeah, you need to call somebody and let them know that your ass is incarcerated.
Come get this baby.
Well, yeah, come get the baby, but also like come get me the fuck out. Or if you can't come get me out, be on standby for when they let me out so you can come get me and I can eat a fucking cheeseburger. Like real shit.
Come get this baby.
So I could chain smoke a little bit now. Cheeseburger, because that'd be a bitch,
Fuck
man.
a cheeseburger.
All right, you obviously ain't never been in jail.
Obviously not. Fuck a cheeseburger.
I'm laughing because I'm laughing because I know what you're talking about. I want a tomato and bacon on that
motherfucker be craving a cheeseburger and then some goddamn ho-hos and some fucking Suzy Q's and a honey bun. Real shit.
So we gonna talk about honey buns when there's a baby.
You never know how much you gonna want a motherfucking honey bun until you spend
Okay. So guys will sell their soul for a honey bun. I get it.
Spend the night in jail and tell me you ain't gonna want no motherfucking
I'm not trying to do that.
I know. Right?
It's called not breaking the law. Real simple.
You don't always have to break the law to end up in fucking jail. Yeah. But
Really? What are the circumstances where that happens?
I mean, what law did she just break? All she did was the motherfucker sparked up a spliff in her face. She pulled it out of his mouth, and then she grabbed him by the hair and pretty much kicked his ass. And according to her, she defended herself. Whatever. Did she really break the law? No, she just ended up in fucking jail. So whatever. It happens.
Okay.
But check out this video right here. This is an older Caucasian couple. Pretty deep.
I just came upon this person. I need an ambulance and the police. Okay, what's going on with them? I don't know what happened. It's a long driveway. They're in my driveway. What is he doing? He's now walking around outside the car, and there's blood everywhere.
On September 2nd, 2025, in Pekin, Illinois, officers were dispatched to a multi-million-dollar lakefront property at the end of a long wooded driveway. The caller reported a disturbing scene, a 93-year-old man covered in blood beside a vehicle on the property. When officers arrived, they found the elderly man waiting for them, and the truth behind what happened would prove far more unsettling than anyone could have expected.
Hi, I'm Officer Moulton. Just so you know, I got a body cam. What's going on?
She is staying with me. That's her husband.
Okay, so you know them?
I do know.
You live here?
No. The lady that walked down here with me does.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am?
Why do you have blood all over you?
She's agonal breathing.
You know her? I do know her. But she's staying with me. He has his own place. They were going. Who's he? The other half. There's the guy in the blue shirt.
What's your name?
James Pate.
Come over here, honey. Are you okay? Hi. I don't think I am okay.
Is it a gunshot, Tyler? No, it looks like her neck, maybe.
You got maybe neck?
Yep, neck.
What happened today?
All right. So you see this old man. He is covered in blood. Now he's going to explain to you what happened with him and his wife in his vehicle.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you mean a long-term thing?
We're getting a divorce.
Okay. What's her name?
Cheryl.
Okay. Same last name?
Yes.
Okay. Was she leaving your house? They were both leaving together. They were leaving your house together? Together. And they got this far, and I don't know what happened. He said, I just couldn't take it anymore.
He said, I couldn't take it anymore. Okay. She lives with you on Hollybrook?
She was in the process of moving in. I've been there a while.
Okay.
She was in the hospital. She had a severe wreck.
Okay. So what happened today? Why were you down here?
She's been staying with the lady you talked to here.
And so he calls you. Can I see that phone call? Don't take the call me. That's my car right there. I'm taking the dog for a walk. You just happened to come down here. And I'm like, holy crap, what happened? And when you saw her, was this where she was at? She was, yes. She was already on the ground? Already on the ground. Non-responsive.
She's like barely.
He's got like a baseball.
Okay.
I need that shirt off.
All right. So if y'all understand the situation, the woman's homegirl, these two are married. I guess they were in the process of getting a divorce. Whatever, he came to get her. And next thing this woman knows is she comes back out, and her homegirl she just stumbles upon a body. That's it. Woman was unresponsive. And this dude is covered in blood. No, I didn't see. Shout out to Hennywise, though. Wherever she's at, shout out to Hennywise. What up, Annie?
Did he have a weapon in his hand? No, he did not. And I looked in the car. I'm going to have you stay out of the car, okay? Yep.
Can I pat you down real quick and make sure you don't have any? Do you have a knife on you still? Don't touch anything. Do you have a knife on you still?
No, I don't.
Okay. Where's the knife at? Just keep your arms up for me, okay? You got blood all over you? I don't want to get it all over me.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the knife?
Trying to do their chest compressions. It ain't working.
Were you driving the car?
Yes.
So you drove down here today?
Yes, I was coming to pick her up.
So how did it escalate to where we are right now?
It's always been escalated, it seems like.
Okay, but I mean, what happened here?
Can you just log on the ticket? I don't have my body. She started yelling at me and we were arguing. And she tried to scratch me, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I just lost. I cut her throat with a knife.
Okay.
Well,
Anybody can lose it.
he
This dude is
clearly admitted
94
that.
years old.
How old is he?
94.
Wow. Wow.
So for all of these niggas that be in this space talking about, hey, get married. Everybody ain't willing, ain't ready for this shit, you know. And no, this is not specific to any race or gender or whatever. So I'm glad you're actually up here, Mella, because according to him, he was hearing that most annoying sound in the world again, and he just couldn't take it anymore, and he fucking snapped.
Yeah, I know what you want me to say, Auntie.
I'm not. I mean, look, I'm not. I ain't no advocate for this shit right here.
You want me to revisit a particular scenario in my own personal history.
You don't have to.
I get it. I get it. And I will say something. There's a difference between a 35-year-old man and a 94-year-old man. There's a difference. What you may seem to be indicating is that when a man has reached the height of aggravation from his woman's voice, blah, 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 he's prone to slit her throat. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But keep going, Mella. I am not saying that.
My personal story entailed, and I've said this many times online, exclusively also on your channel as well, in detail, where my first husband, who wanted to convert to Islam, all of a sudden, you know, it was just a suspicious thing for me. And as I was being cooperative, as a good wife will do, I stumbled across a passage in the Quran that emphasized if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. I confronted him about this. It's like, why are you trying to convert to why are you trying to insist that I convert to a religion that advocates you can beat me lightly on a whim? Because apparently disrespect is subjective. And he got frustrated with that conversation, and he's like, you're just gonna do what I say. And you know, he was aggressive in that statement to the point where he picked up a mug that he got from Germany, one of his decorative mugs from Germany, and he bashed it across his head. Okay. And he said, look what you made me do. Just imagine what I'll do to you. And that's when I knew he was batshit crazy. And that's why he's my ex-husband, because I'm not going to put myself in harm's way of somebody crazy. You can't, not you, Auntie, but a man cannot attribute that someone's voice drove them crazy. That person was already crazy. This 94-year-old psychopath MF was already crazy. It's not because she was annoying him. It's not because she talked too much. It's not because she fucked around on him. None of that crazy shit that anybody can encounter, which wasn't my circumstance. But I'm just saying, there's no excuse for murder. You're either a murderer or you're not. This guy's a murderer. It just took 94
Yeah,
years
you
for
can't
him to get
say
caught
that word
doing
too
it.
many times in a short span, Mella.
Well, he was an unaliver. Period. It didn't take. It could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. It is in his nature to be an unaliver. So, the instances of like, oh, the women don't understand, nagging us will cause aggression and so forth and so. And it's like, no, that individual is already cray cray. Already cray cray. There's no excuse for violence. There's no excuse.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you on that. The only point that I was trying to make is sometimes when people hear the most annoying sound in the world over and over again, they'll do anything just to make the noise stop.
Then maybe he should have jumped out the car.
I would agree. He should have did something other
He
than
should
what
have
the
jumped out the car. Exit the situation. Violence. There's no excuse for
I will
violence.
agree with that. I do not agree with what that man did to his wife. Okay, under any circumstances will I agree with that. But I just want to show, you know what I'm saying, folks, that marriage is not the end of shit. It is the fucking beginning. It's the beginning. And are you willing to go through the ups, the downs, and sometimes end up hearing what is the most annoying sound in the fucking world without losing your shit?
It goes back to the beginning, and
You've made
remember
your
what I said
point.
earlier? Be honest with yourself and be honest with the other person. Everybody's not a husband and everybody's not a wife. We
Yeah.
out here doing stuff we ain't got no business doing.
It's kind of like how a man who's inconsiderate and then that woman starts having ideations of unaliving him. It happens that way. Yeah, you made your point.
Well, I had a woman up here last week or a couple weeks ago that said she pissed in a man's food, pissed in his Cheerios or some shit. We didn't agree with that shit neither.
Yeah,
I mean,
she also emphasized what he did to her. We forgot that part.
And your point?
My point is, one turn deserves another.
No, it doesn't. Sometimes you should just jump out of the car and leave. Isn't that what you said?
Checkmate.
Yeah. When you're in a hostile environment, in the event that you're interested in preserving yourself, you should leave.
Yeah. So that would have been what I recommended, but this dude just lost it. And somebody said in the chat the other night, they're like, after X amount of years, when you're 94 years old, because he even said they were in the process of getting a divorce or some shit. Hey, damn shame. Here we're gonna hear his recollection one more time.
Where we are right now.
It's always been escalated, it seems like.
Okay, but I mean, what happened here?
You just log on the chicken. I don't have my body
She started yelling at me and we were arguing. And tried to scratch me, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I just lost. I cut her throat with the knife
Okay.
that I had in the car.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
So you guys got into an argument as you were leaving, and she tried to scratch you.
Well, yes. She tried to.
Okay.
I held her arms.
If this was
Okay.
a black man,
And then
they
you
would
grabbed the
not.
knife that was in the car.
Just
And you cut her
imagine
throat.
how
hit her
different.
first, then I got
They're
to the
handling
knife.
him so gently.
Well, okay, so I'll explain, right?
Speak to that.
Right now, it looks like they're just trying to get the statement out of him. She already patted him down for weapons. He don't have any of those, and he's clearly old and elderly as fuck. So what the fuck is he gonna run or fight them? So I'm pretty sure this is not a race specific thing. You old, you elderly. Now they just want the statement out of you, and they want you
Yeah,
to be comfortable giving it.
They're not gonna handcuff the brother.
yes.
Nah, because
They
they really don't have to. He's no threat. They would prefer to get that statement out of him clearly.
yeah. They're going
So
through
whatever
their
they can do to get that
investigation.
statement out of his ass on body camera, that makes their investigation a lot easier.
Correct.
So I don't blame them for not handcuffing him. And I think if he was a black dude, elderly as fuck, I mean, he don't look no 94 fucking years old, but he still looks like he has no chance against those fucking cops. You know, I think it would be pretty similar.
Agreed. And I was going to say this, and a lot of times what happened is we don't deal with each other, and I mean this goes across culture, ethnicity, or race on an individual basis. This is a completely different police department than where you probably seen previously how they handle a colored person. So we have
And
to
that hey, Truth, let
always
me jump
deal
in
with
real
that.
quick, Truth.
Go ahead.
They even
Go ahead.
said that like this is a very, very upscale community. So they're like all the
Mhm.
homes are like $1 million and shit like that.
Yeah, $1
Right.
million properties. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That's where I was
so
about to
I mean,
go at.
this
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
these cops. They remember, it doesn't say law enforcement on the side of their car. It says to protect and serve on the
And
side.
serve, yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
surprised
Their
they
job
haven't.
is literally different than it is in certain other communities.
I'm
Literally a
surprised they
different.
haven't offered him
So
coffee and
if it's
donuts.
low crime right here, if they don't usually have it, then they're not going to approach it as a high volatile situation. If it's an area where crime is high, they're going to be on high alert. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be very anxious and cautious and emotional
And you
about certain
know this,
situations.
man.
Yep. So that's why, like Ant said, if it was an elderly black man in this community where they at, the situation be handled the same way.
I think it would be handled the same way too. And also, they're going to explain this is the difference. Getting this statement out of him, this is the difference between getting an open, shut fucking conviction, probably even a plea, as opposed to a self-defense case and this motherfucker walking.
Correct.
They know that. Because they fuck around and don't get the right statement out of this motherfucker, he can get off for self-defense after what the fuck just happened there. Which, listen to what he's saying. That's clearly not self-defense, nigga. You lost your shit, man.
Right.
Because
They
she was
want
going on.
open confession.
Yeah. So they would just, a black dude, they would just let that motherfucker talk too. If he was this old, elderly and shit like that. Now, don't get me wrong, a younger black dude, probably 60 or younger, would probably be in cuffs in the back of the squad car. And they
Oh,
take the statement down at the station.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I mean,
right now,
just staring at him, look at him. He
they'll let
looks
him
helpless
speak
and weak.
comfortably as possible. You know? That's just my opinion on it. I think it would happen the same way though.
he looks like he couldn't even guide a lawnmower. He does look weak.
I mean, dude's 94 years old. Like, it's like, what the fuck you gonna do? You gonna fight the cops or run? And that looks like that's the attitude that he has. I said that shit. He's like, look, I'm too old to run and I'm too guilty to lie, so fuck it. He just told him the truth.
I'm surprised he can walk on his own, let alone cut his wife's throat.
For real, hey, this dude is pretty damn sharp for 94, no pun intended. Damn.
94.
Yeah. She said he looked like he can't even guide a lawn.
For real. I agree with Mello on that.
No, I'm laughing because it is true. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, look at this man's shoulders. He looks so weak and pathetic, yo.
He looks every bit of a, well, I'm not gonna say he don't look a whole century old, but that motherfucker
He can stand on his own and talk coherently. That's
that
a
motherfucker
trick.
is almost a century old.
And coherent.
Real shit. This dude was drafted into World War I type shit.
World
Or not,
War
probably World War II though. He was eligible for the fucking draft. Yeah, he was eligible for the draft in World War II.
Oh my gosh.
Type shit.
And this is not funny. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that because this is a tragedy. Okay. I'm just indicating why they wouldn't cuff him, and you've explained because he's
Hey,
too weak.
Berg, I don't know
He's
when you
too weak
tuned
to
in.
bother.
The first thing she did was pat that man down to see if he had any more weapons. So they made sure he didn't have that knife.
So he's too weak to cuff. Okay.
It's not that he's too weak to cuff. It's just it's easier to get the statement out of him like this when he's just giving it to you.
Mm-hmm.
They want the statement.
Yeah, God forbid he has a heart attack.
The statement is more valuable than the arrest because you're going to get the arrest no matter what.
I feel you on that. I do.
I know
makes logical
it's
sense.
easier to try to make this shit about some racial shit, but that's not it. You know?
It makes logical sense that it's more prudent to get the statement.
I'm just saying, if a black man is this goddamn feeble right here and you're just spilling your guts, they're going to let you. Then they're going to cuff you. Because trust me, the cuff is coming. It's just they're going to let you spill your guts first.
Are we going to see him in cuffs?
If they tell you you got the right to remain silent and all that other shit first, you might just remain silent.
Are we going to see the cuffs?
Yeah.
Can I ask why it escalated so quickly? Like
It's been going on, ma'am, for longer than I can remember.
And keep in mind, they're going to need him to repeat this shit after they Mirandize him and shit. But still, let's go.
Okay. So how long have you been going through the divorce process?
We actually are just beginning the divorce process.
I'm gonna go. So yeah, she lives here. This is her house. They were just at her house. They were leaving.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I know Jim.
What's his name?
Jim. Jim Pate.
Okay. Is he married to her? Let's step
Yes,
over
they're
here.
in the process of a divorce.
Okay.
And
The knife in question. It sounds like we don't know.
He does not have it on him.
Okay.
Having him down, there's nothing on him.
Here's what we're gonna do, James. Let's walk up to one of these cars up here. We're gonna have to go somewhere and talk, okay? All right.
Here, let's step over here for now, okay?
Are you gonna follow the ambulance to the hospital?
Okay. How old are you, James?
94, 95.
Okay. All right. We're gonna walk up here and we're gonna take a little ride, okay?
That man said 94, almost 95. That motherfucker said, I'll be 90. Oh, okay, he didn't even know how old he was. My bad. He's 93. They put that shit in parentheses. He's actually 93.
Great grandpa's gone wild. Violent style.
Yeah, this was my thumbnail from the other night. It was some pretty wild shit. Hold up. Do I even have it? Matter of fact, no, I don't have it up here. But yeah, it was pretty fucking wild. Pretty wild. I said grandpa murked grandma. It was pretty bad.
Okay. All right. We're gonna walk up here and we're gonna take a little ride, okay?
Jim, are you able to drive him?
Did you need somebody for that? I'm gonna go out the street.
Okay.
I can pull it.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I trust Officer Melvin, who patted you down before, but this is Detective McKinley. I'm gonna have him just make sure you don't have that knife on you right now, okay?
There's no knife in there, right? That you saw without digging around.
Oh, I mean, I didn't snoop on it, but I didn't really dig around. But I didn't see anything.
Oh, hey, here's some evidence. What do you got there? Oh, is that the bottle? There's blood on that. Okay. So she was. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll hold here.
If you're okay with it, will you take him, go with him to the PD, and then I was gonna just start on the scene. Like, put your butt down first, and then kind of slide in.
Are you calling an ambulance? Yeah, they're going on.
I'm gonna pull this down and buckle it. Okay.
I'll be around.
And you just sit tight. Officer Zimmerman's gonna take you down to the police department, and I'll meet you there. Okay.
I think they're gonna show a picture of the wife. I think she was she was younger than him. She, just judging by the picture, she looked like she was probably about maybe 20 years younger than him. You know?
Pretty one thing. All right. Is he in custody?
He's
in the car and he's going to the station. Okay. He needs to be in custody. So I'll give you a quick rundown. I talked to the lady. So suspect is husband, his wife.
Damn. Tay, he said she was yelling at him.
Yeah,
and he couldn't
that's what
take
I
it
was
anymore, and he fucking lost it.
Hey, Tay, I wanted to emphasize how important it is that people understand. Some people can't take being yelled at. It will make some types resort to violence. So be careful who you yell at. You don't want those problems.
And y'all would be amazed when they talk about, hey, everybody get married. You be amazed how many married people, and this ain't gender specific, but the sound coming out of their husband or wife's mouth is the most annoying sound in the fucking world after a while.
But they knew that before they married them, right?
Yeah, but it does that. None of that shit matters. Somebody gets their throat cut.
Yeah, I think the yelling is what just took him out of his body. Yelling does things to people.
He said he lost it.
Yeah, yelling. I mean, if somebody is screaming in your ear and you can't control it, depending on your defense mechanism, default program as a human being, you could resort to violence. You know, that's some out of control stuff, depending, you know, on how you take getting yelled at. You know, some people laugh at it, but other people, they go the total opposite.
Other people will do anything just to make the noise stop. Some people will bust shit over their own head to try to make the noise fucking stop. Other people will run for
You
cover.
know,
Other
stop with
people
those Mela story jokes.
No, I mean, it's not a Mela thing. I've seen people do that shit.
You saw
or I've
somebody
heard about
hurt
shit like
themselves?
that. Huh?
You've seen somebody hurt themselves?
Not physically, but I've heard stories about it where, yeah, people have hurt themselves just to make that fucking noise stop. You know, and I'm like, people be thinking that shit funny. I know I've known enough married men, and I was fucking one of them at one point where I got a homie over or some shit like that. And I'm like, she's saying some shit from the other room. I even see my uncles do this shit. She's saying this shit from the other room. He's like, yo. He was like, you hear that noise? You hear that sound? Ain't that the most annoying sound you ever heard in your fucking life?
A woman talking without permission.
Not a woman, that woman.
Talking without permission.
No, that woman. Talking without permission. No, it's just not shutting the fuck up.
That's
Just
what it comes
annoying
down
as fuck.
to.
Nah, stop it.
I didn't give you permission to talk. That's what it comes down to. Control, right?
No, it goes down to the sound coming out of somebody's mouth. Just the most
Without
annoying
permission.
in the fucking world. You know?
Without permission.
I think you're kind of you're ad-libbing right there. And that's
Is
cool.
that
I'll let
right?
you do that. I'll let you do that. I'm just not going to agree with you. Hey, like I said, again, we trying to place blame. Yeah, you can work just because you work somebody's nerves don't mean they don't be annoying as fuck. I know I done pissed off plenty of people that annoy the fuck out of me. Does them annoying me negate that I pissed them off? No. But does them annoying me, you know what I'm saying? Or does me pissing them off negate the fact that they annoying as fuck? No.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm just basically stating what the fuck it is and what can cause people to snap. That's it. You know, all of the blame placing and shit, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I don't say I don't talk about whose fault something is. I just state what is.
Yeah, I've definitely learned how to not take annoyances seriously. I just don't. There's a big old life to live out here, and to bog myself down with
Just like the video we just watched. Now,
Okay.
I don't respect what old boy did as far as just sparking up a spliff and exhaling in this woman's face, but that was probably his coping mechanism to the most annoying sound in the world.
You know, I think it's sad as a punk
But
move.
definitely not a healthy coping mechanism, because firing up a joint in somebody's fucking face and then exhaling in their face is some extremely disrespectful shit that can set them off and maybe cause them to cuss you out or grab you by the fucking hair and beat your motherfucking ass and just black the fuck out.
Which is what they wanted to do in the first place. They've always wanted to do that. And this is what's not being said. People who conduct violence such as that, they've always wanted to do that. They were just looking for the reason. And that's what people need to evaluate before they get in a relationship.
Well, they're gonna actually find out that later on in the video. I'll spill the beans on it because it's not a very long video. It's only like maybe like 9 minutes left in it. But he did purchase the knife that he stabbed her with just that morning for $15 from Menards.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. So yeah, all of those things do kind of delve into the premeditated realm. You know, right there. So did he just snap? Oh, I think you might have a point there, Mella. You might have a point. Yeah. And that's what, hey, I'm not going to disagree with you ladies on that. Yeah.
They're going through a divorce. They know
But for all of these motherfuckers that like to talk to you, both the men and the women that come up here and try to talk to you like just getting married is the end all be all, it's fucking not. Look at what happened with this couple that's in their their late 70s, 80s, and fucking 90s. Or these motherfuckers, oh, black men are the most violent. These ain't no black folks.
Yeah, they're wealthy white folks.
Mm-hmm. And people will be like, oh, he old and crazy. That motherfucker, he ain't losing his memory or nothing. I think that motherfucker was more than aware of what the fuck he was doing.
He said, I'm too old for this shit. Slice.
For real. More than aware.
The victim has been living for a week because of this divorce. Prearranged. Husband suspect was coming this morning to pick up victim, and they're going to the bank to take care of financials pursuant to the divorce. He arrives, he honks, victim comes out, gets in the car, and they don't think anything of it. Like they're going to the bank. Taking her dog for a walk, comes down her lane and finds him coming back covered in blood. So I couldn't take it anymore. I cut her throat. At this moment, I think she's still alive. She's not pronounced. I've got a crime scene back here with the car. Don't know where the knife is yet. The knife?
Knife was left in the car. He thought he dropped it in the car.
Okay.
As officers secure the scene, detectives begin the forensics process, searching the wooded driveway for the knife and documenting the area. In order for detectives to maximize chances of a conviction, they must find the weapon used and eliminate any chance of a self-defense claim. As James Pate is taken back to the station, detectives will need to learn more about where he left the weapon.
I'll need to hurry down there to come up.
Go step outside.
Block the entrance.
Take your time.
If you could call somebody at the scene, I lost one hearing aid.
Okay. You think they're by the vehicle or? Don't know? Okay. I'm going to go up this way, not too much farther.
Okay.
Our detective's going to be with you in just a moment, okay? And I'll make that call.
Oh. I hope you're going to put the link in the chat.
I mean, this shit right here.
Yeah, I think people might want to chime in about
I'm
this.
showing today. This is the shit that the people in these space, or in this space in particular, y'all know what fucking space I'm talking about, they gonna conveniently leave these parts out when they want to talk about the marriage is the fucking happily ever after shit. Like, you got a lot of niggas that live in fucking Disneyland, like Disney fairy tale land. In this space, it's not just fucking women or the ones that want to talk about, hey, we want younger women and shit like that. No, damn well they ain't equipped to handle that shit. They're not equipped to handle any woman, let alone a younger, immature woman. But they'll conveniently leave that part out because it will require balance to their daily argument.
Be sure to press the like, everybody.
No. And y'all know, Smitty, Mella, y'all know, if you actually have balance, to your topics and your conversations and your arguments, that doesn't make for much viewership. You have to be extreme one way or the other.
Police department and you're in custody, I have to.
They'll give you a bunch of fictitious scenarios. I'm showing y'all real shit that actually fucking happened. And these niggas ain't got no answer to that shit. No answer for it, no answer to it. I'm like, y'all want 20-something-year-old chicks. What do you do in situations like this? When she cooks, you done knocked her ass up. Y'all got a small child. She does hair. She makes dinner that looks like that tastes like fucking cardboard. Her voice becomes the most annoying sound you've ever fucking heard. What, you just gonna fire up a spliff and exhale in her face? You gonna go to Florida to see your wife? You just gonna call the cops? What the fuck you gonna do? They won't tell you about all that shit. Oh, well, I don't see why we can't want younger women. Hey, you can want whatever the fuck you want. The question is, like, there are pros and cons to everything. And, this woman is going to lack a certain level, not necessarily of maturity, but probably maturity. But she's also going to lack a certain level of experience and knowledge in the world because she ain't lived long enough on earth to have it. So like that last video we were watching, remember, I noticed that right there when she was talking to the cop. She kept saying, I'm not understanding. She was spitting out other scenarios that probably had nothing to do with that investigation. I bought a bed. I cooked dinner. We bought a bed together. He wants to sleep on the couch. He's going to go down to Florida and see his wife and his kids don't like me and such and such. I'm not understanding. All of them shits. All she kept saying was, I'm not understanding. She's spitting out real shit that's going on or happened, but she kept saying, I'm not understanding. And it's understandable. Because the woman's like more than half of your age. So there's a lot of shit she's probably not going to understand. So how are you going to deal with that, niggas? Fellas? Nobody ever told y'all about that when they have these conversations. They just tell you women over a certain age done hit the wall and we want younger women, right? And keep in mind, I'm talking about younger women. If you're not a legal fucking adult, we ain't talking about that shit. Fuck those niggas that said that shit. I'm talking about all the other ones. Kevin Samuels fuck ass included. God rest his soul. But he said that shit. I'm 52. I can get me a 20-something-year-old and we can have hot butt nigga sex all night. Remember he said that shit? He didn't even talk about that fucking scenario.
Damn. hot naked sex.
Those were his words. No. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, balance fucks up perfectly good arguments. I get it. Yeah.
You know, I had a thought about how people perceive that they acquire somebody and forget that they're a human being that's prone to disagree with you, be annoying, and everything that comes with it. They, you know, while you're acquiring this young honeypot, that's a human being. How are you going to deal with the human being? And a lot of people don't think that far ahead. They
That's
just
why
like,
I'm surprised when these people try to get married and shit. They meet up and they get married just so they have a talking point when they hit a fucking panel, and their shit don't last 6 months and they get out of that shit with a couple of fucking DV charges and an eviction and a trip to the fucking soup kitchen.
pretty much.
Just saying. Smitty, you want to jump in there?
He might be busy doing something.
You're not on mute, but we cannot hear you.
Oh, there you go.
I'll tell you why I'm taking shots, Tay, because I fucking can. I can.
This is the time of the live stream where Auntie just.
No, the live stream's not gonna last much longer. I am gonna watch this all-star shit, but
What?
I'm gonna get out of here after we finish with this this video here. But yeah, I'm allowed to take shots on this shit. Fuck that, man. Them people did that shit on their own. And that shit should have been a case study. Because I think most of us, believe it or not, there were some vocal people that didn't want shit to work out because they're just morbid, fucked up assholes. But I think most of us wanted to see that shit work. Like, we want to see shit work. We don't want to see people fucked up out here. I was one of them people that wanted to see shit work. You know? So, but when it didn't, motherfucker, just like y'all did that shit for content, when that shit didn't work, guess what? It's content.
Yeah.
So I wasn't mad at nobody for that shit.
What you talking about, Ant?
Huh?
What you talking about?
You know about when JP and Flora had got married and that shit lasted X amount of time and they didn't take everything into consideration in motherfucking not even 6 months, DV charge and some other shit. You know?
Yeah. Yep.
You know, eviction, trip to the soup kitchen, you know, all of that shit. This is what happens when you put the wagon before the horse. So when these people talk about marriage as if it's the end all be all, no, you got to be ready for marriage. The person you're with has to be ready for marriage, and you can't just fucking snap. You can't just be putting your hands on motherfuckers and all of this shit. Look, have you been watching this shit, True? The video that we're breaking down now, this 93, almost 94-year-old man that just cut his wife's throat just to make the fucking sound coming out of her mouth stop.
Yeah, I saw it, bro. And as for JP and Flora, them two, they weren't married.
That's why I said I'm glad that it didn't escalate and go that far.
Yeah, they weren't married. They went to a courthouse, got a paper, and that's it. It wasn't completed. They weren't married. That wasn't a marriage. That they was playing.
Really?
They was freaking playing.
Is that Candy Cane say you are a liar?
What?
Hey, I just report.
Were they legally married or not? Because this is a whole new.
Yeah, I mean, if they purchased a marriage license, signed it, then technically they were married, right?
I said they went to a courthouse. Paper-wise, they was married, but other than that, they weren't married. That wasn't love. That wasn't.
Oh, okay, okay.
Legally,
not. Fuck that. They were married.
That wasn't love. They wasn't, what marriage is really supposed to be about.
I mean, it's cool. I'm
There
just using
wasn't
that shit
one.
as an example. I'm glad they both got out of that shit with their lives and their health and shit like that. And you know what I'm saying, the children weren't hurt or anything, because just like Smitty said earlier, the children got to deal with that,
Them
because as
children were hurt.
y'all see here, shit can escalate into even worse shit.
You talking about physically?
Huh?
You talking about physically? You talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Them children were affected in other ways, man.
Yeah, they were affected in other ways, but thank God nobody snapped and fucking decided to like cut somebody's throat open.
Yeah. But to me, you know,
I'm always
trauma
concerned
and
about
mental and
children.
spiritual is just as bad as physical.
I asked JP once, "Are your daughters safe?" He didn't answer the question. Seriously.
No.
Did you expect an answer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a mistake right there.
I literally thought he was going to answer whether or not his daughters are safe.
Okay, again, you expecting an actual answer, that was on you, not him. We all know what it is with him. But I'm only saying that to say, you know, like, some people you just gotta know, you know, what and who they are. Like, I'm never gonna go to a lemon tree and expect apples to drop.
Right.
It's a lemon tree. I just, you know, when you go to the lemon tree, just have you a pitcher of water and some sugar. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go to the lemon tree and you thinking, okay, today, God, you're gonna give me mangoes. No, you're gonna get more lemons.
People want my attention so bad. I'm thankful that I actually have a life.
I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, no, I would have to agree. And yeah, hey, Big J, you know, I had this conversation with Either Man, and I didn't really get much pushback on that. When I said, I'm like, you encouraging dudes to get married that really shouldn't get married. And shout out to Man of Tomorrow when he was able to say that. Like, look, a lot of these motherfuckers up here complaining and all of that other shit. They ain't even supposed to have a woman. You complaining about women, you ain't even supposed to fucking have one. And the same rules apply for a lot of these chicks. If you sitting here crying about how fucked up niggas are all of the time, just like old girl, I ain't gonna say her name because I don't even want to get into roasting and dragging a bitch. But she just said that fucking a man is like a man she would have to mommy a man and lead him because he can't lead himself and all of this other shit. And I'm like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have a man because there's only one type of man that you're attracted to or that's attracted to you or that you even qualify for. And yeah, it probably would be that bad because that's what you see. Perception is reality to a lot of people, you know? So yeah, if dudes think that all women move a certain way, that's probably the only women that they know. If women think that all men or all black men or whatever just move just this way and that's all it is, that's probably all the fuck you know. So yeah, perception may be your reality, but you ain't gonna make it mine. That's
the
your
type
perception.
of man you have is that's what you qualify and deserve.
I got this question though, Ant. My bad, Ant. Real quick. So, you know what I look at? All right. So, are we talking about the constitution of marriage nowadays, paperwork wise? Because when people say get married, you know, not to go too far back biblically, but marriage didn't always have anything to do with no paperwork. Marriage has everything to do with a unity. So if you are unified with somebody and it's considered common law marriage, I mean, what are people talking about? Because I know people who have been in relationships longer than people who have actually been married. The average marriage nowadays doesn't even reach past 5 years.
Look, I mean, look, in the United States of America and pretty much most of Western civilization, marriage is pretty much just paperwork. Like that's all it is. So I would agree with you when you say like the institution of marriage is supposed to be more than just paperwork. You know, you can be legally married to somebody who you can't stand. Y'all ain't never on the same page. Y'all don't even sleep in the same bed. Y'all don't do shit. That's not a real marriage, but it is a legal marriage.
You know, the sinister part.
What's up, Big J?
Yeah, what's going on, Auntie?
What's up, Big J?
What's going on, y'all? The sinister part, like, you know, I know I mentioned E the man, right? What he wants is sinister. It's sinister because you're forcing people to get married out of status, right? Like, oh, you're not a man until you have a wife, or you're not a man until you got a family. Not everybody's equipped to have a family. Not everybody's equipped to have a marriage.
Exactly.
And that's why I look at people like Derek Jackson. You know, Derek Jackson is you know, he's a product of that ideology.
And a good example.
Yeah, because if you go back to Derek Jackson's church, they try to force young men to get married young, or they try to force young women to get married young, and they don't even know themselves. You know, how you gonna marry somebody at 18, 19 years old and you don't even know who you are?
Yeah,
you barely out of your mama's house. How you supposed to know? You don't know yourself. See, and that's, you know, it's mostly a status symbol. Marriage is a status symbol. Well, in this space, right? We talking about that space over there. It's basically a status symbol. It's not about, oh, I love my wife. That's why the niggas over there, I call them Mary sales. You know, why you worry about what another man's married to? Why you women over here worry about why that woman over here is single? Why you worry about, if you're a man, why you worry about what this other woman's doing? But you supposed to be married. Why you gonna do a Valentine's show last night and you talking about what single man is doing?
Hold up, who did somebody actually did a Valentine's Day show?
Don't
people
do
love
that.
minding other people's business, Big J. That's what happens.
Shit, come on, Jay.
No, I'm just saying, but it's sad that's happening.
Mind the business that pays you.
The best Valentine's show I saw was on
That's what's supposed
Big
to
Brenda
happen.
Clark's channel and Tony Montana's channel with their Valentine's Day shout outs. It was interactive, it was entertaining. It was a clinic in creativity in this space. Or these spaces.
Big J, you know these people ain't got no lives, bro. They got to worry about other people's lives, other people's business, because they don't got nothing going for themselves.
Well, not even just that, T. It's also the simple fact of people really do want to view you and figure out something wrong with you so they can feel better about themselves. Like, you know what?
Bingo.
At least I'm not the most amped up person in the room.
Yes.
That's all the shit be for real.
Facts. That's facts. That's all the way facts. What Smitty said is facts. Because they're trying to poke holes in what you may or may not have. Oh, come on, Big J. Show me your woman's pinky toe. Show me your woman's hand. No. You know who said that, right? But I ain't saying, I ain't mention no names.
Damn.
But you supposed to be a married man. See, I don't like that married people who like the Mary flex. I call it the Tyler Perry sector. You know, why did I get married? Part 1. Why did I get married? Part 2. The Tyler Perry, the Medea movies.
No, but these are the people that won't even facilitate a goddamn dating or hookup show. You understand?
Ooh,
they won't even do that. Will you do something to try to get some of these lonely motherfuckers together?
And you know
or would you prefer to just sit on panels and flex on lonely motherfuckers?
I'm glad that you say that, because you got all them single women.
That's what I'm saying. All of these pop the balloon fucking reactions and shit, and all of these damn topics and conversations. I don't see any of the people that's doing that shit actually doing anything to facilitate or even help people build or start healthy relationships. Now, I know people will be like, well, Aunt, why ain't you doing it? I ain't the one up here telling people that they need to go get married.
Right.
I'm not the one using all of these flexes, and I'm not drowning all of my content in relationships every fucking day. I think that responsibility is on the people doing that shit.
Because here's the thing, you see all those unmarried single women up in that chat room, and we're over here trashing men on the panel. I'm like, well, okay, can y'all find some men
Understandable. Hey,
for
Big
those
J,
women in there?
because the money is in the treatment, not the cure.
Woof.
Come on.
Oof.
That's why.
But
money
you know,
is in the treatment.
yeah, but
I
like,
can't
you know,
cure you of the disease, because how the fuck am I going to get paid treating you for having the disease?
Smitty
It's always, yeah, it's always been that way.
but you know, Big J's a bad man. You know, Big J's a no good man now. You know, I'm just, you know, I'm a beat.
Because as soon as these people start to have healthy relationships with people or even with each other, they will stop coming to these fucking channels and engaging in these discussions, just like most of them do when they actually find healthy fucking relationships. Shout out to Sister George and Curlin.
I had to apologize to
That's just
Curlin.
one example.
Nah,
Yeah,
but
I on these fucking panels and doing this shit.
nah, but hold on, man.
Yeah, I like them very much.
It doesn't mean just because we come to these spaces that is something unhealthy with us necessarily. I'm gonna be real with you. I genuinely am somebody who comes here because I'm not gonna lie, it's fun. That's it. Nothing to take shit else with me. It's fun as shit. That's about it. But I get it, though. I know what you're saying. I'm an anomaly. I'm that one-off. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of people that don't operate that way. So I'm not trying to knock your point. So I do get you what you're saying on that. But like, y'all need to remember that some of us, we actually do have a life. We just like, yeah, I call it, I don't know, ultimate trolling, whatever you want. I just like to come here and just hear some bullshit sometimes. And then I go right back to whatever it is that's intellectual, artistic, creative. I go back to all of that. But this is something that I like to go ahead and dive into.
Yeah, it makes me grateful for my own reality. When when I'm experiencing this escapism and I return to my life, I am ever so grateful about the stability, the tranquility, the freedom that I have. I am ever more grateful after listening to this shenanigans. I really am.
Check this out. Like, maybe say something on this, right? I said it like this. All these niggas talking about no baby mamas, no single mothers. You niggas are likely, because you say this shit every fucking day, you're either number one, pissed off because you ain't that chick's baby daddy.
Right.
Or number two, pissed off because you are that chick's baby daddy, nigga. And all of you chicks sitting up here saying black men ain't shit and all of that other shit, y'all mad because you ain't got one. Or you got one that you can't stand, or you wish that motherfucker was more like me. Sorry.
You spend more of your time. This is how you know when you have a huge problem, bro.
I'm just playing.
When you spend more of your time saying somebody else's name, speaking about somebody else's life, worried about what somebody else is doing, that is very bad for your mental health and could possibly travel over into your physical health. Like when it say mind the business that pays you, it literally is a healthy way of life that you should be more concerned about who you are, what you are, and what you have going on than other personnel.
So what are we supposed to do about escapism if we follow your philosophy? I mean, people have a need for escapism sometimes.
I think BS1 said it best.
Escape
Get off the
into
internet.
a different hobby. for yourself.
Get the fuck off the
Escape
internet.
into a different way of life. Get off.
Find
yes,
a show.
get off
Find
of
a
this
show
life.
on Valentine's Day that
Right.
doesn't just blame the opposite sex, but find a
Right.
show that lets you give a shout out to the woman in this space or man in this space that you really want to tell them how much you love them and you want them and how you'll walk 1,000 miles for their ass and all types of other shit, and send an anonymous shout out. You know you want.
Because see, what we gotta realize is, I'm gonna just be honest. The females out here that are so angry, you gotta realize, Ant, Seven, Big J, and myself, we ain't your daddy. That failed you. And the men out here that when they get mad at women out here, Mella and the other ladies ain't your mommy. That failed you. Y'all gotta go get some help and stop all this bleeding and projecting on here. Okay?
Oh shit! Listen, only one. I got this right here, and I ain't gonna lie. Oh shit! My bad. I'm up here. I'm sorry, y'all. I thought I was on mute. I apologize.
But
Lilith's daughter said.
But and also we need the people who are enabling it need to be addressed.
Say my name. Say my name.
Well, I could say some names, but I'd rather not to. But I don't have time for no more beef for this week. So yeah, the people who are enabling it is also part of the problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get him, Big J. God, daggone it.
Big J's a bitch ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I got called bitch ass niggas all weekend.
Don't you start your pity party. Don't you don't.
I ain't starting no pity
party, dog. Come on now. We look, we all get our lick. Look. We all get our hits in this. We all get our moment of fame, if you want to call it that. Some BS. Everybody, if you are here long enough, if you are any form of name, you have your own personal story. Every single last one of us. That shit ain't nothing new. So
I'm just throwing shots at those who are enabling it and those who know better, and they looking at it as a form of entertainment.
Then you need to throw the shots at the algorithm, because that's who lets people know that you arguing with somebody. Throw your shots at the algorithm, not people. I promise you that.
I'm not gonna blame the because people push the algorithm. These algorithms wouldn't exist without people.
Yeah, but you know how the algorithm goes. If me and you right now just start cussing each other out, your algorithm is going to push more people over here automatically. That's a fact.
Yes.
I know that.
Evil and hatred.
Yes.
That's what we need. Yes.
No. I said this when I was on Sharon's panel. I know how to work this algorithm. I can have a full blue fucking description box. I can hashtag a bunch of certain people, a bunch of different terms and shit. Like I can hashtag black women. I can hashtag fucking Anton Daniels and just put all that shit right in the description. And that should open this shit up to all types of other algorithms. I prefer not to. I don't want that extra.
What would happen if y'all stop hating each other?
I'm not. I'm not so stuck on numbers that I'm gonna because that would be bait and switch for a lot of people that come over here for that shit. Like if you come over here for certain shit, like we might talk about that shit from time to time, but for the most part, since I'm not gonna talk about it every day, I don't need that.
Nah. Hey, because the actual king of the purge. So if I was to ask anybody this question, it would be you. Honestly, if this whole sector, and I'm talking about all, let's say it's like 15 to 20 of us, as far as the content creators, if we all just kumbaya and all beef stopped, Mr. Purge, do you really believe that this sector would still continue to exist? or would it just morph into something else, although still existing?
This sector is already morphed into something else multiple fucking times. So
okay. No.
Why it would change. As long as the people still stay here, the sector's not going anywhere.
I don't
into
think
something uglier.
you're gonna have we would see a whole brand new audience. If all of us, everybody, if you stop the purge, if everybody stopped the barking and cash apps, drop them down, I promise you, would you still keep an audience? Yes, but it will be a total turnover.
Very limited. It'd be very limited.
It'll be a total turnover.
Purge after 48 hours. Like, I stopped that bitch. That shit doesn't even have a fucking algorithm other than when it's going on.
What you need? My bad.
I'm just saying, it has
he's
no
not talking about the purge
it's just
specifically.
something that's memorable. So people remember the shit. I don't do it often enough for the shit to actually blast in it or feed in an algorithm, and it doesn't have any hashtags, it doesn't have any title, it's just fucking one.
No, he
one
wasn't saying hyper focus on it, and he was using it as a baseline.
I'm just saying that's how that works. But these other people, they know what the fuck to do to work this algorithm. These motherfuckers ain't stupid. They put relationships, they put men, they put women, they put black men, they put black women into their titles. They hashtag certain fucking names. Kevin Samuels, Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels, whatever the case may be, into their fucking titles, so that way they can trend and feed off of an algorithm that's been here for a long fucking time.
Yeah,
it would be no different than or other people that they look down on. They would be going live with 5 fucking live viewers.
Yeah,
what would you do? What would they do if this thing shut down, Ant?
Go to another. No. This right here exists everywhere. See, the thing is,
if it shut down, if it actually shut down,
if you burn the crops here, they're going to grow that bullshit corn somewhere else.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying when I'm asking, you know, understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if the actual product was no longer here, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so here's the way I see it. Real quick, I'm gonna give it right to you, Big J. This is the way I see it. This is like wringing out a wet rag over and over and over again. So the harder you wring it out and the more you wring it out, first it's gonna pour water, then you're just gonna see some water droplets, wring it out even harder. Now, at this point, we've reached the point where now people are still wringing it, and not only is no water pouring, not only are there no drops, I just see blood coming down. Like, motherfuckers is just scraping the fucking insides of their palms now. Like,
if you get rid of the rag,
out of this shit.
And the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
What happens if you get rid of the rag?
Squeeze, bro.
Go to Big J. He wanted to say something. I just think they're squeezing some dead shit. But go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: half of them will go to jail, and the other one will be burning in hell.
Half will go to jail. Half.
Yeah, half of them will go to
These
jail.
niggas ain't
The other
How
half
you
will
go
go
that
to
far,
hell.
Big J? How you get that far?
I 1000% agree with him because
Half
it's the
of
truth.
these people are criminals in waiting.
I just want Big J to come back into the stadium. Just come back on the football.
Big J is absolutely
100 yards.
1000%.
Within 100 yards, Big J.
1000%. He's 1000%. That's accurate. That's what will happen.
Yeah,
No. 18.
The streets are safer because people are online. If it wasn't, if this whole situation didn't exist, half of these people would be incarcerated.
AT, we can't tell people, like women in particular, not to use, because we say it all the time in these spaces as men, unfortunately, don't use the most extreme example. All I'm saying is to Big J is like, okay, yes, that is something that's a factor that could be true, but that was all the way outside the stadium.
That's more probable.
No, it's more probable because there are about 10 men in this space. If you know about their backstory, you sit there and see why I went outside that stadium.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you actually know these men,
Hold up. One
There's
second.
a
One
lot of
second.
criminals around here.
Yes, because no, I've been looking at it and I ain't getting nothing. If you sent something through the Cash App, I did not receive it. Hold up. Let me look. Even
Hell of a lot
they
of criminals.
usually come through on my computer, so forgive me about shit.
Hey, now my Cash App sometimes do
Tell
that
me
too.
I'm worth something. Show
No, like
my
the
worth.
shit's supposed to come through on my computer.
Somebody cash at me an hour ago. It took them like 15 minutes for me
Show
to
my
get
worth.
the money.
Depending on like your phone
Hey,
service, so where you are. Sometimes, like
show
I
my
had to
worth.
refresh my whole phone. I had to start it all over just to see that. Oh shit, $100 was sent or whatever
Oh
it might.
yeah, maybe he has to restart. Okay.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's what happens. You got like
You
restart
got
the damn thing.
Candy. If you send it, you got to let me know because I didn't
Yeah,
get
let me know
anything.
how much it is, man. Let me see how much
I'm on
I'm
the
worth.
computer. I'm on the computer and my phone. I didn't get it. But
Yeah,
if you didn't, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I hope you enjoy the show. She don't like you, True.
Yeah. But the thing
Oh,
is
I
though.
love it when I love my haters.
Yeah, but the thing
Love my
is though.
haters.
The thing is though.
I love them.
The thing is though. They're about 10, 11, 12 men in this space that should be in jail. Okay.
Don't do it, Big J. Don't do
I
it.
ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names, but I'm
Don't
just
do
saying
that,
if
dog.
you know, I mean, I'm just saying if you sit there and just think, you sit there, you think about it and let them talk, you be like, oh my god, like I
Please
remember I
tell
was
me
doing
she sent it to the wrong place and she got to send another one. Please.
Yeah, if it went anywhere other than if you did send something, you don't have to say if you did or didn't. But if you did, it didn't come here.
Yeah,
So
it didn't come through.
Oh shit.
You can't mess with God's son, sweetie. Oh.
No. Listen, I've done it before. I had one. Listen, I had one letter off on a Cash App, and it went to somebody else, and I was so pissed. I had one letter off.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about that.
I hate that, bro. And they would not get the money back. It was like so bad.
I gave back their money back. So I didn't, Big J. I didn't.
That's good on your part. Most people ain't doing that shit. They gonna look at it as nigga, you done messed up. Like real talk. I sent 50 something dollars, and I thought it was going to my damn sister, and it was one letter that was different, but everything else was the same, and it went to somebody totally different.
Big J is absolutely 1,000%.
I was mad as shit.
I have to be honest. I haven't heard him tell a lie yet.
Right,
Heard him tell a lie at all.
Yeah. I hadn't told no lie, but yet somebody says I'm a bitch ass nigga though. But
He didn't lie. He just exaggerates. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Right.
I'm not exaggerating. Not exaggerating.
Who called you a B word?
Oh, it's right there. It's right there, fool. Right there. Folks think
No. That person talking about me. I'm asking Big J who
they talking about you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's right there. Ant just pulled it up.
That wasn't for you.
No, that's me. That's not for Big J.
Not me. I know that. I'm talking to them. They was asking. I said, "Oh shit!" And I seen you pulled it up. I'm like, "There you go, right there."
I mean, I guess I can get a little messy. Truth, what the fuck you do, man?
Remember when I was telling you earlier, when you exist, man, it just happens sometimes. It just happens sometimes, brother.
Nah. True.
It just happens sometimes.
And listen, if your response is not going to be exactly what the scenario and what took place is, that vague ass, come on, Truth. And that's just me as a man to my brother, Native. Respect to you.
Sir, I'm 42. Listen. I told you guys this. Listen, I'm about to be 42 years old.
Okay.
You guys can continue to do the same thing year after year after year. I am not doing that no more.
Something else, dog.
I told you that
True.
in 24, I wasn't doing it no more.
What it is or not. That's it.
Oh,
I mean, and look, I'm saying so you can
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. There you go.
I
And
bet. So Candy,
Big J,
don't know what you talking about. Truth don't know a motherfucking
where
thing.
Big J go at?
Man, who cares? But why you worried about that? Somebody coming at your neck, nigga. Like, how you worried about that? You got a whole.
I'm worried about stuff that's important. I'm worried about stuff that's
No,
important.
I would recommend anybody else. Yeah, just like I told Candy, y'all might as well just save the balance. I'm not that desperate, but I am ending the show in about 15 minutes anyway, so don't even worry about it.
That's great.
Don't even worry
I'm
about
worried about stuff important. Some of us.
I'm already in overtime, and I appreciate y'all.
Man.
Just
No, I
let me
appreciate y'all coming up and having this discussion with me. Because I knew I wanted to touch on a lot of things, but I mainly wanted to, because look, I don't even mind folks with their message, in these spaces, because everybody had a right to have whatever message they want to have, when it comes to, content or whatever content that you do. It's just, I think, just like I was saying on Sharon's the other day, the burden of creativity is still supposed to be us as the creators. And I think people are stuck on the content part and just threw the creativity part out of the fucking window.
Absolutely.
Because niggas ain't
And
creative.
our creativity is supposed to be what separates us from each other. That's why I will drag whoever for filth if you steal Big Brenda's shit. Or if I see you stealing anybody else's shit in this space, I'm about to call that shit out.
Look how your mindset. Until I came on here, I didn't believe ADHD was real, bro. I swear I didn't. I thought it was deployed to try to get to have especially black people, but especially black boys put on drugs. But I'm seeing that shit is real, that people's attention will go directly off of anything. We could be talking about something else, and as soon as something go pit, they're going to lock in on it. I didn't believe that shit real. I did not believe that shit is real until I came on here.
Man, hey, that's a good point. That's a good point. But Ant, I want to ask you this real quick though. You said if I can't, stealing. What you're more of an OG than I am. So I actually am asking you because you have more experience than me. What's the difference between stealing and fair use?
No, I'm not talking about fair use. It's just a reaction or a review. I'm talking about people seeing this shit right here. Okay, this shit right here, just like I showed, and shout out to Big Brenda and Tony Montana and Buddy Lee again, and then deciding to do Valentine's shout outs or Easter shout outs or some shit and doing the same exact fucking show and pretending like they came up with that shit. That's stealing.
He's talking about the formula.
Okay.
Man, but you know something though? I'm gonna be real with you, man.
That's totally different than fair use. Fair use is just reaction.
The formula of intellectual property is what he's referring to.
You talking about formula
of intellectual property?
Okay, that formula. Okay, from manosphere, manosphere hate, whatever the heck that sector's called, whatever it is. There are so many different. Like, if you're talking about the actual, that's tough, Ant. That's something that's tough.
Valid, but there are some concepts that are distinct.
Do the same. How many
do you not agree?
Whoa. Watch this real quick. I swear I'm gonna shut up. You even saw Jay Prince on Pop the Balloon. Now that wasn't the Pop the Balloon. That was what? You see what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have certain ideas and certain concepts that's going to come across as just going to hit a wave. And it's nothing you can do to stop people from.
And people will make generic versions of it. They will do that.
Hey,
so
whatever. It doesn't mean that, I'm not going to give you props as a content creator or as being creative for that. I'm going to drag you for filth, especially when you refuse to pay any type of homage to the motherfucker who you stole that shit from.
So you expect every different version of Pop the Balloon?
Hold up, Smitty.
My bad.
Allow people to just take the ideas of other people and then say that they're their own.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had people literally tell me and other motherfuckers that they're gonna do their own purge. I'm like, how the fuck? How in the absolute fuck? If you do anything, and I'm not talking about just a panel of people cussing each other out and getting their shit out and doing it.
No, actual purge.
I'm still talking, bro. Real quick. I'm talking about motherfuckers doing that shit and calling it the purge.
I know what you're saying.
Like, these people will do that, bro.
Wow. All right. Okay. I can't, you know. All right, so
They will literally take your shit. And my point is this. If that shit is so tough to not just take people's shit and present it as if it's your own, then, yo, you ain't built for this content creation thing. Get the fuck out and sit on the sideline and spectate.
But you think you would be pretty safe that you think purge.
You are not built to create. Just spectate, motherfucker.
Hey,
or
Ant, when you close this out, make sure you hit me, bro.
But create that shit is not for you.
Bruh, you're on that purge because nobody tried to recreate Fight
You
Club.
heard me, Ant?
Nobody tried to recreate that. So you keep on
after
purge.
you
end this, make sure you hit me.
Nah, the reason why they didn't recreate it and call it that was the reason why a lot of people didn't is because they know they would have got dragged for filth because everybody knows it ain't theirs.
That's why you're safe on purge because everybody knows that's Ant.
But you want to know what? When I bring light to a smaller channel, like Brenda's or something like that, these motherfuckers with larger goddamn platforms will do that shit and then say they invented it. Don't think I don't know.
I can't say nothing to that. I mean, you know, I can't say nothing to that.
7 minutes till 7 hours.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, I've fucking seen it. And
What's the definition of insanity?
And I get it. You know, certain concepts and shit, just like Bridget said, yeah, it might not be copyrighted or something like that, but it's got to be some kind of professional integrity in it involved. I remember when other people have tried to do that shit. Shout out to the people that support me. They showed up to them people's channels in fucking droves and said, "Nah, man, that's anti shit. You trying to knock this shit off?" And then people were like, "Oh, I don't even know who he is." Nah, man, fuck that. And hey, motherfuckers never did that shit again. Shout out
actually trying to replicate the purge.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I don't know about that. I didn't know about that. Okay. Nah, I can understand the frustration in that, bro. Considering I've seen you and you won't.
We've seen multiple fucking concepts and intellectual property stolen in this bitch.
But that's what I was saying in the beginning.
What's the definition of insanity?
Hey. Like if somebody redefines something, if somebody gets their own little twist to it, you know the original format and blueprint came from you. But for some reason, you just all of a sudden decide to go ahead and revamp something. I'm just saying truth. Like, is that really copying or is that inspiration? Because how do you get inspiration without adding a little bit of what you think something else?
Yeah, an example.
Just like that person took the claims from that barbecue man. Same exact shit. Look,
wow.
There's nothing wrong with being inspired, but you're not just gonna fucking take somebody's shit and pretend like it's
credit.
wrong. If you truly are, I was inspired by shit that I saw other people do, and it inspired me to do my own shit. My own shit.
Okay. There's this thing called exploitation, right?
I can't say nothing to that, Aunt. You got it.
When it comes to exploiting other people and then turn around and get mad when you are exploiting,
That's a fact, HT.
That's a hell of a fucking tripped out situation. It's like I did what I had to do exploiting others to build my stuff. But here it comes, somebody's exploiting me and now I'm mad. And what about that?
That's a little different.
No, it's hypocrites around here.
It's one thing to borrow,
That's a fact.
and it's another thing to steal.
Right. See, that's what I was. But see, and
now
it goes.
And after you close
Oh,
this out, and hit me up on the back end, and after you close this out.
Original question, and
You got
what's
some work to do.
And really, if rappers took samples from Motown, they owe the motherfuckers royalties for them fucking samples. These
okay?
motherfuckers,
What's the difference between stealing and fair use? That's
these
what I'm.
motherfuckers ain't paying no royalties. Like they just steal shit. So nah, man, no.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hypocrites around here somewhere.
Is nah.
That's a fact, Mella. Hippos and contras. Hippos and contras.
I'm sure that nobody's really like I want to get this to its fullest as a fellow content creator, or at least one that tries to be. What is the damn ant from what you're saying? I am so confused. Although you're making great points, I'm confused. Then what's the difference between stealing and fair use? Do you not know rappers done sampled old shit? We come from that era.
You still don't get what he just said?
No.
Oh shit.
He just.
I mean, even fair use guidelines state that you must make it transformative.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the fuck.
Okay. Make it your own. Okay, I see. Remix it, break it down. No, I do that. I know what you're saying. Add a little cutscene, add a little music or whatever it is that you do.
Yeah. Take away from the original design.
Basically tweak it. You tweak it. Okay.
Yeah.
That I do get. Okay.
And the most important thing Ant said was give the person credit for the idea that you get. Give the person credit. That's
I'm
the
just
main
the way Ant was explaining it. It's like it sound like one moment it's like, nah, that's stealing. But then the next breath is like, nah, that's what it is. So I just wanted clarification, and y'all get it to me. Thank you. Nah, I get it now. I get it.
No, I mean, look, I'm just saying, if you don't know the difference between fair use and stealing, content creation on YouTube especially might not be for you. You might want to read those community guidelines.
Nah, that's not. It's not that
I'm
simple.
just being real. You might want to read those community guidelines.
It's not that simple, man.
You're opening up yourself to a lot of copyright claims, strikes, and
you're in
possibly
danger.
Fucking channel for it, and you're never going to be able to be monetized if you don't know the difference.
You're
between
in danger.
No. I get you on that, but we got to remember too. Not everybody knows. Like for example, right?
They're not built for this shit. They're not ready for this. You need to know that.
And like for example, the very, very famous bald head guy that did the UFC, his initials are JR, Joe, right? Joe R. You can't sample nothing of his, not even for a few. So what I'm saying is that when you say that, it is very tricky. There are certain people you can review.
Hey, did you hear me, bro? When I told you?
Yeah, I heard you.
So it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
Between fair use and fucking stealing or copyright infringement, or theft of intellectual property, whatever. Yeah, content creation is not for you. Get the fuck out of the business or do some studying.
I ain't got nothing to say to that.
That's it.
Nah, you got it. You got it.
I mean, it's like saying, hey, not every lawyer knows law. Like, what the fuck? How the fuck are you a lawyer that doesn't understand the fucking law? Like, it makes no sense. Yeah.
I see. Okay, I mean, I get you, but I mean, not everybody knows what you know, though, and you gotta also recognize, like me, fishing,
He's saying
hunting.
that's the basic simplicities of it. That's 101. That's
Okay, I get that though, but I mean, if you don't really know nothing about it, even the simplicities can be complex to some individuals. And I like the way that he broke it down. He broke it down. He explained it. He, okay, cool. I can comprehend that. Yeah. I didn't understand. Don't forget, even though I'm 4 years deep, it's still a lot that I'm learning with this stuff, bro. Like all of this, like fair use and what words not to say. Like I just want to use all kind of whatever F bombs I want, what I want, name whatever country I want. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to play the music I want. I don't care. So
I definitely want to play the
long
music.
gone, brother.
I definitely want to play the music. I want to play music, bro.
Those were
Because I
good old
really got
days.
the
Did you know?
tunes.
So I'm still learning. That's all. I
My
digress.
itch will be lit.
Nah, I'm actually about to get out of here. So we're gonna get y'all final thoughts out. We went into overtime, but we still won the motherfucking game. So let me get this damn.
Let's
banner
go,
up.
son. We won.
Final thoughts. Whoever wants to go first, whoever speaks first, you got the first set of final thoughts.
I got it. So I can get up out of here. Since Ant said that we won the game, that's right. Shout out to Washington. I don't care what it is, anything DC, anything PG. I love y'all.
Yeah.
Shout out to the family. Hey, Ant, great show. Keep on coming up and doing what you're doing. And all I gotta say, black man, is just keep going. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
All right, 7.
Appreciate that. Who's next? Who wants it? Mela, Truth. All right, we're gonna do this at random. There you
Live
go.
long and prosper.
There you go. Hold up. Maybe I can do this right. What she said, right? Live long and prosperous. All right, that's what that's supposed to mean.
Live long and prosper.
Yo.
Anything else, Mela?
Thank you for the gift of your time, and may everyone appreciate it. Take care of yourself and one another.
All right. Shout out to you, Mela. Thank you so much for coming up. We do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. Truth, you got it last, dog.
Yes, sir. As always, it's a pleasure coming up here to share the panel with Ant and as well as the other participants. I appreciate you guys. I look forward to learning or being edified every day. You guys have helped me check off that objective for the day. I appreciate that. I encourage others to have these type of shows more often instead of the evil, hateful things that we like to say and share with each other on here as projection. I believe you guys need to go get some help from somewhere. I suggest you get to know your creator so you can get that hate out of your heart, so you can find a life and find something better to do with yourself other than saying somebody else's name, thinking about their business, thinking about their lives, instead of thinking about the life you have. I guess it must be so poorish and ugly and miserable to be yourself and you gotta look in the mirror. I didn't do that to you. I'm sorry about that. But please, y'all, get out there and love on somebody with some purpose, with some vigor, with some fervor. Every day is Valentine's Day. It's supposed to be. Get out there and love on somebody. Please seek the Lord while he may be found and build a relationship with God through Jesus Christ where you know him as Father. Please rewatch this show because what Auntie shared today, once again, there's gems there. Hopefully you're cognitive enough to spot out the things that he said and you can use it as purposeful application. Hopefully. I will do that. I'm going back and rewatch it and save the things that are important. Please like, sub, share, and support the show. I encourage y'all to please send the cash apps to the right place so the man can actually get his money. But that's what happens when you do things out of malice. It don't work out. And you can never, ever win against a son of God. We've already won. We won. Thank you, man.
That's what's up. Appreciate that, Truth. Shout out to Truth. I am going to get the entire way the fuck up. All right. So on that note, man, it was a pleasure, man. Thank you, everybody, supporting through Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? Cash apps, all of that, new memberships. Shout out to You know, everybody that did that, everybody that's in the chat, everybody that hit the panel. I could give off the itemized list, but it's too many of y'all to remember. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for coming through. Try to enjoy the All-Star game if you want to, but enjoy the rest of your weekend if you can't. This was definitely fun. I got to go. It was a pleasure, but enjoy your time. Just like Truth said, that's some real shit, man. Go touch grass. Go touch grass, and you niggas can go touch some ass, man. You know, make you feel better. On that note, man, I'm out of here. Y'all have a good night.